Li gets teleported to an immortal cultivation world after completing his 5 years of training by the system. Even after 5 years, the system doesn't teach Li how to cultivate immortality. Therefore, he is stuck between immortality cultivators and demons in this new world. Scared of everything, Li chooses to live in a remote part of the forest in the mountains. However, every immortality cultivator that comes in contact with Li starts believing that he is an expert who has reached even beyond the immortality level. Even though Li doesn't realize it, he may be the most powerful expert in the world. The story begins with the introduction of our main character, Li Nian Fan, and a system that was on the verge of deactivation due to the test results. It indicated that it had nothing more to teach. The system had been Li's tutor for the past 5 years, but it was time for it to deactivate. Li expressed gratitude to the system, recalling how it had taught him subjects like physics, chemistry, English, and history. However, all of that mattered very little now. Since the beginning of his new life, he found himself transported to the world of immortal cultivation, where people could fly and monsters roamed freely. These creatures had the potential to consume him in a single gulp. Li had spent 5 years learning the high school curriculum from this system, always hoping it would teach him the path to immortality. Despite admiring the Immortals and wishing to learn from them directly, his lack of spiritual roots destined him to remain immortal in this world. Therefore, Li decided to live a secluded life on a relatively hidden mountain near the city, aiming for self-sufficiency. He had always feared being drawn into the conflicts of Immortals and dying in vain. So, he chose to live far away from such troubles. The system had granted him land after mastering architecture, and an AI robot after mastering physics. He had also received a loyal rescued dog as his companion. Li thought to himself that being an immortal might not be necessary, as his mortal life wasn't that bad. He could live in peace, enjoying the pristine air and scenic mountain views. His current life was far better than the one he had in the mortal world. In the forest, a princess fled, cursing her father for planning to marry her off to an unsavory individual. She swore never to forgive him. Her assistant followed closely, urging her to slow down, as they could hear wild beasts in the vicinity. The princess reassured her that her chi was condensed, and she was on the verge of a breakthrough to the next stage, making her unafraid of the beasts. The assistant reminded her that she had been striving to achieve this breakthrough for 3 years. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a house in the forest, which surprised them, even its remote and uninhabited location. The princess wondered who could possibly be living in such a place, noting that the architecture rivaled that of the palace. She contemplated the presence of an expert dwelling here and instructed her assistant to refer to her without using her royal title. Both of them decided to investigate the house further and knocked on the door. Li answered their knock and inquired about their identities. The princess, Lu Xiyu, introduced herself as a passerby who had come across the house in the forest. Li sensed an ethereal chi about her and wondered if the heavens had sent him a potential girlfriend. He's been alone for a while, so I don't blame him. She requested permission to enter and rest, saying that she was tired. Li inquired about the duration of her stay, and she assured him it would be brief. He then offered refreshments, asking if she desired food or drink. Unaccustomed to receiving guests over the past 5 years, he was unsure about what to serve. Li called upon his robot, Zhao Bai, and ordered him to serve watermelon. Xiyu declined the watermelon, considering it a common fruit unsuitable for her. She also noted the unique tranquility of the yard, and it seemed to have some deep hidden power. Zhao Bai arrived with the watermelon, which surprised both Xiyu and her assistant. Li scolded the robot for startling their guests and instructed him to apologize. Xiyu and her assistant marveled at the robot's extraordinary intelligence. Li explained that the robot was his house servant and that it operated on simple AI principles. Xiyu admitted understanding, but was inwardly blown away by the fact that Li considered a spiritually intelligent robot a mere triviality. Li was impressed that she had grasped such an abstract topic so easily, but then again, she was an immortality cultivator, so it was expected of her. Li offered her the watermelon, mentioning that he had grown it himself. She respectfully accepted the watermelon, considering Li an expert, and not wanting to refuse his gesture. After taking a bite, something extraordinary happened. She found herself transported to another place, surrounded by water, and her own reflection seemed divine. It dawned on her that it was spiritual chi. Her assistant inquired about her well-being, and Xiyu informed her that she had successfully laid the foundation for cultivation. She explained that due to a lack of insight, she had struggled for 3 years without being able to establish this foundation. However, the watermelon she had eaten today contained not only spiritual chi, but also insights, enabling her to build the foundation. She respectfully addressed Li as a senior, and thanked him for his unintentional assistance in achieving this breakthrough. Li told her that the watermelon had nothing to do with her foundation establishment. He also questioned why she was calling him a senior, as it made him feel old. She realized that she may have unintentionally offended the expert and understood that he was likely disguising himself as a mortal, trying to lead a normal life. She felt it was shameless to reveal his identity and quickly apologized for her excitement. Li chuckled and expressed his satisfaction that she had enjoyed the watermelons. He then summoned his dog, Blackie, and fed him some of the watermelons. He explained that he didn't have much but grew plenty of fruits and vegetables, and Blackie loved his food. She was surprised to see Li giving a watermelon containing spiritual chi and insights to a dog. She pondered if he was teaching her a lesson about equality among all living beings and the ways of heaven and earth. She believed that the expert had not only helped her establish her foundation, but also imparted a valuable lesson through the gift of the special watermelon. She asked if he recognized her and wished to befriend her, but Li seemed confused. As a token of her appreciation, Shiyu presented him with an ornament. Her assistant advised against giving it away, but Shiyu explained that she couldn't help but express her gratitude for his kindness. Li responded by saying that she was welcome anytime if she wanted to enjoy a watermelon, and suggested that she was overly generous in gifting such a jade, considering it was just an ordinary watermelon. After they departed, Shiyu's assistant inquired about her decision to give him the jade, and Shiyu explained that many former senior cultivators of transcendent saints like to live as mortals and form ordinary friendships. She believed it was the princess's duty to make friends with such experts, and by accepting the jade, they had formed a positive relationship. Shiyu exclaimed that her luck had been exceptionally good that day. Back at his house, Li looked at the jade, considering it the first gift he had ever received from a girl. Suddenly, Blackie snatched jade and darted away. Meanwhile, a group of unknown individuals wandered through the forest, wondering if they were close to their destination. Li attempted fishing with Blackie, but despite half a day passing, he couldn't catch any fish. He tried using krill as bait every month, but it had been unsuccessful so far. Li asked his dog if he had eaten the fish, and the dog reacted with fear, shaking his head vigorously. Li decided that he would buy more krill when he went to town. He instructed Bai to guard the house while he was away. At the market, various shopkeepers called out to Li, inviting him to inspect their merchandise. One of them offered him a chance to sample his freshly baked buns for free. Excitedly, Li told him that he would check them out later. Another shopkeeper expressed gratitude to him for curing his ill daughter. Despite his inability to cultivate immortality, the system had taught him many useful skills that allowed him to assist others. The people in the market held him in high regard, but he attributed his abilities to science. Even though he couldn't even keep a fish alive, Li reached a shop where krill were being sold, and his shopkeeper inquired about his fishing success. Li explained that he had placed all the krill in the pond but still couldn't catch any fish. The shopkeeper asked if he had checked the water quality, and Li confirmed that it was fine. The shopkeeper then suggested that there might be a monster lurking in the pond. This frightened Li, and the shopkeeper offered him a tortoise, advising him to place it in the pond. The tortoise would remain in its spot and surface for sunlight in the afternoon. If it hadn't come out of the water, it might have fallen prey to a monster. I agreed to purchase the tortoise after hearing this advice. The shopkeeper, grateful for his earlier help, decided to give it to him for free since it was not a rare breed. As I was leaving, he overheard a woman talking about her daughter, Nun Nun, who had been captured by monsters. He remembered Nun Nun as a sweet girl who used to call him Big Brother when she saw him. Another woman mentioned that 3 cultivators had gone up the hill to search for Nun Nun. However, the first woman worried that they might not be familiar with the area and that by the time they found her daughter, it could be too late. Another reassured her, stating that the cultivators were not ordinary people and Nun Nun would likely be fine. Li intervened, expressing his knowledge of the mountains and offering to guide the cultivators. The people warned him about the dangerous monsters with evil spirits, but he assured them he would be cautious and flee if necessary. As he walked through the forest, he felt fearful, knowing the path well and where the monsters resided. He believed that the jade given to him by Shiyu, the cultivator, would protect him. Blackie accompanied him, and after a while, the dog started barking at a tree. When Li saw this, he asked if the immortal cultivators had gone in the direction of the monsters. Without waiting for his response, he said that he was worried for nothing and urged Blackie to return home since the cultivators would save Nun Nun. However, Blackie rushed further into the forest. I scolded the dog, telling him to stop. Just the look on his face tells you that he has lost all trust in that dog. It turned out the 3 immortal cultivators had spotted the monster, known as the leopard monster. The The cultivators included Luo Hao, Bai Luo Xuan, and Qin Zhu, all of whom were disciples of the Han Jue immortal sect. The leopard monster laughed, stating that 3 stinky kids were trying to defeat him, and he declared his intention to devour all of them that day. Qin Zhu called the monster arrogant and ordered the other cultivators to line up. As he raised his sword, the monster leopard rushed in with immense speed, mocking them for thinking they could kill him with just a few years of cultivation. He claimed to have cultivated them for 200 years, and boasted that he could kill them with a single finger. He attacked Qin Zhu, knocking him down, and then targeted Luo Xuan, expressing his preference for the taste of female humans. Luo Xuan called for her senior brother's help and warned the monster leopard that if he laid a finger on her, the Han Jue immortal sect would fight him to the death. The monster taunted them, threatening to eat her bite by bite in front of them. Suddenly, they heard a noise coming from the trees. The monster was surprised that someone had approached without making any sound. The cultivators hoped that someone had come to rescue them. The monster wondered if it was the sect master who had come to their aid. However, to his surprise, Blackie emerged from the trees. The monster informed Blackie that he was in a good mood and decided to spare him. Blackie warned him to surrender before it was too late. The cultivators were astonished to hear the dog talk. The monster leopard became angry and attacked Blackie, but Blackie effortlessly absorbed his attack. As the sky darkened, the leopard monster grew fearful. Blackie informed him that his master was about to arrive and had no time to deal with little monsters like him. He then struck the leopard monster with a massive paw, killing it. The 3 cultivators were astounded by the dog's strength. Blackie advised them not to mention any of this to his master, explaining that his master was an expert immortality cultivator who lived as an ordinary man. The cultivators eagerly wanted to meet his master, imagining how powerful he must be. Suddenly, Li emerged from the trees, scolding Blackie for running away and expressing his exhaustion from chasing after him. The 3 cultivators wondered if this was the master Blackie had mentioned. Li smacked Blackie on the face and instructed him not to run off like that again. "My guy casually hit an immortal dog, like it's nothing." Blackie apologized by licking his feet. The cultivators were amazed that he treated an immortal dog like an ordinary animal, leading them to believe that he must be a high-level immortal cultivator. Luo Xuan remarked that the dog's paw covered the sky, and even their own master might not be able to catch it. Her senior suggested that their master could likely catch it, but would need several months to recover from the injury. He also observed that there was no spiritual energy emanating from Li, indicating that he was immortal. Li approached them and apologized on behalf of his dog, referring to him as foolish, and thanked them for killing the monster. Upon hearing his name, one of the cultivators realized that it represented a nostalgic feeling from one's past life. He had an epiphany, thinking that even his name held profound meaning, regardless of his disguise as an ordinary man. The 3 cultivators introduced themselves to him, but he paid more attention to the leopard monster's body. He noticed a small yellow pearl inside the monster's body and inquired about it. Hao explained that it was the monster's demon, Dan, and powerful monsters possessed valuable demon Dans that could enhance cultivation. He offered it to Luo Xuan and advised her to keep it safe if it was valuable. Luo Xuan believed that her senior might be testing her loyalty, so she declined to accept it. Blackie began barking, and Li suggested a solution. They could keep the demon Dan, and he and Blackie could try what the monster leopard tasted like by keeping its body. The cultivators were stunned, but they agreed. All of them made their way back out of the forest. Luo Xuan asked Li if he had ever been to the Han Jue master sect, since the master of that sect was her father. She offered to take him there next time. Li wondered why all the immortal cultivators he had met recently had been super friendly. Maybe he had crossed over to a harmonious world of immortal cultivation. When they reached the town, the people noticed them coming back with the girl and welcomed them. Li told them that the monster had been defeated by the 3 cultivators. The people started praising them. He then asked the cultivators if they were tired and would like to join him for the meat of the leopard monster. They immediately agreed. As soon as they entered the house, Bai welcomed them. All of them were astonished to see a spiritual robot. He explained to them again that it was just AI and a simple trick. They also thought that, since he was a big-shot cultivator, spiritual intelligence must be a small trick in front of him. Not only that, but the entire house was perfect. They wondered if this was what it felt like to be in the world of big shots. Li told them to think of it as their own home. They thanked him and told him that his home was wonderfully furnished. Li realized that even though they were eternal cultivators, they hadn't seen decor like this before. Qin Zhu referred to the air purifier and asked him what that was. Li told him that it was an air purification humidifier, and that it helped make the air fresh. Qin Zhu couldn't take it and almost fainted. Don't let these guys into a modern house. The others told him to sit back up slowly, as Master Dog had told them to treat the master as a mortal. Qin Zhu sat back up and with a serious face proclaimed that if the expert said it purified air, then it must purify air. He was being careless. I told them that he also had a water purifier that could purify water with a single touch. The three of them were astonished at witnessing the water purifier since they thought it was a spiritual item. As Li went to the backyard, Luo Shuan told Qin Zhu that if he provoked the expert, she wouldn't help him. Hao told Qin Zhu that making friends with an expert like Li would be their greatest blessing, so they should not offend him. Meanwhile, Qin Zhu picked up something from the trash bin. Hao screamed at him, telling him not to touch stuff in the expert's house. Qin Zhu told him not to worry, as he wouldn't act recklessly. He noticed that it was a scroll. He asked them if they should open the scroll. Hao asked him how he could even think of doing such a thing and snatched the scroll from him, only to realize that it was already open. As he gazed upon the painting, he was transported to the realm of the swordsman. Luo Shuan called out to him, asking if he was all right. He told her that he was all right. It was just that after glancing at the painting, he was transported into it and felt the loneliness, coldness, and fear of the swordsman. Luo Shuan told him that she could feel the realm of the swordsman in this painting. Qin Zhu asked them what they were talking about since he couldn't feel anything. Hao said that his learning abilities were poor, so it was natural for him to be slow. Suddenly, Li entered the room. Hao apologized to him for touching his belongings without his permission. Li told him that it was just a draft of one of his paintings, and he threw it away in the trash, since it didn't reflect his true level. Gotta stay humble. The three of them were flabbergasted to learn that such an amazing painting was just a draft for the expert. Hao asked him if he could give them this draft, and Li happily replied by saying that if they liked it, they could have it. He told them that the system taught him to paint, but no one had ever liked his painting. The three of them aggressively paid their respects and thanked Li. Hao then ordered Luo Shuan to immediately bring this painting to the teacher's door in case of an emergency. After this, Hao told Li that they must leave now, and they all thanked him for the gift. As they flew out, Li wondered if they really were cultivators, since they rescued Nanan without wanting anything in return and took only a shattered painting. He then thought that his attitude was clearly inferior to theirs, and this is the reason the system thought he had no talent to cultivate immortality. Back in her home, she was talking to her mother and telling her that it was not a dream. She said that it wouldn't have been possible for her to break the foundation building stage if it weren't for the help of the expert. She told her that she hadn't had a good night's sleep since her father asked her to marry Duan Mu Li. Her mother told her that she and her father also couldn't get away from internal and external problems. She said that if the expert Shiyu talked about is real, then he must be able to solve their problems. If not, then she must marry Duan Mu Li, as it is her duty as a princess. Li was at his house, lying down while Bai cooked meat for him. He heard someone knocking on the door and rushed out, thinking it was a customer. At the door was Princess Shiyu and her mother. Her mom introduced herself as Zhang Shiyu. Li was quite intimidated by her. He called them inside and told them that he had just finished making lunch. He told Bai that they had a customer coming in. As the two of them talked, Zhang asked Shiyu what that thing was. She told her that it was just a gadget, and they were common around the house of the expert. She was just getting confused since she had never seen something like this. Zhang was astonished and thought that the treasure of the dynasty's Zun Chao was trash compared to this gadget. Shiyu asked Li if the food was actually delicious, and her mother suddenly screamed at her, telling her not to be rude to the expert. Bai told her that she shouldn't use her beauty as an excuse to judge his cooking. Li ordered Bai to quickly serve some meals for the ladies. Bai asked him what flavor he wanted, and he replied that it was the best one. Bai immediately got to work and started preparing the meal. Shiyu and her mother fell in love with the fragrance and taste of the food. They started eating the food vigorously. Li told them that he didn't expect them to like the food this much, since they had finished a whole platter of leopards in an instant. He presented them with the last piece of meat, and Shiyu's mother immediately snatched it for herself. He then asked them what their business was coming to his house. Shigu told him that she was the eldest princess of the Qian Long Xian dynasty, and that she wanted to make a special request for him. She told him that her father had recently ascended to the throne, but his kingship was unstable. They were in an unspeakable situation because of the two powerful ministers who were in charge. Her father was forced to marry her off to the son of one of the traders. She realized that Li wasn't surprised by her revelation, that she was a princess. She thought that since he was an expert in the wild, he must have seen through everything. Li told them that this was a plot from a drama. Both of them were visibly confused. Li laughed and said that he had seen many versions of this routine. In simple words, he had read the manga. The two of them almost exploded, thinking that he must have seen a variety of dynasties change. Li told them not to panic and to tell him everything in detail. He said that he had prepared a variety of resources to help them. She explained that the main forces in the immortal world were divided into the Celestial Dynasty and Sect. The Celestial Dynasty was a dynasty ruled by cultivators. These cultivators ruled over humans and also protected them from monsters' wrath. Qianlong Celestial Dynasty was one of the numerous dynasties in this world, and it prioritized immortality above everything else. Since most immortal cultivators were simple-minded and not good at power skills, it resulted in the alliance of powerful ministers and a holy king only existing in the name. The ministers colluded to do wicked things, and even after interference from the king, they did not stop. She asked Li what they should do in this situation. He said that it sounded like an outdated setting, and asked them if they had ever heard of the 36 stratagems coordinating one stratagem with another. They said that they had never heard of it. He told them to first use the stratagems by creating something out of nothing. They should let out a rumor saying that the selection of the national teacher's son as the concubine is entirely up to the national teacher. The goal is to make good friends with the Holy King in order to gain access to the king's authority. Then, use another stratagem called alienation. The princess should say to the national teacher's son that the prime minister's son was disturbing her every day, and that his dad was planning to ruin their marriage. After this, the game has been set. All they need to do then is not employ the final stratagems, stand by, and watch. All of them will start fighting with each other, and they should just watch. Shiyu said that she didn't really understand the plan, but it sounded feasible. As they walked in the forest, Shiyu told her mother that she had given Li her coming-of-age gift, which her father had given her. Her mother replied by saying that it wouldn't have been an exaggeration, even if she gave him a more precious gift. She said that this time Master Luo Shuang had helped them, but after they got back, they would go to the treasury and prepare a bigger gift. At his house, Li was analyzing the jade pendant. He thought of it as a good fate benefit with the Qianlong dynasty. He then decided to reshape the jade pendant since he was also practicing carving. Sometime later, Li was hiding in the bushes near the pond and looking at the tortoise. He was accompanied by Bai and Blackie, who stared at him in confusion. He screamed at them, saying he was not a cultivator, so it was normal for him to be scared of monsters. He told them that the tortoise was still there, which meant that there were no monsters in this pool. At the Double Sword Peak, the 10,000 Sword Sect was located. There were two groups of cultivators in this world. The first one was the Celestial Dynasty, and the second one was the Sect. The 10,000 Swords Sect was one of the sects. In the old days, an ancestor of the Wizard of 10,000 Swords, who was just practicing, split Mount Qiong in half in a single slash. That mount was named the Double Sword Peak, and so the 10,000 Swords Sect was established. With time, the disciples' strength of the sect deteriorated, and it was the arrival of the end. At the sect, one of the disciples told the sect master that he would be leaving since his internship period was over. The sect master replied by saying that he should leave then, as everyone was leaving. He stared back at a sword that was pushed into the dome and said that it was the end of the 10,000 Swords Sect. A woman called from behind and told the sect master that some disciples were reluctant to leave and wanted to fight till the very end. He told her not to make any unnecessary sacrifices, as the sword demon provoked them by putting a sword in their dome. He couldn't even get near the sword. A sword demon appeared 3 years ago, holding a broken sword and challenging the World Sword Sect alone. The demon was undefeated and was also able to defeat the Sword Sect. The entire family was killed, and there was no one in the world who could draw his sword. He told the woman that she should leave, too, and that he would bear the sword demon alone. A moment later, Luo Shuang, Hao, and Qinzhu showed up. They told the master that they had noticed their fellow disciples escaping and thought something might be wrong. The sect master tried attacking them and told them that they should leave, and if they didn't, he would make them leave. Hao told the master that they must have been blessed since he got a treasure on this trip. They told him that they had met an expert on this trip who had a dog that could kill a big demon in one move. He also had a square box that emitted spiritual energy. That expert gave them this painting, The master asked them if they had been cheated by a door-to-door salesman. They told him that it was indeed a real treasure, but he snatched it from their hands and threw it in the air. As he was about to destroy the scroll with his sword, he got a glance at the painting, and his sword was stopped by another swordsman from the painting. An earthquake shook the ground, and the cultivators realized that their master had just had a breakthrough. The cultivation realm, arranged from the lowest to the highest level, was divided into several stages: chi building, foundation saving, yuan ying, body experience, tribulation integration, divine test, and mahayana. When the disciples witnessed their master succeed, they were filled with amazement. The painting had the power to elevate the sect master's cultivation from yuan ying to the out-of-body experience. The sect master was still working on stabilizing his power when he gazed at the sword demon's sword above. To their surprise, the owner of the demon's sword arrived earlier than expected. The disciples told him that their battle was supposed to take place the next day. They wondered why the sword demon was already there. The sword demon told them that he felt curious since he saw a breakthrough. He smiled happily, because the sect master had prepared well to face him. Without much delay, he approached the sect master, and their strikes clashed. However, the sword demon proved to be too strong for the sect master to handle. His final attack caused a massive explosion, leaving the sect master defeated and lying on the ground. He grew bored with the sect master's limited power, which could withstand his attacks for only a few seconds before succumbing. Eventually, the sword demon decided to depart. The sect master's wife rushed to her husband's side. As he lay in her arms, he told her that if he only had a bit more time to look at the painting, he could have saved the 10,000 sword sect. After hearing these words, the sword demon stopped and returned. He pushed the sect master's wife aside and grabbed the sect master's collar, asking him what he was talking about since he only got knocked out in seconds. He showed the painting to the sect master, claiming that, compared to the painting, the sword demon's sword's consciousness was merely a speck of dust. However, the sword demon attempted to examine the painting himself and immediately declared it a fake. Tearfully, the sword demon wondered how anyone in the world could depict such a sword's consciousness. Suddenly, a powerful killing aura emanated from the sword demon's body. He demanded to be taken to the painter, determined to kill him. Luo Shuang suggested taking him to Li. Hao intervened, stating that they should not involve the expert in sect affairs. However, she insisted, viewing this as their opportunity. Luo Shuang agreed to personally take the sword demon to Li's residence. During the journey, the sword demon attempted to engage in conversation with Luo Shuang, but she shut him down, suggesting he wait until he saw the painter to determine if someone better existed. Though the sword demon agreed, he secretly worried about his chances of winning against the painter. Despite the strong consciousness of the sword in the painting, he felt that if the painter had exhausted all his energy and had no power left, victory might be easier. Upon arriving at Li's residence, they were soon followed by the sect master and his wife. The sect master declared that regardless of the outcome, they would all face the consequences. Disgusted by their actions, the sword demon decided to confront Li immediately. He called out for Li to come out and kneel before him, but only the wind responded. There was no answer from inside the house. Luo Shuang's mother suggested that Li might be out. Upon hearing this, the sect master was surprised to the point of bleeding from his wound. He realized that they were in serious trouble without a response. The sword demon, frustrated by the lack of a response, decided to destroy Li's house. He flew with full force, swinging his sword, but a protective barrier appeared, confounding him. Suddenly, a giant phoenix emerged from behind the sword demon, taking him by surprise. Despite feeling tricked, the sword demon, determined to uphold his dignity, engaged the phoenix. Unfortunately, the phoenix's fiery breath proved too powerful, causing the sword demon to vanish from the earth. After defeating the sword demon, the phoenix returned to the jade hanging in front of Li's house. The sect master was genuinely surprised that the seemingly unbeatable sword demon had disappeared so easily. It seemed that the expert was truly extraordinary, sparing no mercy for their enemy, using the jade to eliminate the threat. The sect master's wife remarked that although the demon had been defeated, they should consider the consequences of destroying the painting. The sect master fretted over this possibility. Confidently, the sect master stated that they would face the consequences, but Luo Shuang told them that Li might not be home and could have fled. This left the sect master and his wife half dead in shock, as they had expected Luo Shuang to offer herself in marriage to Li as a form of responsibility. However, they ultimately agreed to return home and visit the expert on another day, after preparing a gift. Luo Shuang wanted to take the demon's sword, but the sect master stopped her, explaining that it was an illusory sword that boosted its user's power, but at the cost of their sanity and transformation into an unknowable monster. Since the demon had been killed by the expert would also take the sword. After all the discussions, they finally returned to the 10,000 Swords sect, where the sword was still stuck in Li's house. Not long after, Li returned carrying firewood and was quite surprised to see the demon's sword left in his yard. He shouted around, looking for the owner of the sword, thinking that someone had dropped it there. However, there was no response to his calls, and he wondered if the sword was no longer wanted. Li decided to take the sword and noticed that it felt warm in his hand. Blackie, his dog, barked anxiously, seemingly warning him not to take someone else's belongings. Li reassured Blackie that he would return the sword when the owner came looking for it. Unbeknownst to Li, the sword emitted an evil energy, though he couldn't perceive it, and considered it quite extraordinary. From the sword, a demon emerged, attempting to entice Li with offers of revenge, power, and fame. However, Li remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the demon's words. The demon, frustrated and humiliated, was cast aside with the firewood. Li left the scene, feeling fortunate and thinking about Witty's prophecy, which had come true, making him very happy. Later, the demon's sword called out to Li, but there was no one in the room. The demon, mentally affected, considered himself trash. My man literally got depressed. The demon suddenly realized how majestic he was and started motivating himself. He saw the door that Li had used and quickly flew through the room to find him. However, he was met with an inexplicable attack that destroyed his body. Confused, he reappeared but was soon attacked again. This time, he realized that an ordinary brush was the source of the attacks, a brush to draw the final line. The demon panicked, but concluded that it was a mere coincidence and attempted to find an alternative route. Unfortunately, the cabinet he stepped on proved to be a magical object that destroyed him once more. The demon, still not giving up, cautiously attempted to crawl past the cabinet and the brush but fell victim to another attack, leading to his destruction. He appeared again, battered and bruised and determined to prove himself. This time, he tried to avoid the brush and cabinet, but was met with a new form of attack. The demon continued his efforts, but was once again defeated, realizing that he couldn't escape the room. The demon found himself in a beautiful world, full of green plants and colors, accompanied by a small monk named Lankavatara Sutra. The demon, in his arrogance, attempted to attack the monk, but every word and movement of the monk resulted in powerful blows. He was overwhelmed by continuous strikes, until he was helpless. The monk offered to convert the demon to a new religion, leaving the demon in despair and screaming in terror. Meanwhile, Li was in his garden, joyful and surprised to see that the turtle he received from the fish seller had grown significantly in just 2 weeks. While he was impressed, he also harbored suspicions about the rapid growth. Nevertheless, he concluded that it might be a rare species and decided to thank the fish seller. As Li approached the pond with the large turtle, he noticed an unfamiliar creature's tail at the bottom. Later, at the market, Li met the fish seller. Wanting to buy fish and to express his gratitude for the turtle, the fish seller initially doubted Li's claims about the turtle's rapid growth. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the streets became crowded with people, making it difficult for Li to move. He noticed banknotes floating in the air and realized that it was due to a funeral procession in the city. People speculated about the cause of Miss Chun's death, and Li inquired about it. He learned that Miss Chun had died due to complications during childbirth. However, Li noticed Blackie barking and conveying a message to him. Li suspected that something was amiss and approached Miss Chun's coffin to check her vital signs. With gloves he found, Li confirmed that Miss Chun was not dead, but had experienced apparent death. Li decided to perform a life-saving cesarean section to deliver the baby. He obtained surgical tools and wore a doctor's outfit, surprising everyone with his preparations. He even produced a large operating lamp from his pocket, further bewildering the onlookers. Li proceeded with the operation, and after making the incision, he extracted the baby. Despite the initial shock and doubt, people were amazed by Li's skill. Li also managed to cut the baby's umbilical cord and handed the infant to a woman for care. Later, Li took care of his garden, joyful over the success of saving both Miss Chun and the baby. Li held a small mule in his hand, prompting a woman to ask why he was taking it out. Li explained that the baby needed a little shock to make him cry. He carefully stuck the small needle on the baby's scalp, and instantly, the baby began to cry loudly. Someone give this man a raise. Seeing his child alive brought tears to the father's eyes. People around them were deeply impressed by Li's actions, praising him. However, Li asked them not to exaggerate. Li turned his attention to the closed coffin and inquired about it. The people who had closed the coffin explained that Miss Chun had sacrificed her life for the newborn young master, but couldn't bear to see her abdomen open in such a manner. This angered Li, and he scolded them for their superstitious actions, emphasizing that he had already stated that Miss Chun was not dead. Time passed, and Li successfully closed Miss Chun's operation wound. Miss Chun was now breathing normally, although she remained unconscious. People gathered around Li, praising him for his remarkable skills. Among the onlookers, a woman named Lin Qingyun from the immortal Lingyun Pavilion observed Li's actions with curiosity. She found it very interesting and didn't expect Li to save someone who had already seemingly passed away. Qingyun shared some healing methods she knew, but she believed they wouldn't have worked in this case. She continued to talk as if addressing someone else and expressed her understanding of why Li had refused help from the immortal pavilion. However, Shiyu, who was present, denied knowing Li, which was met with skepticism from Qingyun. She pressed Shiyu for Li's true identity. Even after all the pressure and questions, Shiyu rejected everything and told her that she knew nothing, leaving her even more curious and confused. Meanwhile, Li sneezed in his house because he felt people were talking about him. He was happy to be praised, but pretended to be embarrassed by the attention. Blackie, his dog, seemed to enjoy the praise and looked annoyed when Li tried to downplay it. On his way home, Li received a call from Aunt Zhang, Nun Nun's mother, who knelt down and implored Li to help save her daughter, Nun Nun. Aunt Zhang explained that after Nun Nun had returned from being saved by Li, her soul had not returned, and she showed no signs of reacting. Li examined Nun Nun and diagnosed her with severe post-traumatic stress disorder. He apologized to Aunt Zhang, explaining that he couldn't save her daughter because he hadn't studied clinical psychology. Aunt Zhang was perplexed by Li's words and did not understand the concept of clinical psychology. Li felt guilty for not being able to help and promised to find a solution. Aunt Zhang accepted Li's apology, and Li continued to think about how to assist Nun Nun. As Li walked, he felt like someone was following him, and he sneezed, thinking that people were discussing him. He was right, as Qingyun and Shiyu were indeed following him. Qingyun had found Li's residence and decided to see who he really was. However, before she could approach, Sect Master Bai, his wife, and Luo Shuan arrived. Qingyun was surprised by their presence and greeted them. Bai mentioned that he had reached the out-of-body experience stage, thanks to the help of a certain expert. This left Qingyun in shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Bai laughed loudly, since he appeared pleased and proud of his achievements. He also mentioned that the demon sword had been defeated by the expert, which was why the 10,000 Swords sect was fortunate to meet this expert. The expert in question was Li, and now Qingyun has become even more curious. She also recalled everything Li had done, from helping Shiyu defeat the demon sword, to aiding the sect master in his breakthrough, and even resurrecting the dead. She wondered if Li truly accomplished all of these feats. Qingyun's perspective shifted as she gazed towards the entrance of Li's residence, sensing a foreboding aura that made her feel like she was about to be engulfed in an unknown world. She fearfully asked if there was someone in this world who could perform such extraordinary deeds. Qingyun continued to ponder the possibilities, which only heightened her anxiety. The sect master and the others had already arrived at Li's residence, and Luo Shuan couldn't understand why Qingyun was shouting so strangely. The sect master asked Luo Shuan to leave Qingyun alone, as she appeared to be just as eccentric as her master. Bai instructed them to depart promptly, as he was unaware of what had happened to the demon sword they had left at Li's residence a few days ago. Luo Shuan knocked on Li's door once, and Li immediately opened it with a welcoming smile, as if he had been anticipating their arrival. Li greeted Luo Shuan, and she introduced the sect master and his wife as her parents. Suddenly, Qingyun interjected into the conversation, leaving Li surprised. He asked who Qingyun was, and she introduced herself as a good friend of Luo Shuan. Luo Shuan's family was surprised by Qingyun's unexpected appearance and her familiarity with their daughter. Li welcomed them into his yard, and the only one who seemed impressed and surprised by the surroundings was Qingyun. She seemed to consider Li's residence a magical place, noticing the presence of spiritual water and even a sofa, which she humorously commented on. Li appreciated Qingyun's lively and humorous demeanor, while she continued to be enthusiastic. Li offered them the porridge he had just prepared, and he thought they might want some too. Qingyun, however, still appeared impressed and excited, as she had detected spiritual energy in the air within Li's residence. Meanwhile, Qing Yun's energetic behavior caught the attention of Luo Shuan, who was surprised by her reaction. She urged Qing Yun not to overreact, stating that it was normal to see things like that when exploring an expert's home. With an intimidating expression, Luo Shuan cautioned Qing Yun not to discuss cultivation in front of the expert, as it could be dangerous. Qing Yun immediately quieted down, and Li was taken aback by the sudden change in her demeanor. Qing Yun pretended to be tired and requested a rest, although her face betrayed a sense of anxiety. She silently cursed herself for her reckless behavior and vowed to build a good relationship with Li. He offered the porridge, but both the sect master and Qing Yun declined. However, Luo Shuan had already scooped up the porridge in her bowl and showed it to the sect master, questioning whether he wanted to eat it. The sect master was surprised by the porridge's radiant appearance, realizing that it contained spiritual energy. He murmured aloud about wanting to eat it, but unfortunately, the rest of the porridge had already been fed to Blackie, Li's dog. Li asked the sect master to repeat what he had said, but the sect master remained silent and turned into a statue. Luo Shuan consumed the porridge in her bowl, and with just that, she successfully broke through to the intermediate stage of basic cultivation. This breakthrough was a source of great joy for her parents. In contrast, Qing Yun was still in shock, but Luo Shuan's achievement had a profound impact on her. Qing Yun realized that she needed to win over the expert, as the interests of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion were at stake. The sect master then informed Li that Luo Shuan had brought a painting, which he had gifted them during their previous encounter. He said that it had greatly benefited him, and as a token of gratitude, Luo Shuan had brought a small gift. The gift was a protective crystal ball of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Naturally, it surprised Qing Yun that the 10,000 Sword Sect would give such a valuable item, but Li had different thoughts. He considered the crystal ball nothing more than a shining stone. Knowing that Li regarded the protective jade as a mere shiny stone, Qing Yun found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't help but laugh, pleased that Li had underestimated the gift from the sect master. Li graciously accepted the gift, expressing his gratitude. He liked it because it could be used as a lamp at night. Luo Shuan didn't concern herself with its use, leaving it entirely up to Li. She asked Qing Yun if she had come empty-handed. This question seemed to upset Qing Yun. She struggled to cover her embarrassment and assured them that she would bring gifts next time. She said that the Lingyun Pavilion possessed a vast collection of treasures, so there was no need to be hesitant. Observing Qing Yun's uncontrolled reaction, Li tried to break the ice. He encouraged Qing Yun to relax and consider his home as her own. The fact that she had come to his house already made him happy. Li's defense of Qing Yun made her blush, and she acknowledged that despite her embarrassment, Li had helped her. Indeed, Li was a kind-hearted expert. Li also wanted to seek their help for a little girl who had become mentally ill out of fear. He inquired if they had a solution. Luo Shuan seemed to recognize the girl and asked if it was Nun Nun. As usual, Qing Yun's habit of interrupting resurfaced, as she insisted on providing an answer. Inside, she felt that this was her chance to make up for her earlier rudeness. With a know-it-all attitude, Qing Yun explained that if Nun Nun was scared, her soul might have been damaged. The Lingyun Immortal Pavilion had many soul-curing medicines. Li, excited, sought confirmation from Luo Shuan. However, she was not to be outdone and argued against Qing Yun's proposed solution. According to Luo Shuan, Nun Nun was still very young, and her soul power was weak, making it unlikely she could use the medicines. Qing Yun attempted to find another solution, but she was met with arguments from Luo Shuan. Left with no other options, Qing Yun finally gave in. When Li personally asked her if she had any other solutions, she mentioned that she fell into a coma as a child because she was scared. Back then, her master would tell her stories at her bedside, and it cured her. However, at this moment, her master was overwhelmed and unable to help. Hearing this, the sect master of the 10,000 Sword Sect teasingly remarked that Yun the Lingyun Pavilion, including the pavilion master, didn't have a solution. Qing Yun appeared unsure of how to respond, but Li suddenly brightened up and thanked her for her suggestion. Initially skeptical of Li, due to the complexities of treating a damaged soul, Qing Yun wondered if Li genuinely had a solution. With an innocent face, Li shared that he knew some seemingly ridiculous methods that humans used. He invited them to give it a try immediately. Their amazement was beyond measure, as they had expected nothing less from the expert. Highly damaged souls could even be healed using ordinary human methods. The sect master, his wife, and Luo Shuan discussed the idea of accompanying Li to Nun Nun's residence, considering it a great blessing to observe Li's methods. Meanwhile, Li bid farewell to Bai and ordered him to take care of the house. Seeing Li leaving the residence, the sect master of a 10,000 sword sect prepared to approach him. The sect master requested permission to accompany Li, and naturally, Li had no objections. Soon, they arrived at Nun Nun's residence to assess her condition. Nun Nun appeared slightly surprised by Li's arrival, and Aunt Zhang expressed her gratitude for Li's assistance. Nun Nun's condition had deteriorated significantly, with her eyes squinting at the center. Luo Shuang and Qing Yuan were shocked by the severity of her condition. Luo Shuang reassured Aunt Zhang, telling her not to worry. With a genuine smile, Li promised Nun Nun that he would tell her a story, hoping it would restore her eyesight and alleviate her fear of monsters. Li mentioned that the story he would tell was Journey to the West or Sun Wukong. Blackie, Li's dog, suddenly realized something, as it was a story from a book they had in their house. Li began narrating the opening of the story, and Blackie soon dozed off to sleep. This is exactly how it feels to take morning lectures, seeing the enthusiastic Immortals who were moved to tears just by hearing the story's beginning. Li continued to recount Journey to the West for a while. They all regarded Li's words as profound truths and universal laws of progression. Seeing the Immortals' reactions, Blackie felt the pressure, realizing that many people had come to hear the story of Journey to the West. Li, who enjoyed praise, was both shy and happy about the large audience. Li delved further into the story's core, focusing on a monkey who led a group of monkeys on the mountain of flowers and fruits where they lived happily. The monkey embarked on a journey to pursue longevity, sailing the seas on a bamboo raft and studying under a master. Finally, he became the master's disciple. Sun Wukong asked if he could attain longevity after learning the arc. I finished the story in the first part. A child who heard the story developed a fondness for the monkey character, while the cultivators had their own perspectives. They were moved to tears by the story, declaring it to be the voice of great truth. Some even believe Li was recounting his personal experiences. Li concluded the story that day, promising to continue it in the next part. Meanwhile, he felt excited, thinking that if this was his debut as a storyteller, he would undoubtedly become very famous. Li also noticed a change in Nun Nun's condition. He wasn't sure if the story had worked on her. Surprisingly, Nun Nun had regained her senses, and her crossed eyes had returned to normal. People lost track of time as they listened to the story, eventually departing. The sect master asked Li if he could continue the story the next day, and they left with hopeful expressions. They believed that if Li's story was indeed detailed and based on true experiences, perhaps it was a story from someone of the highest authority in the immortal world. The sect master was uncertain if ordinary cultivators deserved to hear such a secret. Li replied that they could return the next day and advised them to bring chairs to avoid discomfort while sitting. Afterwards, the sect master, his wife, and Luo Shuang left to return to their sect, leaving Qing Yuan behind. She called Li and shyly apologized for not being able to help. Li was surprised and reassured her, stating that he had come up with a solution after considering her previous words. Qing Yuan could return the next day to listen to the rest of the story, and Li even extended an invitation for her to visit his residence frequently. He hoped to build a network with Lingyun Pavilion, given its reputation as the strongest sect. However, Qing Yuan interpreted his invitation differently and burst into tears. She promised to return to hear the rest of the story. After everyone had left, Li also bid farewell to Aunt Zhang and continued on his way. However, he was stopped by someone who appeared to be a scholar. The man was named Meng Liang, and he praised Li's story, comparing it to the sound of thunder in the distance. Li, who enjoyed compliments, wore a happy but somewhat pretentious expression. Meng Liang was curious about something and wanted Li to enlighten him. He inquired about a way to achieve a long life. Li was puzzled by the question, but Meng Liang was eager to hear Li's answer. He mentioned that he had been searching for a path to longevity for a long time, scouring books to no avail, until he heard Li's story. Meng Liang wanted to know the secret. His questions and words left Li feeling uneasy, unsure of how to respond. Li began to realize that, despite not being an immortal and merely an ordinary human, he needed to offer a response. Li posed another question, asking Meng Liang if he had ever felt crazy after reading a book, instead of gaining knowledge from it. Meng Liang proudly admitted to being engrossed in books, but feeling that he still knew nothing. Li found himself stunned and mused to himself that Meng Liang was a fool. He believed that throughout history, no one had truly achieved immortality. Death remained an inevitability, even for those who cultivated it for thousands of years. Li patted Meng Liang's shoulder and advised him to focus on the present. As Li walked away, he remarked that this was all he could say. Silence enveloped Meng Liang as he watched Li depart. Meng Liang found himself tearing up, appreciating Li's wisdom about focusing on the present. Meanwhile, Li was thoroughly unsettled, drenched in cold sweat, as he hurriedly moved away from Meng Liang. Li should probably hold a TED Talk. He feared that he might unintentionally offend an idealist and decided it was best to leave the situation behind. Transitioning to Mount 10,000 Sword, a young man and his master were ascending the mountain. The young man inquired when they would reach the 10,000 Sword sect. He expressed curiosity about why they should hurry, when the 10,000 Sword sect had been challenged by a sword demon and should have gone extinct. The master, named Master Zhao, explained that he and the 10,000 Sword sect's sect master were sword cultivators who had been quietly battling for over a century. The sect master of 10,000 Swords had recently met a horrific end at the hands of a sword demon. However, upon reaching the top of the mountain, he was shocked to see Master Bai alive and well. Master Zhao believed that Master Bai should have passed away sooner so that he could collect his corpse. Master Bai, in good humor, thanked Master Zhao but said that he had no intention of dying. Master Zhao speculated that Master Bai might have escaped when the sword demon arrived. He mentioned that he had reached the stage of out-of-body experience. Master Bai confidently asserted that he didn't flee and that the sword demon was not a big deal to him. Zhao congratulated him on his breakthrough and with a saddened expression, told him that he was nearing his end. He said that he had less than 50 years to live. Hearing this, Bai decided to tell him the truth and confessed that the person who killed the sword demon was someone else. Zhao was surprised to hear this and tried to ask for more information. Bai told him that he would take him to listen to the story the next day. The next day, Li was welcomed by a large crowd, who were eager to hear his story. Many people had even reserved seats to ensure a comfortable listening experience. On his way to An Cheng's house, Li was intercepted by Meng Liang, who approached him with great excitement, having waited for him for a long time. Despite Li's attempt to distance himself, Meng Liang persisted in his nonsensical talk, causing Li to feel pressured. Li seized an opportunity to escape from Meng Liang. Li arrived at Aunt Zhang's house, where many people had already gathered, including Master Bai, Master Zhao, and others who were new to him. Though Li's story contained a path to achieving a long life, many found it difficult to comprehend. Li continued telling the story until it suddenly started raining. People rushed back to their homes, intending to return the next day for the rest of the story. Master Bai and Master Zhao remained mesmerized by Li's majestic words, while Li was annoyed that he hadn't brought an umbrella. Upon returning to Li's residence, Bai and Blackie were shocked to see Li's pet golden fish seemingly flying away. However, the goldfish, resembling a dragon, had a surprising effect on the cloudy sky. It caused the rain to stop and the sky to clear. Li was elated, believing he had performed a good deed. He even wondered if he could control the rain. Master Bai and Lu Shuang were left bewildered, wondering if Li had claimed not to be immortal. Subsequently, Meng Liang approached Li again, but this time, he was too close for comfort. Meng Liang expressed his intention to write down Li's story and publish it as a book. Li reluctantly agreed, but Meng Liang wanted to credit Li as the author. Li objected, insisting that the book should be credited to Wu Cheng'an instead. Bro was scared of copyright claims. Meng Liang suddenly realized something and hastily departed, promising to edit the book soon. Master Bai and the others were impressed by Li's refusal to accept favors and his humility. Li bid them farewell after spending 2 days helping Nun Nun. He invited them to his house next time and suggested they go hunting together. Hunting, in this context, refers to hunting demons or monsters. Master Zhao asked Lu about the kind of beast Li meant. Lu explained that Li likely wanted them to hunt demons or monsters. Master Bai expressed pessimism, mentioning the severe injury Nun Nun had suffered from the leopard monster, previously hunted by Li. Lady Li was enthusiastic about the idea and offered to find some big demons for Li. However, they clarified that he didn't want them to hunt the Demon King. He explained that even just capturing the Demon King would suffice to satisfy him. He planned to send the hunted creatures to Li as a gesture of goodwill. Several hundred miles away on Tiger Mountain, a tiger sat on its throne, with the word death above its head. Meanwhile, Li hung his clothes to dry and was surprised by a knock on his door. It was Master Bai and Master Zhao, accompanied by 3 monsters, a giant tiger, a 3-tailed lion, and a 2-headed wolf. They brought these creatures as a gift to show their respect for Li. Afterwards, they all shared a meal prepared by Li, who demonstrated how to eat hot pot. The guests were amazed by the food's flavors, and even Master Bai, who preferred vegetables, appreciated the taste. Master Bai also noted that the vegetables contained spiritual qi, making them beneficial for health. In a forest near the mountains, two white foxes, one with 7 tails and the other with 5, walked together. The smaller fox warned her sister not to transform. A transformation had to be endured through a catastrophe and several thunderstorms, otherwise, her soul would pass away. The big white fox was the elder sister, adorned with 7 tails, while the younger one had 5 tails. The younger fox repeatedly implored her elder sister not to undergo the transformation because it would erase her cultivation years, forcing her to start anew. The younger one expressed her sorrow at how her sister, once transformed, had been discovered by an unsightly old man. The elder sister, upset by her sister's words, requested her not to speak further. Reassuring her sister once more, the elder fox immediately left as time was running out. The 7-tailed fox sprinted towards her destination, fully aware of the risks involved in the transformation. She understood that completing the transformation was crucial, as it would allow her to stay by her savior's side, serving him and repaying his kindness. In the distance, a massive lightning bolt struck something, startling Li, who was carrying firewood. He hadn't expected such a huge lightning strike and rain during broad daylight, causing him great distress. Lightning bolts continued to strike, eventually converging near Li. Seeking shelter, Li found a cave to protect himself, fearing that the apocalypse was imminent. However, he soon realized that the lightning only struck one place repeatedly. Nearby, 2 individuals seeking shelter from the rain recognized this pattern and concluded that a 1,000-year-old fox demon was undergoing transformation. They decided to find the transformed fox, as capturing its demon core would greatly aid their cultivation progress. Back in the heart of the forest, a stunning young woman with pink hair and vivid green eyes, wearing only a transparent cloth, surveyed her surroundings. This woman was the 7-tailed fox, now transformed into a human. Li emerged from the bushes, grumbling about his wet firewood. To his shock, he encountered the beautiful woman in the middle of the jungle. Li instinctively covered his face, but left his eyes open. Okay, this man is down bad. He was stunned by the unexpected sight of a gorgeous woman in the wilderness. Unaware of Li's presence, the fox woman expressed her gratitude for being found by her savior, Li. She reminisced about how she had been a 7-tailed fox for years ago, when she was injured by cultivators. She considered herself fortunate that Li had come to her aid, as not only had he healed her wounds, but she had also grown her 9th tail in just 3 years, thanks to his assistance. Li, covering his face while still sneaking glances, realized that the fox woman was still quite weak. He offered to take her for treatment. Grateful for Li's help, the fox woman agreed. Li contemplated that he always found opportunities in various situations. Meanwhile, the younger sister of the fox demon, who had transformed into a human, discovered their departure. Fuming with anger towards Li for causing her sister to transform and lose her cultivation, she vowed to ensure that Li met his end before her sister's imminent death. In the distant forest, immortal cultivators hundreds of miles away also recognized the unusual transformation and set out to investigate. They realized that the direction led to the residence of the expert, Li. Though unaware of the fox demon's motives for surrendering her cultivation, they were eager to capture her and obtain her valuable demon core. Back at Li's residence, he continued to care for the fox woman. As Li reassured her of her safety and the remote location of his home, thunderous sounds echoed in the background. Li was determined to provide her with a secure environment. The fox woman, relieved and grateful, smiled brightly and eagerly agreed to trust Li. As they conversed, Li asked for her name, but the fox woman had none. She left it to Li to give her a name. While Li contemplated, he imagined her as a servant in a wealthy family, deprived of even a name, and envisioned various scenarios in which he could benefit from her gratitude. He vowed to protect and cherish her. Their interactions were disrupted by the sound of thunder, which prompted Li to reassure her once more. Li's words touched her heart, and she accepted the name Da Yi with joy. As Da Yi was about to speak, Li left to prepare medicine for her, leaving her elated. She had never expected to be in such close quarters with a man, and the anticipation filled her with nervous excitement. Li didn't want to dwell on it too much. He hurried to find medicine in a nearby forest. Meanwhile, Master Bai and Master Zhao were grateful for Lady Li's assistance. They had been dealing with annoying ants bothering the expert, and Lady Li helped them get rid of these pests. As they boasted about their success, a voice interrupted, inquiring about the fish. To their surprise, it was King Lu himself, who had personally arrived. The 3 of them respectfully greeted King Luo. Despite the sects having their own formations and leaders, they all collectively answered, to the Qianlong celestial dynasty. For this reason, the king had great influence even though its cultivation level was not exceptional. As the king looked at Master Bai and Zhao, he was shocked and wondered how they managed to break through to the out-of-body experience stage. His daughter Xiyu told him that Li had helped them in their breakthrough. Bai immediately spoke up and told the king that Li had helped them in defeating the sword demon. Zhao also claimed that he broke through after drinking from a hot pot served by Li. Chen Jiyun said that Li had given her the wisdom of the truth, for which she was truly grateful. The king got a bit envious after hearing all this, but he couldn't see it on his face. He told them that they should go to Li's place and find out if he had anything else for them to do. The five of them stood in front of Li's door. Before they knocked on the door, King Lu noticed the jade pendant hanging on the wall. Master Bai told him that Li had carved the pendant and turned the worn-off stone into a priceless treasure. King Lu felt ashamed that he gave Li such a worthless treasure. He punched the wall, thinking Li despised him because of his gift. King Lu thought to himself that he needed to make up for his mistake. As he was beating himself up, Li opened the door and asked them why they were all there. They told him that they happened to meet by accident and decided to greet him at his house. Xiyu introduced him to her father and told him that his name was Luo Jinghong. Li realized that Luo was a king and almost fainted in shock. He greeted the king and told them that he needed their advice regarding a matter. King Lu assured him that he would do his best to assist him in anything. Shen Jiyun said that they were ready to kill anyone who was bothering him. My man literally has the king working for him. Li told them that it wasn't like anything they were expecting. He just wanted their advice on curing a girl who had been struck by lightning. All of them were astonished to see that the girl he was talking about was actually the monster everyone was looking for. The girl got scared as she saw them because she thought they were there to capture her. Li looked at them and asked them if it was true. All of them got scared to death and immediately told him that it was all a misunderstanding. They told the girl that they were friends with Li and weren't there to harm her. Li told them his theory and said that the girl was probably the maid of a rich family. She barely managed to escape, and now she was mistaking them for the bad guys. After talking to them, he gave her the green signal, and the girl calmed down. She said that she trusted Li, so if he told her that those people were good, she would believe him. Li asked them if they could help her, and said that it would mean a lot to him. Shen Jiyun realized that it was a hopeless case, since the girl's vitality had been lost. Before she could say anything, Li told her that he could do it himself, but it would require a lot of effort and resources. He then gave the girl a bowl of medicine, and she started glowing. Master Bai and the rest of the group saw her condition improve greatly with just a single sip. Shen Jiyun couldn't believe that just a single bowl could bring the girl back from the brink of death. Seeing this miracle made her appreciate Li even more. She told him that there were many helpful elixirs in the Lin Jiyun Immortal Pavilion that could help Da Yi. Master Bai and Master Zhao couldn't just stand still after hearing this, so they also claimed to have elixirs of the highest qualities and offered them to Li. It was King Luo's turn. He told Li that he would also offer him an elixir, but before that, he wanted to give him another gift. Luo took out a small box from his pocket that was supposed to contain the national treasure of the Qianlong celestial dynasty. Li thanked him for the gift, and as soon as he opened it, a huge dragon flew out of the box. The fierce and terrifying flame dragon asked them why they dared to summon him. Master Bai couldn't believe that he was staring at the national treasure. As it was all happening, the dragon took a single look at Li and hid itself back inside the box. King Lu was lost for words upon witnessing this, since he couldn't fathom the thought of his dragon hiding. Shen Jiyun said that the dragon was the Qianlong celestial dynasty's greatest treasure. The dragon was so terrifying that it seemed like no one could tame it. However, a single look from Li made it shiver and hide like a cat. Li asked the king if the dragon just breathed fire out of his mouth. He said that it happened too fast, so he couldn't see it properly. He requested the dragon to breathe fire for him again, and a bunch of fireworks erupted from the box. Li excitedly told them that they gifted him a light bulb last time, and this time, it was lighter. He told them that he couldn't keep taking things from them, and promised to give them a gift the next time they visited him. Upon hearing this, they all started crying and thanked Li for his offer. They quickly made their way back to get the meds. After going back to the pavilion, Shen Jiyun requested one of the elders to bring out everything they had. The man told her that they had so many elixirs that it would take months to get them out. They were suffering from success. He told her that she could name specific elixirs, and he would take them out for her, since it wasn't recommended to bring them all out at once. Shin Ji-yoon agreed with him and ordered him to bring out only the best. Back at Lee's house, he and Da Yi were walking through the garden. He introduced her to his dog and the robot. The robot got on his knees and greeted Da Yi by calling her the mistress. Lee blushed and tried to be upset about it. Bai is just helping our boy get girlfriend. Meanwhile, Da Yi couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. She wondered how she would pay back Lee's debt, since it appeared to be impossible, given the circumstances. She thought that she was being a burden by staying with him. Da Yi asked Lee if she could stay with him. He smiled and told her that she could stay in his house forever if she wanted. Da Yi buried her head in the ground like an ostrich and pledged to serve Lee for her entire life. Lee held her head back up and told her that she didn't need to serve anyone, since they were both equals. Da Yi told him that she didn't know what it meant. This made him speechless, since he thought that Da Yi had never been treated equally in her entire life. He told her that they could start by playing a chess match. As they sat to play, Lee explained that everyone is equal when they play chess. All classes and statuses are destroyed when playing this game. Da Yi still couldn't understand what he was trying to teach her, so he decided to show her instead. He said that chess helped to improve relationships and played his first move. All of a sudden, the pieces started flying towards Da Yi. She was starting to realize what it meant. Da Yi felt like an ant among the huge pieces and the massive chessboard. She had finally understood that Lee was trying to teach her the truth of the world. It was the yin and yang. She thought to herself that she was too stupid to understand it. So Lee had to use this chess game to make it easier for her. Outside her imagination, Lee was still trying to teach her the rules of the game. He asked her if she wanted to try playing the game, but saw tears coming out of her eyes. Da Yi looked at him with a smile on her face and said that she would try it again. For those who don't understand, Da Yi thought that he was trying to teach her about cultivation, while Lee was simply teaching her the rules of the game. You can say she has an imaginative mind. Da Yi bowed down to him again and thanked him. Lee told her to get up and reminded her that they were both equal, so she should be saying that. Da Yi ignored what she heard and told him that she was willing to be his slave for her entire life, since she wanted to pay back for his kindness. Something clicked inside Lee's mind, and he started thinking that it must be a test from the gods. He nervously laughed and told her that he would allow her to be his slave, since she was so persistent. Bai and Blackie saw this and wondered if a human could even say those words. In his defense, he's been lonely for a while. Later, Lee decided to leave his home to gather some vegetables from the forest. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by the scholar. The scholar was meditating, so he had his eyes closed. Lee started walking slowly, hoping that he wouldn't get noticed by the man. But as soon as he took some more steps, the scholar instantly slid towards him. Lee asked him what he was doing outside his house. The man told him that the writing outside his house had made him curious, and he didn't want to bother him. Lee actually wrote that sentence while experiencing brain fade. He told the man that it was just scribbling, like he was not ready to believe it. He told Lee that he had come here to seek his guidance, but before he could even meet him, he had already found his answer at his doorstep. He continued yapping about how he found the true meaning of life, and Lee decided to make an escape quietly. When the man finished talking, he noticed that Lee had already left. He smiled and sat back on the stone to meditate. During that time, Shiyu and King Luo were returning back to Lee's house after gathering all the elixirs they could find. During their flight, King Luo sensed some evil qi emanating from the forest below. He told Shiyu that it was coming from the direction of Lee's house. The qi suggested that the monsters were at the level of the Demon King. King Luo guessed that they were after the fox girl who was living with Master Lee. If they managed to get their hands on the girl, it might cause some trouble for Lee, so they needed to get rid of them before they reached the girl. Shiyu asked him if they could even defeat such high-level monsters by themselves. King Luo told her that he didn't know, but they still had to try their best. The scene shifted to the monsters, who were standing outside Lee's house. They had followed the scent of the nine-tailed fox, and it led them to his house. The monsters talked to each other about how easy it was to find the fox. The nine-tailed fox had previously escaped, but they were confident that she wouldn't be able to make it out this time. As the monsters walked towards the house, they noticed the scholar sitting outside in silence. They decided to ignore the guy, since they had more important matters at hand. However, before they could leave, the scholar called them out and warned them not to go further. Hearing this, the bull and the cat monster got mad and attacked the man with a powerful burst of energy. They thought that the attack might be enough to scare the man away, but to their surprise, the scholar was still sitting. After everything had cleared up, he stood up and slowly started walking towards them. He told them that they had no right to step foot on Li's property and to disturb him. This made the cat monster mad, and he started preparing for his attack. The monster surrounded himself in lightning and attacked the scholar with full force. However, just like their previous attack, this one had no effect on the man as well. I'm no expert, but I think they should start repenting for their sins. The monsters could see that their time was over, so they started begging the man for mercy. The scholar ignored their cries and with a single glance turned them both into ordinary animals. He talked to the animals and showed grief that they had to go the wrong way, since it wasn't easy for animals to cultivate into powerful monsters. The two monsters were now at the start of their cultivation journey again. Bro sent them back to level 1. King Luo and Shiyu secretly watched the scholar all this time. As they walked closer, the scholar asked them if they were Li's guests. He said that he was a bit jealous, since he wasn't invited inside, and attributed it to his own lack of wisdom. The man told them that they should be thankful for the chance. King Luo showed the man some respect and told him that he would keep his words in mind. As the man started walking away, Shiyu asked him where he was going. The scholar told her that he was going to follow the story of Journey of the West. She asked him why he wasn't wearing any shoes, since the destination he intended to go to was quite far. The man said that keeping his feet in contact with the ground made him one with the heavens and the earth. As he left, King Luo said that the man might not be cultivating like them, but instead, he must be seeking truth. The two of them went inside to meet Li. As they greeted him, they told Li about their encounter with the scholar. King Luo told him about the scholar's intentions to revise his story. Li called him a nerd and said that the man always yapped about longevity, even though he had explained it many times. My man casually roasted the most powerful scholar. Li thanked them for the herbs, but they were too shocked by his previous words to hear anything else. They thought that the scholar had learned the truth of longevity from Li, and that's why he was so strong. Meanwhile, Li was busy calling the space Jade Bracelet, a storage device. As they were talking, Shin Ji-yoon entered through the gate and was understandably shocked. Upon seeing the bracelet in Li's hand, she realized that the Celestial Dynasty had brought their most valuable gift. If she needed to win this, she had to give her all. Fortunately, Shin Ji-yoon had also brought everything she had. She presented all of her most valuable elixirs to Li. King Luo and Shi-yu couldn't even endure the bright light emanating from the elixirs. The elixirs were so rare that the people who could use the elixirs could be counted on fingers. Li saw them and thought they looked like some props in video games. Just then, Master Bai and Master Zhao also rushed inside Li's house. Master Zhao held a small box in his hands and told Li that he couldn't offer him elixirs of the same level as others, like he had this seed. The seed had been kept alive for thousands of years and was acquired by luck while traveling in an ancient secret realm. Li noticed that the seed was still alive and asked Master Zhao if he could try to revive it. Zhao happily gave him permission. Li was confident in his gardening skills, since he had been assigned the title of the ultimate farmer by the system. After getting all the gifts, Li decided to give them something in return. They all watched him with a sparkle in their eyes as he ran inside to grab their gift. He brought back a few bags of tea powder and told them that he planted the tree himself. After receiving the gift, all of them quickly made their way back, since they didn't want to risk losing it. Li picked up the elixirs that he thought could help Da Yi and decided to plant the rest of them in his garden. He told her that they must look really good as decorations. Da Yi looked at him in disbelief, wondering how such high-level elixirs could be used as decorations. As he showed her the elixirs, she told him that they were high-level elixirs, and in order to plant them, one needed the will of God to be on their side. One wrong move could damage them. Li assured her that he was an excellent farmer and claimed that he had grown many vegetables during his time in that world. Da Yi stood there shocked as he heard him comparing those precious elixirs to vegetables. He told her that he was going to show her his garden. As Da Yi stepped foot into the garden, she got blown away by a strong gust of wind. She wondered if it was the Taoist flow that she was experiencing. Da Yi realized that it wasn't Taoist flow, but the remains of Taoist flow. She guessed that someone great must have passed through the garden for it to have such strong traces of Taoist flow. Seeing her like this, Li asked Da Yi if something was wrong. She told him that she was a bit shocked after seeing his garden. Li told her that she was the first one to visit his garden after his crap system. justice for the system. He showed her the place where he was thinking of planting the seeds and asked Da Yi if she liked it. Meanwhile, Da Yi was wondering if the person whose Tao's flow she was experiencing was called the system. Li held her hand and took her to show her his vegetables. Da Yi saw that they were all elixir-level vegetables. She also saw the huge tortoise in the pond. Li told her that he had put it there because he was concerned that there might be monsters in his pond. However, he felt foolish after finding out that there were no monsters. Da Yi realized that she was the one who was foolish since she doubted Li. She decided that from that day forward, she would never question his judgment. As Li continued teaching her about seeds, a mysterious cloud flew high in the sky. Resting on the cloud was Qin Manyun, the saintess of the Lean Immortal Palace. A little girl called the saintess and asked her if they were going to catch the nine-tailed fox. The saintess told her that it was unlikely to catch a nine-tailed fox since they appeared so rarely. Their blood had nutritional and healing properties. However, a nine-tailed fox had surprisingly appeared out of nowhere. The saintess told the girl that the fox would probably be captured by other people. She told the girl that they needed to be the ones to protect the fox, since there was no one else more capable of doing it. The girl told her that the fox was in the Qi Wang celestial dynasty. Upon hearing this, the saintess told her that they should inform the dynasty's lord about their arrival and ask him where the fox was hiding. The scene shifted to King Luo sitting in his palace. He wondered what he could do about all the monsters and immortal cultivators that were trying to get their hands on the nine-tailed fox. He was worried that the immortal cultivators and monsters would disturb Li. As he was discussing all that with his wife, one of his disciples told him that the Yuanying cultivator from the Lean Immortal Palace had arrived to meet him. King Luo was a bit worried about their arrival, but he ordered his disciple to let them inside quickly. Before King Luo left to meet the guests, he told his wife to brew the best tea that they had, referring to the black tea from the southern borders. The wife told him that she understood, but she didn't actually know where they kept that tea. On the roof of the palace, the disciples compared Saintess Qin to the saintess of the Lean Jiyun Immortal Palace. One of the disciples said that the people from the Lean Immortal Palace could truly be called immortal cultivators, since they were one step away from cultivating immortality. The saintess was one of the most powerful people in the world of cultivation. When she met King Luo, he asked her why she had visited. Qin told him that she was here for the nine-tailed fox. King Luo's world started shattering, since he didn't believe someone as powerful as her would come looking for the nine-tailed fox. He tried to trick her, and said that there was no nine-tailed fox, and that it was all a rumor. Qin didn't believe him, since she had solid information from the Silver Moon Demon King. She asked King Luo if he was hiding the fox's location on purpose. King Lu knew that he was walking on thin ice. He quickly changed the topic of the conversation and told her that they should talk while having a cup of tea. In the kitchen, Lady Lu couldn't find the tea that King Luo had asked for. She remembered that he had asked for the finest tea, so she started looking for it. As she was about to return with the southern tea, her eyes fell upon the bag that Li had given to King Luo. Lady Lu got curious about the contents of the bag. As she opened it, a strong, bright light filled the entire room. She had never seen a tea like this. Lady Luo decided to serve this unique tea instead of the other one. Back to the meeting, King Luo asked Qin why the Lim Immortal Pavilion was so adamant about capturing the nine-tailed fox. Qin told him that they were planning to make the fox join their sect. She explained that the nine-tailed fox was one of the closest creatures to immortality. Therefore, they would help her cultivate into an immortal. While doing this, they could lift off the barrier that had been put on immortal cultivation for a long time. King Luo told her that he also thought that the road to immortality had been cut off until he met Li. He said that the nine-tailed fox was under his protection and asked if she still wanted to capture it. He started laughing and told her that Lean Immortal Palace was nowhere near Li's power. Hearing this, Qin got enraged and told him to be serious. She said that the Silver Moon Demon King was sending more of his monsters, since two of his Demon King-level subordinates disappeared recently. She warned him that if a nine-tailed fox was captured by the Demon King, he could swallow her demon pill, and it would be impossible to stop him. After shouting like a maniac, she immediately calmed herself down and told him that he needed to take the matter more seriously. Before King Luo could say anything, his wife entered the room with tea. King Luo started bragging about his tea and told her that she was tasting a rare variety of tea. She had noticed a faint sparkle in the tea and realized that it was indeed quite good. On the other hand, when King Luo noticed that sparkle, his expression quickly changed, since he knew that it was the tea that Li had gifted him. Given to him by Li. He could not bear the thought of others drinking it. When Qin looked back to ask King Luo more about the tea, she noticed he was about to explode with anger. With a trembling voice, King Luo asked his wife where she had found the tea. His wife told him that she had found it in the corner of the treasure trove. It was hidden from sight, so she thought he might have forgotten about it. King Luo screamed at her and told her that he had hidden the tea in that spot on purpose. He even called her the black sheep of his family. Never steal a man's tea. He started crying and said that it was a priceless gift from Li, and he didn't even want to drink it himself. Qin told him that there was no need to be angry. She said that the lean immortal palace would remember his good deed. However, King Luo was in no mood to compromise on his tea. He told the women to get lost. Qin offered him a deal and asked for an exchange or even a portion of the tea, which further infuriated King Luo. He exclaimed that he didn't care anymore and demanded that she leave. Qin was forcefully expelled from the house, leaving her assistant surprised by King Luo's actions. Qin explained that King Luo had hidden a significant secret. When asked about the heavenly fox, she sensed that there was something else at play, involving an expert named Li. She was also drawn to the tea, which made her determined to uncover the truth. Qin ordered the girl to send all of their informants and find more information about Li. However, someone interrupted her and she halted her plan. It was Shiyu. She told her that she was aware that when Qin put her mind to something, there was nothing anyone could do to stop her. It was only a matter of time before she found out who Li was. However, as she could already tell by the tea, Li was not an ordinary person. She warned her that, if she was not careful, the entire Lean Immortal Palace and Qi Anlong Celestial Dynasty could be destroyed. Qin found this statement excessive and asked her if she was over-exaggerating it. She revealed that the nine-tailed fox demon had already been saved by Li, therefore she had no need to be worried. Qin inquired about the level of this expert, wondering if they were an immortal. Shiyu solemnly revealed that the expert was not just an immortal, they were above immortal level. Qin and Shiyu arrived at a crowded place, seemingly unfazed by the lecherous gazes of the onlookers. Shiyu told Qin not to be irritated, as the expert preferred not to be disturbed. Qin was puzzled by this and questioned how there could be individuals capable of surpassing the immortal level when the path to immortality had been closed for thousands of years. Shiyu confirmed that some individuals had the potential to transcend immortality. Qin then asked if there were others like the expert, to which Shiyu replied that it was a book boy, referring to the scholar who sat outside Li's house. They both arrived at a location and sat at a table. Qin wondered why Shiyu was sitting in such a place while listening to a story, despite being a princess herself. She asked her why she didn't just go to the second floor to listen to the story. Shiyu told her that one's social status meant nothing when listening to this story. As they were talking, the scholar walked barefoot and announced that he would be continuing his story from where he left off last time. He was about to narrate a tale of the journey to the west, a story told by Li himself. As Qin listened to the story, she felt immersed in a grand battle and realized that she was a part of the immortal world. She saw the vast number of immortals and the heavenly soldiers and felt like she was nothing in front of them. Qin thought to herself that people like her spend all of their lives trying to become immortals, while gaining nothing in the end. While someone in the Heaven Palace became immortal by eating peaches, to her, it felt like she was an ant among the huge mountain of immortals. She was deeply impressed by the tale. Qin complimented even the scholar for his extensive knowledge. She wondered about the identity of the expert. After the story concluded, Qin approached the scholar and asked about the doubts weighing on her heart. She wanted to know if there was still a possibility of achieving immortality when the path had seemingly been closed for so long. The scholar took her outside and asked her if the people she saw walking on the streets had any chance of becoming immortals. Qin told him that these people lost their spirituality, since they got caught up in the rat race, and with time, they also lost their qualifications. The scholar looked at her and told her that she was right. He said that only those who make the rules could decide who could become immortal and who would stay mortal. He said that the answer to all of that was in the story of Journey of the West. If she had heard it from Li, she might have gotten her answers. Hearing this, Qin became even more curious about meeting Li. Back at Li's residence, Da Yi was seen taking a stroll in the forest nearby. Suddenly, her younger sister approached, expressing concern for Da Yi's well-being. She asked her if she had been mistreated by Li. Da Yi assured her sister that her master had treated her kindly and respectfully. Hearing the word master made her sister mad. She explained that referring to Li as master was a great honor in her eyes. However, her sister was upset about Dai Yi calling Li master, and believed they had come to marry her off to him. Dai Yi tried to reassure her sister that Li had treated her well, but her sister seemed to think that Dai Yi had been reduced to being Li's pet. To ease her sister's worries, Dai Yi offered her an apple. However, this only upset her sister further, leading her to cry out in frustration. Dai Yi explained that the apple planted by Master Li was not an ordinary one, and encouraged her sister to try it. With hesitation, her sister took a bite of the apple, and a burst of light radiated from her. Li saw this light from his own house. The sister had broken through to a new level of power, leaving her amazed. Dai Yi smiled and explained to her sister that the apple was a magical fruit. However, she needed to leave immediately, as she had given it without Li's knowledge. Dai Yi waved to her sister as she left. Just then, someone called out to Dai Yi from behind. Dai Yi was terrified to sense such a presence behind her. The man turned out to be Li. He asked her about what she was doing in the forest at night and who she had been speaking with earlier. Sheepishly, Dai Yi apologized to Li for giving the apple to her sister instead. She told him that her sister was a six-tailed little fox. He told her that she shouldn't have fed her an apple, since foxes are carnivores and eat meat. Dai Yi asked him if he was mad at her, but Li was not upset, and even found it endearing that Dai Yi cared so much for animals. However, there seemed to be a misunderstanding between them. Li mentioned that a few years ago, he had rescued a small fox with multiple tails and asked her if she was her sister. He told her that it was believed that foxes understood human nature, so it was possible that she came back to reply to his kindness. Li joked around and said that the fox might have wanted to turn into a beautiful girl to serve him. He might land up in prison if he is not careful with his jokes. This led to a misunderstanding, as Li thought that Dai Yi's sister was a fox or a pet, not realizing her true identity. Dai Yi misinterpreted this, as Li already knew her sister's true identity. She believed that Li wanted her sister to transform into a human and serve him. Dai Yi grew even more excited, thinking that her sister might receive a great blessing from Li. The scene changes back to Shiyu and Qin, who find themselves in the pavilion. Shiyu mentioned that Qin should have already realized that the expert was invincible, so they should leave the fox alone. However, Qin did not respond and instead asked why they were cultivating to become immortals. Shiyu replied that it was, of course, to achieve immortality. Qin smiled at her response and told her that the path to immortality had been closed for a long time. Immortality had remained a distant dream. However, during this time of hopelessness, Master Li appeared among them. She mentioned the tale of the journey to the west and said that Jin Chanzi had already ascended to the top of the immortal class. But for transcendence in this world, he had reincarnated as a monk. Tang monks meditated throughout the western path. Qin believed that the Li might be the Tang monks of this world, coming to save the immortals. She shared this theory with Shiyu, who somewhat agreed with her. Excited, Qin asked Shiyu if she could take her to meet the expert. This request left Shiyu taken aback. She reminded her about how she previously mentioned that the master preferred peace. After a bit of argument, both of them finally arrived at Li's residence. Qin was impressed by Li's simplicity, small house, and humble surroundings. She reminded Qin to be cautious when meeting with the expert, advising her not to be hasty. If Li was unhappy with her, Qin should leave immediately. Qin assured Shiyu not to worry, as she knew how to be polite. Meanwhile, Li was in his backyard, playing chess with Dai Yi. She seemed to be confused about the chessboard's orientation. However, Dai Yi's unconventional moves frustrated Li. As soon as she suggested a move, he would scream at her, telling her how stupid it sounded. Only chess players can feel Li's pain right now. He scolded her and asked her how she could still make no progress. Despite practicing for several days, Blackie quietly thought to himself about Li's action and said that he deserved to be single. Suddenly, someone knocked on Li's door, startling both Blackie and Bai. To their surprise, it was Shiyu and Qin at the door. Shiyu introduced Qin as her friend, and Li thought that she was doing cosplay. He complimented her outfit, calling it attractive. Shiyu requested that Li not pay them any mind and apologized for bothering him. However, Li welcomed them warmly, saying there was no need to worry. He even wondered why they were behaving so respectfully. This left Qin and Shiyu surprised. They asked if Li had any requests or concerns. Li was somewhat puzzled by their exaggerated behavior, but mentioned that he had been feeling a bit troubled recently, and asked them if they had any solutions. He told them that monsters and cultivators were causing disturbances, and he was afraid to go outside. She thought to herself that the cultivators and monsters were probably after the nine-tailed fox. The 10,000 Swords sect and the Lin Jiyun Immortal Pavilion could take care of low-level cultivators, but she knew that dealing with all the cultivators would be challenging. Shin believed that it would be more effective if Lin's immortal palace intervened. She remembered how he told them that he had been waiting for their arrival. In her mind, Shin thought that Li was waiting for her all this time. Li, however, was completely unaware of the situation. With a sly smile, Shin assured Li that they would handle everything. She said that all of them would be gone by the next day. As they continued discussing the situation, Da Yi came out and asked if there were any guests. Shin was surprised to see Da Yi and wondered if it was the nine-tailed fox. Shiyu appeared even more surprised than Shin, and Shin questioned the reason for her astonishment. Shiyu explained that Da Yi had made remarkable progress in her cultivation, considering that immortality cultivation was seemingly at an end. This revelation both shocked and frustrated Shin. She thought to herself that she didn't want to become a saintess anymore and was content with being a foot-washing girl at Li's house. As she was losing her mind, Li asked the two of them if they wanted to play chess with him. He told them that Da Yi was trying to learn chess so she could watch them play. Shin was confident in her ability to play chess, since she was pretty good at it. From a young age, even back at the Lin Immortal Palace, there were only a few people who could beat her. She wondered if it would make Li angry if he lost to her, and decided to make some mistakes and lose intentionally. As Li slammed the chessboard on the table, Shin's expression completely changed. She wondered if they were actually playing chess or debating about the truth of the world. As the game started, Shin kept trying to make moves, managing to dodge some of the pieces that Li had played. However, she appeared to be transported into the world of the board. Shin realized that this wasn't just a chess game, it was a lesson in understanding heaven and earth. Li was revealing the profound truths of the universe before her eyes. Shin recognized this as a unique opportunity, although she wasn't sure how much her frail body could endure. Shin reminded herself that she was a saintess from Lin Yun's immortal palace, and she was determined to persevere. Before she could take another step, a black piece suddenly struck her in the real world. She vomited blood as she was defeated effortlessly by Li. This alarming sight left Li terrified, and he asked her if she was okay. Despite her near-death experience, Shin managed to respond to Li and expressed her admiration for his chess skills. She had always been proud of her own chess abilities, believing herself to be quite skilled. However, seeing Li's expertise made her realize how limited her perspective had been. She now understood that there were individuals far greater than herself in the world. Shin tried to continue the game, but she struggled. She said that she had believed no one in the world could match Li's skill. In a weakened state, she thanked Li for teaching her such profound lessons. At that moment, Shin collapsed onto the table, causing Li to panic. She thought to herself that Shin was acting a bit too much to impress Li. Meanwhile, Li was upset that she had just accepted defeat after 12 moves. He said that even the formation of zygotes could do better than her. Yeah, he just called her bad in biological terms. Da Yi, who had been watching, found Shin's skills remarkable and was duly impressed. Shiyu, on the other hand, thought that Shin was acting and decided to use this opportunity for herself. Shiyu confidently offered to play chess with Li. She told him that it was a compulsory course for the royal family and she had practiced it since she was just a child, so she was confident she would be able to give Li a hard time. Li took on the challenge and rolled up his sleeves in excitement. He made the first move with a black piece, and Shiyu was startled by the unexpected development. Just as Li's piece was about to strike hers, she was taken aback. Realizing that she had underestimated the complexity of the game, she was left in a state of shock, unable to continue her words. She found herself on the ground, foaming at the mouth, just from playing chess with Li. Li was bewildered by the turn of events. He didn't understand why people from the immortal world seemed to react this way when playing chess. He had considered Shiyu a royal princess and believed no one would dare to defeat her. However, Li's concerns about their well-being were genuine, and he suggested that they rest. Shiyu and Shin left Li's residence, accompanied by Da Yi and him. As they were leaving, Shiyu stumbled over something, almost falling. Shin helped her up, and they discovered a piece of green bamboo filled with spiritual energy. They were shocked, as it appeared to be enlightenment bamboo. Shiyu questioned what enlightenment bamboo was, and Shin wondered how she could not know. Shin explained that most people in the world had never heard of enlightenment bamboo, but in Lean Immortal Palace, it was well known. As Qin prepared to explain what the bamboo was, Li picked it up and mentioned it was firewood he used for cooking. He made a proud face and told them that he used it for cooking, since the rice cooked from this was more delicious than from a rice cooker. Qin was bewildered by the idea of using enlightenment bamboo for such a purpose and expressed her disbelief. Shi Yu innocently asked if enlightenment bamboo was used for cooking. Qin, who had mentally ascended to heaven, remained in shock, as the legend associated enlightenment bamboo with profound spiritual attainment rather than culinary use. Qin was completely filled with shock. She bit her thumb and remarked that for thousands of years, no one had achieved immortality. That was why the enlightenment bamboo had become just a legend. The legend persisted because Lean Immortal Palace still possessed a single piece of enlightenment bamboo. Qin couldn't believe that this precious item had ended up as firewood in Li's place, viewing it as a terrible sin. In her heart, Qin resolved that if this were her mission, she would prevent the burning of the enlightenment bamboo. Upon seeing Qin's distress, Li asked if she was all right. Qin asked Li if he could give her the bamboo, as it was a rare item and fitted well with her master's tools. Li got excited and asked her if her master liked handicrafts too. He explained that the bamboo had originally been left over from the material he used for making bows. If Qin liked it, she could take it. However, he questioned if it would be enough for her. Qin seemed somewhat puzzled by Li's response, unsure of how to express her gratitude. She felt that just obtaining the bamboo was more than enough. Out of the blue, Li tossed the remaining bamboo into the stove, stating that he would use the rest as firewood. As the bamboo burned and turned into smoke, Qin remained silent, tears welling up in her eyes. She silently apologized to the burning bamboo. She couldn't help but think that Qin appeared miserable at that moment. They eventually left Li's place and returned to Lean Immortal Palace. As Qin arrived, she was greeted by many people. Qin approached an altar and looked up at a statue that appeared slightly taller than her. There was a large statue on a cliff. She greeted the statue, and surprisingly, the statue responded to Qin's greeting, asking if she had returned and brought the fox. Qin politely apologized, explaining that she couldn't bring back the fox. The statue inquired why she had returned. Qin replied that even though she hadn't brought back the fox, she knew where the nine-tailed fox was, and had met someone equivalent to heaven. Her master seemed intrigued and asked what kind of person could be equivalent to heaven. Qin explained that it was an expert who had saved the nine-tailed fox from doom. The master expressed his admiration for Li for being able to save someone after being struck by thunder. He asked Qin whether the expert had evil intentions, and Qin assured him that the expert had no such intentions. He then asked her whether she believed Lean Immortal Palace could retrieve the nine-tailed fox. She replied that it was highly unlikely. The voice from the statue disappeared into silence. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Qin. It was her elder master. He acknowledged Qin's exhaustion and advised her to go and rest. Qin thanked him for his concern and inquired about the heavenly heart zither. She wanted to know if it was true that it was broken. The master confirmed this sad truth, revealing that the heavenly heart zither was made from enlightenment bamboo. He feared that no one could repair it now. Qin asked if it could be repaired if they had more enlightenment bamboo. The elder master explained that there was only one enlightenment bamboo left in the world. Their ancestors had been fortunate to have it, even though it had been slightly damaged. During transport, it was not an object that could be easily destroyed after thousands of years. Without responding to her master's ramblings, she revealed the bamboo she had brought from Li's place. She asked if it was enlightenment bamboo. The master scrutinized the bamboo and was visibly surprised. He confirmed that it was enlightenment bamboo, even though it was shorter and had burn marks. He was impressed that it was even better than the one they had. He expressed his happiness as having two enlightenment bamboos meant that Lean Immortal Palace had been blessed. For thousands of years, no one had dared to attack the palace, thanks to their cultivation and the heavenly heart zither. He explained that the zither significantly increased its owner's strength, making it highly respected throughout the world. The elder master confidently stated that even though the path to immortality had been severed with the enlightenment bamboo, no one would dare to challenge Ling Yun's immortal palace. As the master praised Qin for obtaining the enlightenment bamboo, she explained that she had acquired it from Li's place. However, when she mentioned that Li had used it as firewood, the elder master had a mental breakdown, causing him to spit out blood. He looked at her and asked her what Li's orders were. The master slapped away his wicked side and replaced it with a kind expression. He instructed Qin to continue being polite and not to bother the expert. Qin then conveyed that Li also had a request for her. The Elder Master immediately asked Shiyu to tell him what the expert's request was. Qin explained that the first request was related to the presence of many cultivators in the area, disturbing the expert's rest. Therefore, the expert asked Ling Yun's palace to take care of it. The Elder Master made a creepy face while getting closer to Qin and asked her if Li wanted them to kill all the cultivators. Qin clarified that the expert was a good person and suggested that they should simply remove the intruders. Hearing this, the Elder Master understood and happily agreed. He told her that it might not be easy, but it had to be done. The Master then inquired about the second request. Qin hesitantly mentioned that the expert had a strong liking for the 1,000-year Shua Lean Ice liquid, and she promised to provide all of it to the expert. This revelation astonished the Elder Master once again, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Qin, frightened by her master's reaction, asked if he was angry with her. However, the Elder Master wasn't angry. He laughed wickedly and asked how much the expert wanted. He suggested that Qin should have just offered to bring everything. Qin, drenched in cold sweat, explained that she didn't dare to say that, though it was indeed the truth. The Elder Master ordered Qin to bring everything to Li. The Elder Master, with a sly smile on his face, silently rejoiced. He had lived for thousands of years, and now considered it a blessing to have encountered the expert. He firmly told Qin not to dwell on it any longer, emphasizing that they had to carry out all the orders immediately. Qin was further impressed by his master. Meanwhile, around the forest area near Li's residence, the cultivators were seen camping there, hoping to locate the transformed nine-tailed fox. They had yet to find it when suddenly, someone informed them that the fox's whereabouts had been discovered. Seizing the opportunity, the cultivators rushed to catch it. Master Bai, who was present as well, was asked for confirmation by one of the cultivators regarding the discovery of the nine-tailed fox. Master Bai confirmed and pointed in the direction where a fox was seen. It was soon captured in a series of sealing formations. The nine-tailed fox struggled against the seal formations, but was eventually captured by the Elder Master, causing it to disappear. Master Bai had become the Elder Master's supporting role in convincing the cultivators present. Afterward, Master Bai, seeming annoyed, left abruptly and requested that they not discuss the matter any further. The cultivators believed that Master Bai was upset, but understood the reason for his frustration. 4 hours later, Qin and the members of Lean Immortal Palace were seen cleaning up a hidden location. Qin felt that the cultivators' behavior was unethical, creating such a disturbance just to capture the nine-tailed fox. She wondered how the expert could have fun with these cultivators. Wandering around the residence, Master Mengji, who had just arrived, ordered everyone to work diligently and not leave any trash behind. He then addressed the small details of cleaning, emphasizing the importance of cleaning even the smallest pieces of trash for the expert's sake. Master Bai, who had also arrived, seemed to have been waiting for this moment. He assured Master Mengji that he didn't need to be so polite, as he was the master's honored guest. Master Bai, filled with curiosity, asked for permission to inquire about the earlier sighting of the nine-tailed fox. Master Mengji then presented a fox-like doll, asking if that was what Master Bai was referring to. It turned out to be a small doll, and Master Mengji explained that it was just a trick to fool the cultivators. Master Bai was impressed by the ruse and admitted that he had almost fallen for it. He reassured Master Mengji that the world would soon learn that the nine-tailed fox was now in the possession of Lean Immortal Palace, putting an end to any delusions. He expressed his gratitude for their cooperation. After exchanging a few more words, Master Bai bid them farewell. After he left, Qin expressed her concern to Master Mengji. She worried that even though Lean Immortal Palace had claimed to have captured the nine-tailed fox, they might not simply let it go. It could pose a threat to the fox's safety. Master Mengji inquired if it was the Silver Moon Demon King, and Qin confirmed it. The scene changes to an unknown village where a pig monster is terrorizing the inhabitants. The pig monster demanded that humans dedicate themselves as appetizers for him, as he was the chef of the Silver Moon Demon King's troops. He believed that with his culinary skills, he could make their deaths worthwhile. Suddenly, the pig monster's head was struck by something from above, causing it to fall. A purple-haired woman had intervened. She was Silver Moon's demon guard captain. The women demanded to know what the pig was doing. While everyone else was busy searching for the heavenly demon fox, she warned the pig not to cry, as the Silver Moon Demon King might dismember him. The pig argued that since everyone was occupied searching for the nine-tailed fox, they needed food. As the Silver Moon Demon King's chef, he had come to the village to find ingredients and see if the nine-tailed fox was among them. The pig looked at the cage he was carrying with the old man inside. The cage was trembling, as if begging to be released. The woman, who was called Squirrel, found the old man unappetizing with his wrinkled appearance and decided he wasn't worth eating. She pulled the old man out of the trap and dropped him to his death. The pig couldn't understand what the squirrel was doing and was scolded for being foolish. The squirrel questioned why the pig had caught the old man instead of someone fat and nutritious for their king. During their conversation, they noticed a little girl watching them. The squirrel told the pig that the girl appeared to have tender flesh. The scene changed to a place filled with thunder, lightning, and tornadoes. A flood had swept through the area, and a giant bird was perched on a hill, observing the flash flood. This bird was the Silver Moon Demon King. The squirrel offered a piece of meat to the Demon King, suggesting he eat something light, instead of torturing himself while waiting for news about the nine-tailed fox. The Demon King declined the offer and inquired if the fox had been found. The squirrel reported that they hadn't found it yet, which seemed to displease the Demon King. He declared that if the fox were hiding in the mountains, he would destroy the mountains, and if it were in the ocean, he would drain the ocean. If all else failed, he would handle it personally. With a menacing gaze, he told her that they might become his side dishes when the time came. Suddenly, a small bird arrived to report that it had found the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox, but the people from Lean Immortal Palace had taken it away. The Demon King fixed an intense gaze on the little bird, leaving it trembling in fear. In a heavy, intimidating voice, the Demon King questioned why the Lean Immortal Palace had succeeded when the monsters hadn't. The bird monster apologized to his master, while trembling in fear. The Demon King stated that the Immortal Palace was nothing, especially after the Heavenly Heart Zitter's destruction thousands of years ago. He ominously implied that since the bird monster had lost to them, he had no reason to live. The small bird frantically begged for mercy. In a trembling voice, it mentioned that it had found the nine-tailed fox's sibling, the six-tailed demon. The Demon King seemed pleased with the news and confidently declared that he would capture the small one first, with the big one to follow. The Silver Moon Demon King immediately took flight to search for the fox. Back in the forest, Master Monji and Qin noticed a whirlwind and lightning in the distance, causing Qin some concern. She mentioned that the Demon King had become increasingly violent while pursuing the nine-tailed fox, and it was dangerous for anyone from the Xian dynasty to confront him. Master Monji remained silent for a moment before Qin brought up the possibility of the Demon King targeting Lean Immortal Palace. In response, Master Monji assured Qin not to worry excessively, as the Heavenly Heart Zither had been repaired. He was confident that they could handle the Demon King. They just had to wait for his arrival. Qin expressed her worries, but Master Monji was resolute and confident, emphasizing that they had thoroughly cleaned the expert's courtyard and couldn't allow the Silver Moon Demon King to cause trouble again. He believed that the Demon King wouldn't dare to challenge them now, as Master Monji had a plan in place. Qin felt a deeper admiration for her master's determination and understanding. Meanwhile, in another location, the seven-tailed fox was in distress, repeatedly getting beaten and knocked to the ground. She sought refuge and hoped someone would come to her aid. The Silver Moon Demon King was overseeing the chase, surprised to see the seven-tailed fox evolving from the six-tailed one. He found it intriguing, as the seven-tailed fox hid in the bushes. A monster discovered her, but failed to catch her as she managed to escape. She decided to flee in the opposite direction of her sister's whereabouts to prevent her sister from being captured. However, her escape was halted when the Silver Moon Demon King confronted her. He immediately attacked with his claws and slashed at the seven-tailed fox. The seven-tailed fox had already lost hope and froze in the face of the attack, but to her surprise, it didn't hurt. It turned out that Qin was there, blocking the Silver Moon Demon King's attack. The fox wondered who she was. Seeing her staring at her, Qin told her to stop wasting time and run for her life. Following Ken's order, the seven-tailed fox hurriedly hid. Master Monji was also present at the scene. He threatened the Silver Moon Demon King by telling him that his time was up. This interruption infuriated the Demon King, who had his prey within reach but was being interrupted. He wondered if they were ready to die. The Silver Moon Demon King unleashed his intimidating aura on Qin and Master Monji, but Master Monji dispelled it with a flick of his hand. He mentioned that his head was already hurting, and there was no need for the Demon King to shout. Master Monji silenced the Demon King and suggested they get on with the fight. as he didn't want to waste any more time. The Demon King accepted the challenge, as he believed that nobody could defeat him, especially not someone like Master Meng Ji, who had been defeated by him before. Both parties dashed at incredible speed, making it difficult to see them with the naked eye. The simultaneous impact of their attacks created shockwaves in the surroundings. The Demon King mentioned that the demon monsters feared Lean Immortal Palace only because it possessed the heavenly heart Zither's blessing. However, now that the Zither had been broken, he didn't see any reason to fear them. This statement confused Master Meng Ji, and he felt he had misunderstood something. Master Meng Ji stated that everything was in accordance with the expert's calculations, and that he had been given the Enlightenment Bamboo to help him kill the Demon King. He expressed admiration for Li and believed that this was an opportunity sent by a higher power, making him Li's best chess piece. The misunderstanding between them escalated as Qin joined in, provoking her master. It seemed that the Demon King didn't want to continue the fight and offered Master Meng Ji a chance to cooperate. He suggested that they capture the nine-tailed fox together and discover the secrets of immortality. However, the Silver Moon Demon King was suddenly surprised by Master Meng Ji's concerned expression and asked why. Master Meng Ji mocked him and asked him what was so great about cultivating immortality. They continued to exchange words, with the Demon King trying to persuade Master Meng Ji to cooperate. However, he became increasingly offensive and verbally abusive towards Master Meng Ji, spitting on his face. He promised to repay Master Meng Ji for his humiliation in the future. Eventually, the Demon King left, and Master Meng Ji and Qin were left behind. Ken was surprised that the Demon King had fled, and Master Meng Ji had not expected it. He believed they could have a rematch. As the Demon King continued his flight, he suddenly encountered something in front of him. Blackie. He was completely taken aback by Blackie's presence, and they locked eyes for a moment. The Demon King was annoyed and tried to intimidate Blackie into moving aside. However, Blackie called him a little demon and told him to destroy his own demon pill. The Demon King couldn't believe that he had just been provoked by a dog while he was trying to escape. However, he couldn't do anything about it, since he didn't want to waste his time. As the Demon King tried flying away, Blackie swiftly tore a part of his pants. This enraged the Demon King, but before he could do anything, Blackie channeled his immense energy, shocking him. The Demon King trembled in fear and asked him who he was. Blackie mentioned that he was just a regular guard dog. Witnessing Blackie's incredible strength, the Demon King broke out in a cold sweat. From a distance, Li witnessed this interaction and called out to Blackie, but couldn't find him. He rushed toward the lightning-struck area in concern. Meanwhile, Master Meng Ji and Qin were left mentally shaken by what they had witnessed. Qin stammered, asking Master Meng Ji if he had seen what happened, and Master Meng Ji was equally taken aback. He said that the Demon King looked like a baby in front of the dog. Qin suggested that they leave before he turned his attention towards them. Before they could run, Blackie called them out and ordered them to stop. The two immediately froze in their place. He asked them if they saw everything. Master Meng Ji got on his knees and started claiming that he was a dog lover. Qin saw this and told her master that the dog could kill them, but he didn't need to be humiliated like that. Blackie called her a little girl and ordered her to kneel down too. He told them that he knew they were Li's guests and asked them if they remembered the rules. Qin realized that the dog looked somewhat familiar. She suddenly remembered that it was the dog Li had raised. She told him that they understood the rules. Blackie made a serious face and told them that they should pretend that he was a normal dog that liked hunting, and that the eagle was just a normal eagle. The two of them agreed in a heartbeat. At that exact moment, Li came running in. He saw Blackie and told him that he was worried about him. However, as he got closer, he noticed that Qin and Master Meng Ji were also standing with Blackie. He looked at them with a serious expression and asked if they were responsible for what happened. Suddenly, he burst into tears and started thanking them for saving Blackie from the lightning. Qin introduced Li to Meng Ji and told him that he was her master. As they were talking, Li noticed Blackie sitting with a dead eagle. He asked him if he had caught it and grabbed the Demon King by the neck. I kind of feel bad for the Demon King. Li told them that he had gone hunting, but suddenly, lightning struck his dog's head and he got worried. Thanks to them, his dog was safe. To thank them, he offered them to come visit his house. As they walked home, Master Meng Ji told Li that he had been eager to meet him for a long time. Li got a bit flattered and told him he was just an ordinary person. Master Meng Ji thought that Li was trying to disguise himself as an ordinary person, so he had to be careful. He told him that he really liked his story, Journey to the West. He had no need to be humble when he had so much wisdom. Hearing this, Li thought that Master Mengji was a man of culture. He told him that he needed his guidance. Master Mengji laughed and told him that they should exchange wisdom with each other. As they were talking, he noticed that Li was carrying arrows made by the enchantment of bamboo. Moreover, his bow was made from enlightenment bamboo. Upon seeing such valuable treasures, Master Mengji almost fainted. He called out to Qin and told her that he didn't believe her when she said that the enchantment bamboo that she brought back was trash that Li had disposed of. However, upon seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but accept it. He looked at the Demon King and told him that it was a blessing to die at Li's hands. After getting back home, Li called out to Da Yi and showed her the eagle that Blackie had caught. Da Yi started cursing after seeing the Demon King in his hands. Upon seeing her surprised expression, Li told her that she should praise Blackie since he was the one who did all the work. As Da Yi began petting Blackie, she noticed a dark shadow slowly enveloping her. Blackie looked at her with a fierce expression and told her that he was the one who did it. He didn't even fight the Demon King. He just killed him while passing by. He told her not to make Li suspicious of anything. Da Yi immediately smiled on her face and told Li that she loved eagle meat. Li laughed with her and told her that they were going to cook it tonight. Meanwhile, Master Mengji and Qin watched them with their mouths open as they talked about eating the Demon King. Master Mengji told Li that he had heard from Qin that he loved jelly, and that's why he had brought a gift for him today. Li asked him again to confirm that he wasn't joking, and Master Mengji assured him that it was true. He shook his head and said that the gift wasn't small and it needed some free space. Li cheerfully responded that it was no problem. He picked up a shovel and started removing some of the most valuable plants that he had. He asked Master Mengji to put it there. Seeing this left Master Mengji and Qin mentally shocked. The precious medicinal plants had just been thrown away. Master Mengji tried to calm himself down and decided to take it all in stride, wiping the blood from his lips. With an awkward smile, he told Li that it was enough. Master Mengji then quickly took out a huge chunk of ice and placed it on the ground. Li expected it to be a jelly-making machine, so he asked him what it was. Master Mengji explained that jelly could be extracted from the chunk of ice. It came from a mountain, known as the 1,000 Years Shuan Ice Mountain. Unfortunately, it took about 20 years to make 1 grain of jelly. Meanwhile, Li, who had obtained a bowl full of jelly from the iceberg, asked Master Mengji what he had said earlier. Master Mengji spit out some more blood and told him that he hadn't said anything. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy died of blood loss. Master Mengji looked angrily at the chunk of ice and remarked that the 1,000 Years Shuan ice was very cruel. He had cherished it for thousands of years, yet had only given him 1 grain of jelly. However, after meeting Li, the Shuan ice immediately gave him everything it had. Li smiled happily and said that Master Mengji had saved Blackie, and now he had brought this gift for him. He asked how he could repay Master Mengji's kindness when he was just a mortal who could only grow crops and had nothing valuable in his house. He requested Master Mengji to tell him what he wanted. Master Mengji and Qin misunderstood. They thought it was a test for them. Master Mengji thought to himself that if they lied and said they didn't need anything, Li might see through it and think they were being dishonest. But if he asked right away, he might appear greedy. It was a difficult choice for both of them, and they looked extremely distressed. Even a single sentence from Li's mouth made Master Mengji feel immense pressure, and he didn't know how to respond. After a few moments of silence, Master Mengji revealed that he had a long broken zither, which was repaired, thanks to the enlightenment bamboo that Li gave to Qin. He said that he would never forget Li's kindness. Everything he had given was just a small token of his appreciation, as he wanted to do something for Li's sake. Li was a bit confused at first, but he realized that Master Mengji was talking about the firewood branch he had given to Qin earlier. Now, Li was the one feeling sad, thinking he had only given them a twig in return for all their gifts. He wondered if this was a tradition of the people in this world. Master Mengji told Li that he was going to be straightforward with him and tell him exactly what he wanted. Li excitedly waited for him to reveal his intentions. Master Mengji closed his eyes and said that he wanted him to show them the way. He really created all that suspense for nothing. Qin looked at her master in disbelief. She was surprised that he had finally asked for Li to show them the path to immortality. She thought to herself that Li had always kept his mouth shut when it came to immortal cultivators, that Master Mengji's straightforwardness might have been too dangerous. She wondered what Li's answer would be. Instead of giving them an answer, Li smiled and suggested that they all leave now. However, it turned out that Li was inviting them to watch him play the zither. It was not what they had expected. Of course, Master Mengji and Qin were completely confused by it all. Li confidently told them not to look at him like that. He claimed that he knew a bit of music. Qin seemed a little disappointed with Li's answer, since she thought that he had turned them down. Master Mengji, on the other hand, couldn't contain his happiness. He was ecstatic to learn that Li knew how to play the zither. Master Mengji told Li that he was looking forward to playing together, but his happiness was short-lived, as Li mentioned that they would not play together. Li thought to himself that he played the zither with only normal energy, while those cultivators played with inner strength. He was actually worried that playing together with Master Mengji might kill him. He asked Master Mengji to play one song first, and then he would play the next. Master Mengji understood and followed Li's request. As he was about to touch the zither and inspect it, a strange light emanating from the zither left him shocked. Master Mengji touched the zither with his hands shaking. He thought that his zither had sensed Li's zither, and it felt inferior in comparison. It was like the story of the self-proclaimed beauty, who thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. But one day, as she entered a town, she saw a woman who was on another level of beauty. On that day, she understood that compared to that woman, her beauty meant nothing. Initially, the Heavenly Heart zithers seemed to be the best of the best, but when compared to Li's zither, the Heavenly Heart zither seemed like firewood. Master Mengji asked Li for permission to play the zither, which Li allowed with a cheerful smile. With full concentration, Master Mengji convinced himself to play the zither. However, when he played just one string, he immediately vomited blood. Qin got worried seeing him in that state. However, he advised him to take it easy, suggesting that it was a high-level zither that required more energy to play. Master Mengji played the zither earnestly. The melody was soft and harmonious. It made Li stand up from his seat to enjoy the music. The surroundings became even more blissful than before. Master Mengji said to himself that the zither was a magical item. After playing for a long time, he thought that even if he were to die, he wouldn't die with regrets. Qin was impressed with her master's zither-playing skills. Even though Master Mengji's gestures seemed very pathetic, Li, who was still listening, commented that the playing was not bad. He said that if the trash system were still there, it would have given him an 8. The sound of the zither reminded him of the days when he was forced to play the zither for 24 hours a day, for 1 week straight by the trash system. He said to himself that he would never forget those days filled with cruelty. After finishing his performance, Master Mengji asked Li if his performance was any good. Li smiled cheerfully and clapped his hands. He suggested that they shouldn't judge with words, but rather communicate with the sound of the zither. He sat down and prepared to play. Li silently thought that he had to give his best performance so as to not disappoint Master Mengji, since he loved the zither so much. Meanwhile, Master Mengji and Qin were already filled with fear about what was going to happen. Li raised his hand and began to place his fingers to gently pluck the strings. The sound of the zither was so powerful that it made them feel like they were being hit by a strong wind, causing their faces to scrunch up. After just a single strum on the zither, Li immediately stopped. Master Mengji was confused and didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, Qin noticed something behind Li and asked Master Mengji what it was. Behind Li, something huge slowly unfolded. It seemed to be the realm of the Immortals. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed and a massive door opened behind him, leaving Master Mengji and Qin shocked. The surroundings transformed into a fierce battlefield. Master Mengji and Qin were completely stunned, wondering if it was the Taoist realm and a battle they couldn't fathom. How such a fierce battle had appeared in this world. Suddenly, a warrior within the realm showed murderous intent and started charging towards them with his weapon. Worried, Qin asked Master Mengji to run away, but he said it was unnecessary, as the Taoist sect was currently above them and fleeing wasn't an option. As the knight charged towards them with his spear, he stabbed Master Mengji in the heart. However, instead of dying, they were teleported back to the real world. Suddenly, the surroundings changed again, and the world was filled with extremely horrifying plants. Master Mengji explained that all the living beings within the Li residence had cultivated beyond their limits, and all living beings had returned to their original forms. After hearing the battle sounds of Li's zither, Master Mengji realized that the reason Li didn't give him his opinion earlier was that his zither skills were so inferior compared to his that he didn't even deserve an opinion. Terrified, Qin told Master Mengji that the monsters in the courtyard were strong enough to kill the Silver Moon Demon King. She was surprised to see Master Mengji crying uncontrollably. Those were the tears of happiness. Master Mengji told her that Li was not immortal but something even beyond that. He felt that his 3,000 years of cultivation had led to his destined meeting with Li. After Li was done performing, he asked them what they thought about his skills. Master Mengji was completely overwhelmed by the pressure. Just to give his opinion, he had to think hard. He said to himself that Li should be the one to tell them what he was thinking. It wasn't surprising that the beings of the neighborhood had reached such a level, because they got to hear Li's zither sound as part of their daily life. Master Mengji got up and expressed his gratitude to Li for teaching him. He told him that he had received many benefits just by hearing the sound of Li's zither performance. Li tried to act a bit humble and said that he hadn't played the zither for a while, so his skills were somewhat rusty. Li is the type of guy to say he didn't study after getting the highest marks on a test. Master Mengji asked if Li could tell them the name of the music he had just played. With a casual expression, Li told him that it was Ambush from 10 Sides. This led to a big misunderstanding, leaving both Master Mengji and Qin utterly perplexed. They assumed that there was a group of demons hiding in the darkness, causing the ambush from 10 Sides. Master Mengji and Qin were genuinely relieved that they hadn't done anything to offend Li. Otherwise, their corpses and bones would no longer exist in that world. Master Mengji happily praised the psalm and told Li that his zither-playing skills were second to none. Li still seemed concerned that he had only given Master Mengji a bamboo branch, whereas Master Mengji had given him a jelly-making machine. He suggested that he could write down the music and give it to Master Mengji as a gift. Master Mengji almost had a heart attack after hearing this. Internally, he shouted for Li to give it to him immediately, as receiving it would mean that his 3,000 years of life would not have been wasted. The scene changed to Ling Yun's immortal palace, where Qin Ji Yun was seen waiting for her father to come out of exile. He had locked himself inside the house for a long time, and it was now time for his breakthrough. Qin Ji Yun had been guarding the house for 3 days. Suddenly, a light appeared in the air, signaling the breakthrough. Qin Ji Yun ordered everyone to send their mana to help her father break through. Soon, everyone started sending mana towards the light. A huge, colossal figure appeared after mana was shot into the light, causing a massive explosion. After the smoke settled, people wondered if the master had managed to break through. Qin Ji Yun noticed her father walking out of the house. She called out to him, but he warned her not to come closer, as he was in the critical stage of breakthrough. He looked to be surrounded by evil energy and told them that if he failed his breakthrough, it would have severe consequences. He called out to Qin Ji Yun and ordered her to fetch him the top-grade 9 notes of spiritual ginseng from the pavilion's treasure house. The pavilion master was named Lin Mu Feng. He told Qin Ji Yun that the 9 notes would determine if he would break through or not. Hearing this, Qin Ji Yun was frightened. She apologized and explained that she had already given 9 ginseng spiritual notes to someone else. Master Lin was surprised that her daughter had given away such a rare item, but he didn't mind. Instead, he asked for another item, Nian grass. Master Lin was grateful that he had saved some as a backup in preparation for his breakthrough, but the reply he got from Qin Ji Yun surprised him once again. Qin Ji Yun had given those items away as well. This made Master Lin almost lose his composure. He started crying and asked Qin Ji Yun why she had done that. Rather than panicking that her father was about to die, Qin Ji Yun responded happily, stating that she gave away all of those items to a great expert called Li. She described him as a humble person who lived in exile as immortal, and even the immortals in heaven could not compare to him. Hearing all about this person left Master Lin shocked once again. He believed that his daughter had been tricked by a con man. As he watched his daughter, who was still smiling, Master Lin said to himself that he was also certain that Qin Ji Yun's money had been swindled by that person. However, he wasn't sure if Qin Ji Yun had also given her body to that person. At first, he was skeptical, but when he saw Qin Ji Yun's infatuated demeanor, he became convinced that his daughter had given her body to someone else. Master Lin had no more energy left in him. He was upset with himself, and sitting down, he beat himself up, crying out pitifully. Even though there was no possibility of him breaking through, he wondered why his daughter had to go through such suffering, being cheated by a con man. He told everyone to leave. In his heart, he decided that after adjusting his breathing, he would go and confront the person who had cheated on his daughter. While Master Lin was in the midst of his emotions, Qin Ji Yun told her father that although she had given her rare materials to expert Li, she had received something in return that might help him. Master Lin was curious and asked what it was. Qin Ji-yun excitedly told him that it was tea. Master Lin had no idea what else to say. His daughter had just exchanged all those rare materials for tea. My man's entire life's work got traded for some tea. He couldn't believe that his daughter, who had been smart since she was a child, was now acting foolish when facing men. Qin Ji-yun realized what her father was thinking, so she told him to try the tea for himself and then decide if she was cheated on or not. As he opened the tea bag, a ray of light spread out from it. Even just a beam of light from inside the tea bag was able to wash away the evil energy within him and make Master Lin return to his original form. Master Lin was shocked to see this, and he momentarily felt as if all the evil energy in his body had disappeared. He wondered if it was an illusion or if the tea actually contained the essence of heaven and earth. Qin Ji-yun offered her father to drink the tea and said that she would brew it for him. She poured the green-colored tea into a glass and served it to her father. Master Lin remarked that it was the first time Qin Ji-yun had brewed tea for him. He was genuinely happy, seeming to experience a sort of daughter complex. Master Lin inwardly said that even though his breakthrough had no hope, he could still taste a cup of tea made by his daughter personally, and that alone was worth it for him. As he took the tea that had been poured for him, Master Lin joked that people usually cultivate by eating the food of heaven and earth, but he drank tea instead. He believed he was the first person to do so, and those words seemed to contain a lot of regret. Qin Ji-yun called out to her father, but he didn't respond. He was actually transported into another realm. Lin realized that the tea was more powerful than he had expected. It had consciousness in it. As he looked around, he noticed Qin Ji-yun's younger version running towards him. He embraced her quickly. Meanwhile, Qin Ji-yun continued calling out to her father, who appeared to be lost after drinking the tea. Master Lin remained silent and did not answer her. Instead, he continued to concentrate, and afterwards, he shouted that his daughter was really unbelievably adorable. As soon as he said that, a huge light explosion filled the room, and the elders noticed that Master Lin had finally reached his breakthrough. Following his breakthrough, people in the vicinity were equally impressed. Qin Ji-yun asked her father how he felt, but Master Lin only replied that Qin Ji-yun had been sweet since childhood, and now she had the charisma of an adult. Qin Ji-yun certainly didn't understand what her father was talking about. She showed him the remaining tea bag and told him that it was all they had left. Master Lin was absolutely overjoyed. He told her that treasure, or tea, was enough to make Lin Ji-yun Immortal Pavilion prosperous and invincible for about 10,000 years. He praised her for bringing back such a valuable treasure. Master Lin held Qin Ji-yun's hand and asked her where the expert was and when he could see him. Qin Ji-yun advised her father to be patient. She explained that the expert was a solitary and quiet person who enjoyed seclusion in the mountains and rarely went out. She assured her father that she would explain everything that had happened. In the middle of a forest, Squirrel and the pig monster were seen arguing about who would become the next demon king. The pig claimed that he would be the next demon king, but the squirrel woman looked down on him, as the pig was only at the safe stage of cultivation. The pig got angry and shouted that he didn't care and told her that they would see who would become the next demon king. However, their fight suddenly stopped when they heard the sound of a twig being stepped on by someone. The squirrel women felt the presence of a very strong demonic aura. Both of them immediately ran for their lives while continuing to threaten each other. The one responsible for the demonic aura was the seven-tailed fox. The seven-tailed fox heard the monsters running from her and mistook them for some hunters. She started running away from the noise until she stumbled upon her sister. The seven-tailed fox jumped into her arms and explained that she had almost died some time ago when a silver moon demon king surrounded her with a bunch of demons. The seven-tailed fox kept complaining about the situation, but Da Yi asked her sister if she managed to escape with the help of others. The seven-tailed confirmed it and asked Da Yi how she knew. Da Yi then pointed at the roasted eagle meat that was drying in the sun in the front yard of Li's house. The fox was immediately struck by the sight of it. Her head almost blew up with shock as she realized that the eagle was actually the Silver Moon Demon King. Da Yi told her that the Demon King had been salted for a few days and would be ready for consumption the next day. She continued, stating that it must have been Li who sent someone to rescue her from danger. She said that nothing was a coincidence, and it was all part of Li's plan. However, the fox still did not pay attention to her sister's words, as she was still in shock. knowing that the Silver Moon Demon King had been prepared for consumption. Da Yi also mentioned that Li had once expressed his intention to transform her into a human and serve him together with her. But she was not sure whether he truly meant it or not. She was afraid that she would offend Li if she brought her sister back into his home. Da Yi also told the seven-tailed fox that since the demons were currently without a leader and were in a state of chaos, she wanted her to become the Demon King. She said that the seven-tailed fox should discipline the demon group and provide a good hunting environment for Li. They continued discussing their plans, stating that once the tailed fox gained her strength and confirmed Li's intentions, she would bring her back to serve him. The seven-tailed fox became increasingly frantic, not knowing how to respond to her sister's ridiculous thoughts. She jumped up and protested, saying that she didn't want to be a demon king. Da Yi replied, saying that she was strong now and deserved to be a demon king. But the tailed fox was too shy and embarrassed to accept the idea. She asked her sister why Da Yi didn't become the demon king herself. Da Yi explained that her master had been holding her back and it would be rude of her to leave without his permission. The seven-tailed fox was left speechless by her sister's response. Da Yi then gave the tailed fox a bowl of soup and told her to think about becoming the Demon King later. The scene changed to Qin Jiyun and Master Lin arriving at Li's house. Upon reaching the door, Master Lin asked if it was Li's residence that Qin Jiyun had been talking about. Qin Jiyun reminded her father not to talk about anything that Li didn't like and not to upset him. Master Lin told Qin Jiyun not to worry, stating that Li was an expert and he wasn't going to treat him lightly. They knocked on the door and Li immediately opened up. Qin Jiyun introduced him to her father and explained that he had heard about Li's journey to the west and he insisted on meeting him. She apologized for being troublesome again. Li addressed her father as Uncle Lin. Master Lin revealed that he had wanted to meet Li for a long time, and now he finally got the chance. He apologized for his rudeness. Li asked Master Lin not to be too polite and invited them inside. They talked about a few things until Master Lin asked a question that made Qin Jiyun panic. Master Lin asked numerous questions in a row, such as where Li was from, how many members were in his family, what stage of cultivation he was currently at, and details about Li's job, including how much he earned in a month. When the last question came out of her father's mouth, Qin Jiyun immediately stepped on his foot. She pressed so hard that Master Lin was shocked and vomited blood. He immediately corrected his words and apologized for his impoliteness. Li didn't seem to care about that question. He simply said that he hadn't expressed his gratitude for the medicinal materials and requested them to stay for lunch. He said that he was preparing eagle mushroom soup. Qin Jiyun thanked him for his offer and said that she would wait. As Li left the room, Qin Jiyun put on an evil face and scolded her dad. Master Lin was scared and asked Qin Jiyun to listen to his explanation first. He said that an expert like Li must have returned to modesty and accepted the great truth. Whether mortal or immortal, they were all the same for him. There was no difference. Still, Qin Jiyun couldn't accept that excuse. She pulled out a knife that she had been sharpening and pointed it at her dad. Master Lin pushed away the knife and told her that treasures and ordinary things were no different in the eyes of the expert. He said that the rich don't like talking about money since they already have so much of it. In the case of Master Li, if they talked to him about stuff like immortality, it would make him bored. Instead, they should talk to him about simple things. Qin Jiyun finally understood why her father was acting that way. After all those words, Master Lin realized that Li was lighting the firewood and told Qin Jiyun that they should go and help him. Inside the kitchen, Li was seen washing the vegetables as he prepared to make the eagle soup. Suddenly, Master Lin and Qin Jiyun walked into the kitchen. Li asked them what they were doing here. Master Lin proudly said that he couldn't just sit and watch, so they both came here to help him cook. Moments later, Master Lin was chopping firewood in the yard using the demon's sword. There had only been a few sword slashes, but Master Lin already seemed exhausted. Seeing this, Li told Master Lin not to force himself. Master Lin changed his exhausted expression and said that it wasn't a big deal, and he wasn't exhausted at all. He said to himself that it was indeed no problem, unless the firewood he chopped was the spiritual wood, and the sword he used to chop it was a fallen demon's sword. With an intimidating look on his face, he continued, explaining that it all made sense. There were no normal things in Li's house. The fallen demon's sword had always thirsted for blood since its birth. According to a legend, obtaining it would be equivalent to being granted the supreme blessing to become a renowned demon. The sword no longer harbored darkness, only purity flowed within it. Even though the firewood Master Lin was currently chopping looked like common wood, he needed spiritual power every time he chopped it, and the path of spiritual power in his body felt a powerful quake. He couldn't believe that he had become the person who chopped spiritual wood. Master Lin appeared lifeless as Li witnessed this scene. Li shouted for him to stop and take a rest. However, despite his exhaustion, Master Lin insisted he was fine. He couldn't humiliate himself during their first meeting. Li knew that he could no longer keep going, so he urged him to take rest. Master Lin understood and thanked Li for his understanding. He retreated into his house to finish cooking, but then something struck him. He realized that the eagle in the eagle mushroom soup was none other than the Silver Moon Demon King. The demonic aura of the Silver Moon Demon King surrounded it. Master Lin tried to reject these thoughts. He couldn't fathom how Li had done it. However, these thoughts were quickly pushed aside as he noticed the cooked head, legs, and wings of the Silver Moon Demon King in the soup. He screamed internally, realizing that this was actually the real Silver Moon Demon King. As Li prepared the soup, he mentioned the health benefits of poultry soup. He told Master Lin that his health would benefit if he drank the soup, and you wouldn't feel exhausted after chopping just a bit of wood. Bro was roasting more than the Demon King. Li told him that he could even look at any old injuries that he might have. Master Lin felt useless since he was unable to perform such a mundane task as chopping firewood. He knew he had to find a way to repay Li's kindness. Otherwise, he feared his relationship with Li might be in jeopardy. The aroma of the eagle mushroom soup was so enticing that he couldn't concentrate on anything else. Li had even added jelly to the soup, making it even more delightful. Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun stood there, marveling at the soup's taste. Qin Ji-yun mentioned a rumor about the Silver Moon Demon King going missing, but she stopped short of elaborating. Master Lin smiled, attributing the ingredients to the soup's extraordinary properties: spiritual wood as firewood, dragon fireball as fuel, spiritual water as soup, rare medicinal herbs as complementary ingredients, and sworn ice as a supplement. He couldn't believe the soup's incredible effects. It felt like they had reached the pinnacle of life and death. Li, who had been observing Master Lin, accidentally added too much jelly. He eagerly handed a bowl of soup to Master Lin. Master Lin accepted it. He was still in awe of the Silver Moon Demon King's presence in the soup. He silently apologized to the Silver Moon Demon King, as its appearance was irresistibly tempting. Master Lin quickly devoured the soup, feeling a rush of energy. His surroundings transformed into a seaside scene, and he sensed a powerful flow of spiritual energy. He realized that his spiritual power was expanding rapidly, and he felt like it could explode at any moment. Tearing off his clothes, Master Lin declared his desire to be Li's carpenter for the rest of his life. Though this was all happening in his subconscious, Qin Ji-yun was astonished upon seeing her father's behavior. She noticed that there were rare ingredients in the eagle mushroom soup and wondered if her cultivation could withstand its power. She took a spoonful and immediately entered his subconscious state. She too was transported to the same seaside atmosphere. As she was enjoying the view and the taste of the food, she looked to her right to see her dad covered in nothing but a leaf. Returning to reality, Li asked if they liked the soup, and they enthusiastically praised it. Li was grateful for their compliments, and Master Lin thanked him for the meal. Wanting to reciprocate their kindness, Master Lin presented a treasure, the treasure of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. He claimed that it was a proselytizing relic, passed down through generations. Meanwhile, Li thought that it was just a crystal ball. Suddenly, the ball emitted light, displaying a monitor screen with a lecture by the ancient master of the Immortal Palace. Master Lin explained that it was a missionary relic, symbolizing the highest priority of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. Most pavilion masters had missionary imprints, which could be transformed into missionary relics. Master Lin requested Li to accept it. After hearing everything, Li inquired if the crystal ball was like a TV. Qin Ji-yun and Master Lin were a bit confused, so Li explained that TV was a special product from his hometown, capable of displaying images and programs. He added that he enjoyed watching cultivation series on TV. Misunderstanding Li's explanation, Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun couldn't grasp the concept of TV as it overwhelmed them with too much information. Qin Ji-yun asked her dad if this was all related to the immortal realm, to which Master Lin told her that it was. He thought that the TV Li mentioned was a magical item on a higher level than a missionary relic or crystal ball. Unlike them, it could accommodate and display all forms of supernatural power. Master Lin felt desperate. He was determined to make amends for his wood-chopping failure by gifting Li a missionary relic, but even that seemed insignificant to the expert. Li held the missionary relic and said that it was handy to carry around, but questioned why the program looked like online classes. Imagine attending online classes on the crystal ball. Li said that he got stressed whenever he saw something related to his class, so he was going to change it. However, in doing so, Li deleted all the content of the crystal ball, leaving Master Lin in shock. The missionary relic, a millennia-old artifact from Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, was simply deleted in seconds. Li innocently inquired about how to record images. Master Lin smiled and patiently explained to Li how it worked. All Li had to do was think of something, and it would be automatically recorded. Li chuckled and suggested trying it out. He thought to himself that he wanted to project some nice pictures, but didn't want to frighten Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun off. Therefore, he experimented with recording other images, starting with a TV series he had already watched, Journey to the West. Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun were astonished by what they saw, mistakenly believing it to be the real immortal realm. They couldn't believe that the ancient immortal realm was being displayed before their eyes. Li regretted that the screen on the missionary relic was too small and thought it would be more enjoyable on an IMAX screen. My man can open his own cinema with this thing. Upon hearing Li's words, Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun exclaimed their satisfaction with what they had seen. Master Lin thought to himself that he hadn't expected to witness the immortal realm. With his own eyes, it was an incredible experience. Li thanked them for the gift and said that it was an amazing item. After the show, Li asked them to wait in the front yard while he cleaned the table. Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun thanked him for his kindness. While Li was about to take away the soup, Master Lin asked him what he intended to do with it. Li replied that he would dispose of it, as it was too much food to finish, and it wouldn't be good if it spoiled. Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun protested, not wanting him to throw the soup away. Li explained that the quantity was too large, and since there was no refrigerator to store it, he had no choice but to throw it away. Master Lin, trembling with fear, asked Li if he could take the soup with him. At the Lingyun Immortal Palace, Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun returned from Li's house. To the cries of one of the elders, the elder was grateful for Master Lin's return and had an urgent report. He explained that an advanced secret realm had emerged in the west. Master Lin asked the noble elders not to panic and to speak slowly. He had also brought them a delicious meal, suggesting they talk while eating. The noble elder became furious, stating that it wasn't the time for a meal. They had discovered the secret realm that many groups had been searching for. If Master Lin didn't leave promptly, he would miss the opportunity. An elder explained to Qin Ji-yun that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for immortal cultivators, taking hundreds of years to unlock. These secret realms were rarely found, and before their discovery, nobody knew how they were created or opened. Everyone knew they held not only cultivation opportunities, but also rare treasures. The elder hadn't finished his explanation when the other noble elder silenced him with a slap and started yapping. He told Lin that he had already prepared some magic items as supplies. However, Master Lin surprised them by saying he wouldn't go. The noble elder was perplexed by Master Lin's decision not to go. Master Lin asked him not to panic. He then revealed the treasure he had brought for them, a rice box. He explained that he had received it from a great person he had met. The elders were astonished by the appearance of the rice box, which looked like a perfectly crafted box with a unique energy inside. Master Lin opened it and urged them to look at the soup inside the box instead of focusing on the secret realm. He considered the soup an opportunity. The three elders were overcome with emotion and awe, as all the ingredients used were incredibly rare. Overwhelmed, they devoured the soup without sharing it with the other elders. Master Lin was delighted to see them enjoy the soup, and both he and Qin Ji-yun decided to return home. Qin Ji-yun mentioned Li talking about a refrigerator and asked her dad what it was. He speculated that it was a device to keep food cool, though its exact nature was unknown. He believed it was important to Li, who may have dropped a hint about it. The elder's enthusiastic response to the soup made Master Lin pause and move closer to them. He learned that the secret realm was located on Mount Izumo. Master Lin went to the elders and asked them where the secret realm was. All the elders told him that the secret realm was on the west side of the mountain. This made Master Lin laugh. He believed that Li not only knew about the secret realm, but had also discovered a treasure within it. Master Lin proudly stated that he was blessed to be able to help Li and would now go to acquire the refrigerator without delay. As Master Lin was about to leave, one of the elders asked him why Master Lin wanted them to get the refrigerator when he was so powerful himself. Master Lin told them that Li was doing this since he wanted them to do these tasks for him. He said that it was a blessing for them to be able to serve him. The scene shifted back to Li's house. In the backyard, Da Yi seemed to be struggling and deep in thought. It turned out that Da Yi was playing chess alone. Li suddenly approached her from behind and surprised her. He was impressed because Da Yi had finally cracked the game. Da Yi stammered, saying that inspiration had struck her suddenly, and she wasn't sure if she had made the right moves. Li patted Da Yi on the shoulder and expressed his happiness as she had played and completed the game. Chess was a question presented by the system, and Li added that he had stared at it for a while before solving it. Li continued with a gloomy expression, mentioning that the prize for completing the chess game was household items like pots and pans. Now that they had finished it, Li wanted to give Da Yi a present. Da Yi initially rejected the gift, stating that she was content with being in Li's company and didn't deserve to receive a gift. However, Li insisted on telling her that he had lived alone in that isolated courtyard of the residence for many years. He felt he should thank Da Yi for her presence and for being by his side. Meanwhile, Master Lin was shivering from the cold as he was now in the northernmost part of Mount Izumo. Not long after, the elders arrived to provide shelter for him. One of the elders advised him that if he couldn't withstand the cold, it would be better to return, as Mount Izumo was known for its extreme cold. Master Lin had been living in the south for years, and it was understandable that he couldn't handle such cold conditions. Master Lin adamantly refused to go back and confidently declared his intention to crack the secret realm. He was determined to finish it and couldn't entertain the thought of turning back. Shortly thereafter, they reached the entrance of the secret realm, but noticed that a chessboard covered it. Master Lin inquired if it was the secret realm, and the elder confirmed it. The secret realm had been open for days, but no one had managed to open the gate by completing the chess game. Many had attempted to solve it, but most had been injured or failed. Despite the freezing conditions, Master Lin gazed at the chessboard, thinking it looked similar to what Li had. He began to misunderstand and believed that everything was related to Li. Confidently, he stated that he might be able to complete it. However, everyone underestimated him and advised him to give up. Suddenly, a man approached Master Lin. He introduced himself as Taoist Qingyang. He revealed that he had discovered the secret realm, but had been unable to solve the chess puzzle thus far. Once this news spread, it was hoped that the collective efforts of many would lead to a solution in a few days, as the secret realm would disappear if left unsolved. He said that the chess game was incredibly challenging, and Master Lin couldn't possibly complete it. Despite the freezing cold, Master Lin persisted and voiced his determination. However, someone interjected, shouting that no one could finish the game. It was Taoist Tian Yan, someone who appeared to be an expert in chess. Some young people were unfamiliar with Taoist Yan, and someone explained that there was a rumor that he possessed unparalleled talent in chess. He had reached the south stage at a young age, but had stopped cultivating and isolated himself, playing chess for years. If he couldn't solve the chess game, it was unlikely that anyone else could do it. Taoist Yan approached the chessboard blocking the entrance and attempted to solve it. He made his first move, indicating the start of the game. For a moment, nothing happened, and Taoist Yan believed he had succeeded. However, he was mistaken. In frustration, he made more moves, but still, nothing happened. Suddenly, the chess game counterattacked Taoist Yan, causing him to disappear into thin air. Master Lin muttered that he had expected it, realizing that there was only one way to solve it. Making the wrong first move would lead to subsequent wrong moves. Taoist Yan had made a mistake in his initial move, leading to his demise. Taoist Yang thought that all hope was lost, as there seemed to be no way to complete the game. Taoist Yang and the others turned to leave, no longer interested in the secret realm. However, to their astonishment, the door of the secret realm suddenly opened, leaving everyone in shock. Master Lin, who was merely frozen, urged them to enter immediately, hoping it might be warmer inside. Master Lin and Taoist Yang entered the secret realm. Taoist Yang praised Master Lin for his incredible skills. Although they had met only a year ago, Master Lin's chess abilities had greatly improved. Master Lin downplayed his skills, saying it was nothing. Taoist Yang was surprised by this, concluding that Master Lin not only had improved his skills, but had also become skilled at pretending. He asked Master Lin where he had found such a good opportunity to learn, but Master Lin refrained from sharing the details, He mumbled that he believed Li would prefer to keep quiet and his whereabouts shouldn't be known. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the cold and wind intensified. Master Lin questioned Taoist Yang if he was hallucinating or if the cave was actually getting colder. Taoist Yang confirmed that he wasn't hallucinating. It was indeed getting colder. He told Master Lin to turn around, to take a look at the two elder masters, frozen from the cold. Master Lin panicked, wondering if they had all frozen to death. He feared he might suffer the same fate. Taoist Yang explained that they had done nothing wrong, because the items in the secret realm were not meant for ordinary people. Sacrifices like this were necessary for such treasures. Yang suggested they go deeper inside. After a while, they arrived at the end of the cave of the secret realm, and Master Lin was surprised by what he saw. Yang wondered about it as well. There was an ice crystal on an altar that could be reached by climbing a set of stairs. Taoist Yang explained that this was the treasure in the secret realm. Master Lin was overjoyed, exclaiming that he had finally found a fridge. This mention of a fridge left Yang confused, as he couldn't comprehend what Master Lin meant. Master Lin was in high spirits, seemingly delighted by his own antics. Taoist Yang, however, looked at him with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. He muttered to himself, questioning if Master Lin was acting foolish, due to the cold rotting his brain. Taoist Yang went on to clarify that the crystal had the power to freeze not only objects, but also living beings. Despite the warning, Master Lin approached the ice crystal on the altar. He asked if it could be referred to as a fridge, suggesting that he might bring it back to Li. Suddenly, Taoist Yang appeared behind Master Lin, ready to attack. He wanted to take the treasure all for himself. The scene changed to Qin Jiyun. She had a bad feeling about her father. Meanwhile, in Li's residence at night, Li called out to Da Yi, who was getting ready. Da Yi had finished dressing, looking perfectly suitable for the occasion. She inquired if Li was about to take her to the town. Li casually confirmed it. Da Yi felt a bit anxious and expressed her concerns about not knowing the rules in the city. She worried that she might cause problems for Li. As he grabbed her hand, Li reassured her, telling her to put her worries aside and just enjoy the evening, since it was New Year's Eve. Returning to the secret realm, Master Lin was found lying on the ground, apparently having been attacked by Taoist Yang. He mumbled about the dragon fire, fox remnants, and protectors inheriting secret treasures and said that, if it wasn't for them, he would have turned into an ice sculpture. However, he hadn't anticipated that Master Lin could withstand the challenge. Yang blamed himself for what happened to Master Lin. As he reached out his hand to take the crystal, he was suddenly frozen in place, and silence descended in the cave. A few moments later, Master Lin regained consciousness, confused as to whether someone had stabbed him in the back. Fortunately, he had consumed the Silver Moon Demon King soup that Li had given him. The soup had transformed into spiritual power to protect him from both attacks and the cold. He assured himself that everything had gone according to Li's vision. Looking into the crystal, Master Lin was surprised to see Taoist Yang frozen alongside it. He tried to wake Taoist Yang up, but Taoist Yang remained still. Master Lin gave his final salute, acknowledging that Taoist Yang had accompanied him into the cave. He said that Yang would always remain in his thoughts. Master Lin placed the crystal inside the rice box he had received from Li and was truly ecstatic. He mumbled about giving the rice box to Li, who would find it to be the perfect place to store the crystal. Master Lin swiftly left the area, leaving Taoist Yang behind in his icy prison. The old man totally deserved it. Back in the town, it was finally nighttime. Children ran around with lanterns in their hands, inadvertently bumping into Li and Da Yi. It seemed that the children recognized Li and wished him a happy new year. Li reciprocated their wishes. Suddenly, the mother of these children appeared, cautioning them to be careful and not bump into others. She recognized Li and said that it had been a while since she had seen him. She understood why, when she realized that Li now had a girlfriend. Li blushed and clarified that they were just friends. The woman continued to tease Li, knowing full well that they were only friends and meant no harm. Da Yi tried to explain to the woman that she wasn't Li's girlfriend, but accidentally blurted out that she was Li's pet. This statement further confused the woman, and she blushed, thinking that their relationship was more complicated than it seemed. She playfully teased them, keeping the conversation lighthearted. Anshan then called her daughter Nun Nun, who came over while holding a basket of eggs. She greeted Li, saying that he had previously saved her, and that she wanted to thank him. She handed the basket of eggs to Li as an act of gratitude. Li thanked Nun Nun and praised her as a good girl. Nun Nun mentioned her intention to join an immortal sect, and learn to fight monsters to protect everyone. Li appeared puzzled, but Han Jue explained that Nun Nun was inspired by Li's actions. Nun Nun had prepared herself to attend the Lantern Festival, where many sects would be present to recruit new disciples. Li praised Nun Nun for her determination and told her that if she could have a cultivator as her master, he would give her a big reward. They made a pinky promise. As the night grew older, fireworks illuminated the sky. To mark the beginning of the new year, everyone enjoyed the breathtaking display, and Da Yi was especially impressed. She asked if they were called immortal fireworks, to which Li confirmed. He told her that in his hometown, air pollution was so bad that fireworks were banned. Li teased Da Yi, saying that she was prettier than the fireworks, causing her to blush. They continued to explore the town and stumbled upon a place that caught their attention. Da Yi inquired about it, and Li explained that it was a brothel, where many couples in love would gather. Li's face turned serious as he questioned whether Da Yi was interested in such a place. Da Yi noticed a familiar scent and became more intrigued. Li, growing increasingly panicked, warned her not to be interested in such places, explaining that it was where adults discussed their relationships. Da Yi didn't understand the word relationship. Li quickly took Da Yi away and warned her that it was a dangerous place, so they shouldn't get any closer. Of course, Da Yi misunderstood and thought that Li warned her about the brothel being dangerous, so she wouldn't ask any more questions. It turned out that Li's warning was not unfounded. The brothel was indeed dangerous. A female worker from the brothel suddenly withered, as if her life had been drained from her. She seemed to have been forced into something that led to her death. There was a figure with flaming red eyes behind her, a man who appeared almost demonic. He laughed menacingly, suggesting that he had some sinister plans. Afterwards, the demon quickly left the brothel, heading elsewhere. Switching to another scene, Nun Nun was enjoying a spectacular fireworks show on her own. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, calling for anyone interested in signing up. Nun Nun didn't know what she was signing up for, but she seemed intrigued. Back to Li and Da Yi, who were strolling through the city at night. Li showed her around and introduced her to various places she wanted to know about. Li unintentionally met Nun Nun, who was with another woman. Nun Nun had joined an immortal cultivator sect, and the woman she was with was her master. Nun Nun introduced her master to Li. Nun Nun shared her aspirations to become an immortal cultivator in the future. Li praised Nun Nun for her dedication to finding a sect to join. However, he noticed Nun Nun getting teased by others or joining the Golden Lotus sect. They laughed at Nun Nun, as the Golden Lotus sect was known for accepting disciples with low-level spiritual roots. Li asked her what was wrong. Nun Nun explained that people had told her she had a low level of spiritual roots, which meant that there might not be much for her to cultivate in the future. However, despite her low spiritual roots, she had found a master willing to accept her. Seeing that Nun Nun was feeling down, Li tried to cheer her up. Li told Nun Nun that her master had chosen her for her talent, and Nun Nun was even stronger than Li himself. He offered Nun Nun a small gift as a token of his appreciation for finding a master. Li then pulled out his stationery and started writing something down. He explained to Nun Nun that he couldn't give her something precious because he was just a talentless mortal. As Li passionately wrote, a bright light suddenly emanated from where he was writing the words. King Luo and Shi Yu noticed the light and felt the spiritual energy it emitted. They were surprised by the sensation and wondered what kind of spiritual energy it was. Meanwhile, the demon man, who had been observing from a pavilion rooftop, was intrigued by the light and found it interesting. Li completed 4 verses of poetry in his writing, leaving those who witnessed the light amazed. Da Yi speculated that Li wanted Nun Nun to cultivate Tao instead of immortality. Nun Nun's master, who had been shocked by the incident, wondered who this young master was. After that, Li was approached by King Luo and Shi Yu. He gave the writing to Nun Nun and requested King Luo to take care of her, since she was joining his sect. He told him that he would even visit the sect himself. King Luo immediately agreed and told him that he would take care of her. Meanwhile, Nun Nun's master was screaming in shock and wondering who her new disciple was. After Li left, King Luo turned to Shi Yu and told her that Li became even more formidable when he was serious. He glanced at Nun Nun and mentioned that she had received the breath of words from Li, which terrified him, as it might be the most valuable treasure in the dynasty. Suddenly, something swooped down and approached King Luo, resembling the demon man. King Luo panicked and shouted for identification. The demon man abducted Nun Nun and swiftly departed. She realized that the demon man was a demonic Taoist and yelled that whoever was captured by him would not return alive. She asked King Lu what to do next. King Luo screamed at her and told her that they needed to go after the demon. The demon man had taken Nun Nun away from the crowd. Nun Nun, who had been released, murmured that he should eat her. She told him that she would reincarnate into a higher spiritual root and destroy him. The demon man carried Nun Nun as if she were a helpless kitten. The demon man revealed that he wanted to take possession of the breath of words, and if she didn't hand it over, he threatened to kill Nun Nun. Nun Nun confidently responded that she was willing to sacrifice her life to protect the breath of words. She had been inspired by the story of Journey to the West, where the characters never surrendered to evil. The demon man, however, seemed oblivious to Nun Nun's words. Suddenly, he came under attack, and he managed to deflect the assault. It was none other than King Luo, accompanied by Shi Yu and his wife, who had launched the attack. King Luo gracefully emerged from the flames and confronted the demon man, warning him about the consequences of his actions. The demon man inquired if it was the young master who had written those powerful words. He speculated that the young master must be an ancient and powerful being, who had assumed the guise of a handsome young man. Much like himself, King Luo, growing impatient, readied himself for battle. He criticized the demon man for his ignorance, and compared him to a frog in a well. King Luo launched a powerful attack, but the demon man skillfully evaded it, just as King Luo was preparing another devastating attack. Shi Yu interjected, cautioning him not to harm Nun Nun. King Luo halted his assault, giving the demon man an opportunity to counterattack. Seizing the opening, the demon man retaliated, but King Luo swiftly employed the Earth Dragon technique, landing a direct hit on the demon man's body. The demon man, who had already lost one arm, acknowledged that the Earth Dragon fire of the Qi Anlong Immortal dynasty was the nemesis of all witchcraft. King Luo responded calmly and inquired why the demon man had come to his territory to cause trouble, when he was well aware of the consequences. The demon man smiled cryptically and then vanished, leaving King Luo to ponder his motives. King Luo soon realized that Shi Yu and his wife had been captured by the demon man. They were ensnared by tentacle-like appendages, pleading for King Luo's assistance. Drawing his sword, King Luo vowed to rescue them. However, King Luo's wife sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the tentacles and urged him to proceed with caution. As King Luo approached, he experienced a nosebleed due to the overwhelming force. His wife expressed frustration at his distraction. During such a critical moment, unbeknownst to them, the demon man had transformed into his perfect demonic form and approached from behind. The demon man laughed and remarked that King Luo had been too reckless, risking everything for a child with a low-level spiritual root. With that, he pulled Nun Nun out of captivity and prepared to consume her. King Luo desperately shouted for the demon man to stop, but it was too late. Nun Nun was immediately swallowed by the demon. The demon man nonchalantly commented that he hadn't initially intended to devour her, but she tasted quite good. He relished King Luo's panicked expression, finding it most entertaining. This demon man doesn't know what's coming for him. Nun Nun realized that she was inside the belly of the demon. She thought to herself that she was devoured as soon as she joined her first sect. Nun Nun hoped to become an immortal cultivator in her next life and protect Li, as she was about to get eaten. A huge explosion sounded across the mountains. The explosion confused Master Luo and the others. The demon man suddenly sensed something strange happening with his stomach. The next moment, he noticed his stomach opening, and a woman coming to grab Nun Nun. The demon asked her who she was. Nun Nun thought that the woman was some sort of god, and that she was in the afterlife. The woman said the word disperse, and within seconds, the demon completely evaporated. Shi Yu and Lady Luo were freed from the demon's clutches. They looked at the sky and realized that the women were performing Taoist flow manifestation. King Luo revealed that she was Xian Ye. The woman grabbed Nun Nun, who asked her if the demon was dead. The woman turned her towards the direction of the demon, who was running for his life. The demon had gone back to his previous form of a man. He wondered how someone could be so powerful. Nun Nun told Xian Ye that the demon was still not dead. Hearing this, she flew towards the demon and grabbed him by his robe. The demon begged her to spare his life, but Xian Ye put her hand on his head and converted him into a crystal ball. Nun Nun thought that the ball looked ugly. Xian Ye told her that the ball was on Yuan Ying's stage. She grabbed the ball and hovered it over her head. After a few moments, the ball blended with Nun Nun, causing her to lose consciousness. The scene changed to the fallen immortal town where Nun Nun's master was packing her stuff. A disciple asked her if she was going to wait for the little girl that they had just recruited. The sect master told her that Nun Nun had been captured by the demonic Taoist, and it was impossible for her to come back. The girl reminded her that King Luo had gone after the girl himself, so there was a chance that she might be saved. The sect master said that King Luo couldn't protect the girl all her life, and if the demonic Taoist came looking for her again, they might have to face consequences as well. She only hired her since she wanted a maid to wash her feet. However, she had realized that Nun Nun was too much trouble for them. She went to meet King Luo, who was holding Nun Nun. He asked her if she was there to save her, and said that she didn't need to worry since he had already brought her back. The sect master looked at Nun Nun wickedly and told King Luo that he didn't need to go and save her, since the girl had low-grade spiritual roots and didn't even deserve it. King Luo screamed at her, saying that the girl was personally taken into his care by Li. He told her that Nun Nun was blessed by the gods and had the essence of the Yuan Yang completely blended into her body. The sect master was shocked since she couldn't believe what King Luo was telling her. He told her that Nun Nun's potential was limitless. After that, he took out a page and asked the sect master where her sect was located. He realized that it was the Golden Lotus sect, located in the north of the Qi Anlong Immortal dynasty. King Luo immediately got closer to her, and with a scary expression, threatened her to keep Nun Nun safe. The sect master realized that King Luo looked even scarier than the demonic Taoist. Before the sect master could leave, King Luo gave her disciple a bunch of items that Nun Nun would need in her cultivation process. He told her that she could ask him for anything, if it was not enough. The sect master was now even more curious to know the identity of the little girl she had just recruited. She promised King Luo that she would take care of Nun Nun. Deep down, she knew that she wasn't accepting a disciple into her sect, but an ancestor. The scene changed to a forest where Li and Da Yi were walking together. Out of nowhere, some monsters appeared in a nearby bush. One of them commented on Da Yi's appearance, saying that she was pretty and would taste delicious. On the other hand, Li looked stupid, and the only thing he had was his young age. Da Yi sensed the presence of those monsters and told Li that she could hear some noise behind them. Li asked her if she was scared of walking at night. He pulled her close and made a Giga Chad face, assuring her that he would take care of her. If anything were to go wrong, he knows how to rise girls. Da Yi told him that it was fine. She had killed the monsters using just 2 of her fingers. After they got back home, Da Yi asked Li if he had any other orders for her. Li told her that it was late, so they should probably get back to their bedrooms. Da Yi came closer and asked Li if he was tired and wanted her to serve him. Li misunderstood her and thought that she was hinting at something sinister. He blushed and told her that she was tired too, so there was no need for her to serve him. He quickly ran into his room and locked the door. Inside, Li panicked, realizing that he almost lost control. After Li turned down her service, Da Yi decided to take care of another matter. In the forest, all the monsters had gathered to appoint a new king, since the Silver Moon King had died. Da Yi's sister, the seven-tailed fox, was also among the crowd. She was scared and wondered how she could win against so many monsters. The fox climbed a nearby tree to get better view and noticed the monsters chanting someone's name. As she was watching the event, she saw an old bird who asked her if she had come here to witness the election of the new demon king. The bird tried to act cool and called her little fox. The seven-tailed fox told him that her sister forced her to attend this. As he turned towards her, his jaw was left wide open, since he finally realized that he was talking to the seven-tailed fox. The bird told her that she had high cultivation at a young age, and if she worked hard, she could become the demon king next time. The seven-tailed fox cried, since she was actually here to become the demon king. On the ground, a monster started calling for the new demon king. The head of the event silenced them and asked them if all of them wanted to be the new demon king. He screamed at them, revealing that he used to be the counselor of the Silver Moon Demon King. As the monster tried to hype up the crowd, the White Tiger Demon King joined the arena. To be honest, this feels more like a wrestling match than an election. The bird told the seven-tailed fox that the White Tiger Demon King was only below the Silver Moon King because he couldn't fly. In terms of strength, he was the strongest. As the White Tiger was showing off in the arena, the Silver Lion King jumped in. He also wanted to participate in the election for the new Demon King. With his entry, the Giant Bear Demon King also arrived. The arena was now filled with the strongest monsters. The bird told the seven-tailed fox that no weak monsters would dare join the fight. now that those monsters had arrived. However, to his surprise, the fox had already stepped down into the arena. The bird was shocked and wondered if the fox actually wanted to die. All the other fighters also looked at her in disbelief. Meanwhile, the seven-tailed fox trusted the decision of her sister and decided to fight for the Demon King's title. As the seven-tailed fox stood in the arena, all the demon spectators started mocking her. They shouted at her for having the courage to stand up against all these powerful monsters. However, the host told them that the competition didn't prevent anyone from joining, unless they didn't want to get killed. It meant that the fox was free to join, no matter her strength or cultivation level. The Silver Moon Demon King had defeated all the other monsters in that same arena, and now it was time for the new generation of monsters to fight and decide on the king. The monster who survived till the end would win the competition and become their new king. The seven-tailed fox was terrified. She tried to calm herself by putting her trust in her sister, since she told her that she could defeat all the monsters. However, as soon as the fight started, the white tiger slammed into the ground, throwing the seven-tailed fox away. The silver lion barely managed to dodge the attack. The giant bear was also a bit taken aback by the attack, but he still stood strong. On the other hand, the seven-tailed fox was seen flying towards a tree. She realized that the actual fight was nothing like her sister said, and wondered how she was going to make it out alive. The fox hit the tree with great force and fell down. Meanwhile, the white tiger smiled and asked the other fighters if they really thought he was done. He claimed that he had gotten a lot stronger in the 100 years that they hadn't seen each other. The white tiger absorbed all the energy around him and concentrated it into a single point, creating a powerful suction force. The silver lion and the giant bear were surprised by the sheer strength of the wind. It was enough to move them towards the white tiger. The seven-tailed fox tried to run away while crying, as she had no hope of winning the fight. Unfortunately for her, she didn't have enough strength to continue holding on, and she fell to the ground. In front of her was the white tiger, and she had nowhere else to run now. He continued pulling her towards himself. The old bird saw this from the tree and felt bad for the seven-tailed fox. He thought that the situation looked hopeless, since not even the Silver Moon Demon King could stand this close to the white tiger. The seven-tailed fox realized that she was going to die at the hands of the white tiger, so she closed her eyes. However, at the last instant, her jade pendant started shining and bright light emerged from the stone. The old bird and all the spectators were left speechless. They stared at the light as it turned into a giant phoenix and obliterated the white tiger in a matter of seconds. Silver Lion and the giant bear could only watch as the white tiger was turned into ashes by the phoenix. After witnessing the fate of the white tiger, the old bird realized why the seven-tailed foxes had the courage to step into the ring with those fighters. The fox thought back to when her sister gave her the pendant. She told her that she received it as a gift from Lee after she solved the chess game. The seven-tailed fox was now laughing as she realized that it was all going according to her sister's plan. She excitedly started walking towards the other two fighters, who had now joined teams to defeat her. The crowd started shouting against the seven-tailed foxes, since she used a human artifact to defeat the white tiger. The event head told the fox that if she won using the human artifact, no monster would respect her. If she wanted to become the Demon King, she needed to win using her own powers, and not the jade pendant. Before the seven-tailed fox could say anything, the two fighters jumped on her. The fox tried to run away, but the silver lion managed to hit her and knock her back. She fell down on the ground, calling out her sister to help her. The giant bear stood in front of her, with blood in his eyes. He decided to finish her off with a punch, but before he could hit her, someone dragged the fox away. The giant bear got mad and started shouting at the person, calling them overconfident. The person who saved the fox was none other than Da Yi. She stood on top of a tree and called out to the giant bear. The event head saw her and mistook her for a human girl. He asked her why she was there. Da Yi told him that he had a problem with his eyes and claimed that she was a demon. She revealed her 9 tails to the crowd, and they immediately recognized her as the 9-tailed celestial fox. The silver lion got enraged and asked her how she managed to escape from the Lin Immortal Palace, since they were the ones who had caught her. Da Yi stared into the eyes of the silver lion and gave him one last chance to surrender. The silver lion screamed at her and said that since she had transformed, she needed some time to cultivate again. The giant bear tried to stop him, but it was too late. The silver lion jumped towards Da Yi and tried to attack her with all his might. However, as he got closer, Da Yi threw a few ice shards toward him, which turned into huge spikes and punctured his entire body. The crowd realized that the silver lion was dead. Not only that, Da Yi had killed him with only a single attack. She stood in front of them and asked if there was anyone else who wanted to go against her. The whole crowd screamed and immediately bowed down to Da Yi, who declared her their new demon king. She saw that the giant bear still wasn't kneeling down. She looked at him with murderous intent and asked him if he still wasn't convinced of her powers. The giant bear started shaking in fear and told her that his knees were just weak, so he couldn't kneel down even if he wanted to. Hearing this, Da Yi cast a spell on the giant bear that caused him to fall to his knees. He started crying and thanked her for giving him the opportunity to kneel down. While holding the seven-tailed fox, Da Yi stared at the crowd and told them that her sister was going to be the new demon king. Any demon who had an objection could talk to her personally. I don't think anyone is going to complain after what they just saw. Back at Lee's residence, he woke up screaming that the cooking water had boiled. Bro was having nightmares about cooking food. He calmed down after realizing that it was all a bad dream. He went out to get his morning exercise when he saw Da Yi entering through the front gate. He said that she missed her morning exercise and told her not to be lazy. Da Yi admitted her mistake and joined him in exercising. As both of them were working out, he asked her where she had just come from. Da Yi told him that she went to get some new lights for the lanterns, as the stone lanterns in the yard were not lit. Lee was surprised, since he didn't expect lights to exist in this world. It turned out that the lights Da Yi was talking about were just fireflies. She guided the fireflies into the lantern, and the lantern glowed up. Lee thanked Da Yi for the gift. He asked her if fireflies were a good choice for a light source, since they had a short lifespan. Da Yi assured him that it was okay, since she could make them last for a long time. Meanwhile, the fireflies inside the lantern could not believe that Da Yi was the same celestial fox that they had met in the forest. Out in the desert, Nun Nun and her new sect master were walking alone. The sect master apologized to her and told her that their Golden Lotus sect was located in the wild. Da Yi told her that it was fine and inquired about the full story behind their sect's origin. The sect leader told her that the Celestial Sword sect refused to give them the antidote unless she did some favors for them. She said that even though their sect was small, they were true cultivators. Da Yi told the sect master that she believed her, since she was willing to accept someone like her into the sect. The two of them finally arrived at the sect's location. It looks more like a warehouse than a sect building. The inside of the sect looked as bad as the outside. The sect master led Da Yi to her room and advised her to call her if she needed anything. Da Yi got a bit too excited after seeing her own room. Meanwhile, the sect master went to another room where a sick woman was lying down with her eyes closed. She approached the woman and addressed her as her elder sister. The elder sister was actually the real head of the Golden Lotus sect. Her name was Wu Han Yan. On the other hand, the sect master's name was Wu Han Yu. Both of them looked alike. Han Yan woke up after hearing her sister's voice. She was weak, so she barely managed to get up. She told Han Yu that her time was almost over and that the responsibility for the sect would soon be on her shoulders. Han Yan accidentally got poisoned while she was harvesting honey. Since her sect was too small, no other sect was willing to help them. Han Yu revealed to her sister that she found an outstanding disciple. Han Yan got curious and asked her if the disciple was a middle-grade spiritual root or the seedling of a high-grade spiritual root. However, her sister crushed her expectations by telling her that the disciple was just a low-grade spiritual root. After spitting out the metaphorical blood, Han Yan criticized her sister for still being childish and still making jokes. She asked her how a low-grade spiritual root disciple was going to be a blessing for their sect. Han Yu showed her a bunch of high-grade elixirs that she received as a gift from King Luo. She said that they could cure her illness using those elixirs. Han Yan was confused and mind-blown at the same time. She asked her sister how it was possible that they received such valuable gifts for recruiting a disciple. Han Yu revealed that Nun Nun had a big brother and King Luo wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Therefore, he was trying to please him. Han Yan let out a hopeful smile and said that their good days were coming. She also advised her sister to take good care of the disciple. As they were talking, Nan Nan quietly walked in through the door. Han Yu introduced her to her sister and told Nun Nun that she could call her elder master. Nun Nun immediately greeted Han Yan while paying her respects. She then took out a piece of paper and urged the sect master to take a look. As Han Yu looked at the paper, she noticed a list of names written on it. Nun told her that the list contained the names of all of their enemies, and they would kill them one by one. Both the sisters almost fainted after realizing how crazy Nun Nun was despite being an inferior spiritual root. Back at Li's house, King Luo and Shi Yu entered the front lawn with a huge smile on their faces. They told Li that Nun Nun had written a letter for him. Li was brushing his teeth, so he spit out the water on a plant and told them that they didn't need to do such small tasks for him. Shi Yu and King Lu couldn't help but look at the plant as it basked in Li's divine saliva. Okay, I regret reading this part. Both of them were jealous that the plant could enjoy such blessings. Li said that he was aware that they didn't just come to his house to deliver that letter, and they wanted to have dinner too. He made a proud expression and told them that he had a precious treasure that he wanted to show them. Li started reading Nun Nun's letter, which contained an update on her daily life in the Golden Lotus sect. She told him that they were treating her well, and she had also started her cultivation training. Li laughed and asked King Luo if all the cultivation sects treated their disciples in the same manner. King Luo told him that he had given them special instructions, since he had told him to take care of Nun Nun. In their minds, both Li and King Luo couldn't help but think highly of each other. On their way to the treasure, the two of them saw the missionary relic and the Millennium Iceberg, and as always, their mouths were left wide open. Li called them over and said that he had something to show them. The treasure he mentioned earlier was actually a refrigerator. He told them that he had just talked about it, and that Master Lin had actually gone and got it for him. King Luo and Shi Yu thought that there was nothing special about the box. However, as Li opened the refrigerator, a cold gust of wind struck them and turned them both into ice. They realized that it was actually an ice crystal. Li took out 2 popsicles and invited them to try them. The two of them broke through the ice and looked at the ice pop in awe. King Luo thought that the ice pop was the food of the Immortals, since it looked so stunning. Before Shi Yu could eat it, he immediately stopped her, warning her of the consequences of eating food frozen by the ice crystal. He came closer to her and claimed that she could lose her life if she was not careful. Meanwhile, they could see Li enjoying the ice pop as if it were nothing. He told them that it tasted like summer and asked if they didn't want to try it. King Luo focused all of his energy and decided to give the ice pop a lick. Without even realizing it, he was transported to the top of an icy mountain. King Luo realized that he didn't feel cold. He felt warm deep inside his heart. He came out of his imagination, and the heat destroyed the ice around him. He stared at the ice pop and told Shi Yu that there was a lesson to learn. Shi Yu asked him what he was talking about. He told her that she couldn't lose focus, since one wrong move could leave her frozen by the powers of the ice crystal. So this is what brain freeze actually is. Li noticed them licking the ice pop and told them that it would melt if they continued to lick at it like cats. He took a big bite out of his ice crystal and told them that they should eat it like that, since it was the only way to feel refreshed. People who bite on ice pops with their front teeth are monsters. King Luo and Shi Yu stood there thinking about whether they should eat the ice pop or not. After hearing Li, they realized that they needed to try the ice pop. King Luo tried to assure Shi Yu, and they both started combining their power to protect themselves from the powerful ice crystal. They both screamed at the top of their lungs as they prepared to bite down on the mighty ice pop. As soon as they took a bite, the earth shattered and a blinding light rose into the sky. Let's just say they both enjoyed the experience a lot. However, after they were done enjoying themselves, the side effects kicked in, and they both felt tired, since they lost all of their energy. King Luo told Li that they would be returning back to their palace, since they weren't feeling good. Li asked them if they were suffering from a stomach ache because of the cold. King Luo couldn't hold it in any longer, so he quickly rushed to the nearest toilet, followed by Shi Yu. As they got out, Li asked King Luo if he was feeling better. He told him that he needed to go back and digest the rest of the stuff at home. In his mind, he was talking about the Tao wisdom, while Li interpreted it as him digesting the ice pop. However, before they were about to leave, Li stopped them and said that he needed their help. The scene shifts to the Lin Immortal Palace, where Qin is sitting in front of the 5 elders. One of the elders asked her if she knew the type of risk Master Mengji was taking. Master Mengji was going through the Tao Heart Excruciation stage, which could allow him to break through. However, if he failed or something went wrong, it could result in his death. To keep everyone and himself safe, Master Mengji repressed himself for hundreds of years. But this time, he couldn't stop himself from trying to break through. If he succeeded, he could reach the gods' test stage. which was the second last stage in the path to immortality. Since the master was locked away in the building, there was a high chance that the rival sects of Lin's immortal palace or the demons would try to use this opportunity to attack the sect. They needed more manpower. However, Qin had placed all the disciples to guard the mountain in which Li resided. The elder asked her why she did it. He also told her that some of the demons had already entered the Qi Anlong dynasty, and that they might attack Lin's immortal palace at any time now. For them, the most important thing right now was to gather all of their resources and focus on their defense. While the palace master was still in seclusion, Qin stood her ground and told the elders that they needed to focus more on mountain protection, since the demons were invading the dynasty. Another bald elder asked her why she was so persistent in defending the person living on that mountain. Before Qin could say anything, the great elder ordered all the other elders and the rest of the people to follow him and gave the orders for the disciples to return to the palace. As he was walking away, Qin called out to him and told him that the expert she mentioned liked to eat fish from a local fish seller. Due to the death of the Demon King, the demons in the area had been in chaos for some time. The fish seller had not been able to catch any fish for almost a month because of these demons. She told him that Master Li liked quietness and hunting wild animals. She wanted to make sure that every demon who tried to disturb his peace by venturing into the mountain was killed. She said that this was more important to her than even cultivating immortality. The great elder heard this and thought that Qin had gone insane. I don't blame him, to be honest. He ordered the men to lock the saintess in her room and prevent her from ever going outside without his permission. He then used a spell on her that prevented her from moving. The great elder looked at her and said that they would wait for Master Meng Ji to come out and reveal for himself who this Master Li was. As this was happening, King Luo and Shi walked into the scene. They said that they called for the disciples to carry their message, but there was no one to answer their call, so they had to come here in person. The great elder asked Ling Luo why he was here. King Luo said that he was there to deliver something entrusted to him by Master Li himself. He had a book in his hands with the title Ambush on all sides. The great elder had no choice but to release Qin, since it was embarrassing for others to see the saintess like that. He told her that Master Meng Ji entrusted the care of the entire palace to her, but she became obstinate and put it all at risk. Qin replied by saying that the master had put her in charge, so she had the final say on all the sect affairs. If anyone wanted to say anything, they had to convince her first. The great elder looked at her with confusion, since he didn't know what she meant. Qin clarified herself and told him that she wanted him to fight her, not just him, but she wanted all 5 of them to fight her at once. The bald man tried to warn her and said that they all practiced 5 different tunes, which meant that they all had 5 different Dao. Fighting them at once meant inescapable defeat for her. He asked her again if she was sure about her decision. Qin was confident in her choice, so she told them that she would talk with her music instead of her words. As they all flew into the air and prepared to fight, Shiyu told her dad that Qin looked weaker than the elders. She wanted to fight all 5 of them by herself, but by the looks of it, she was going to fail. However, she did have the musical book given to her by Master Li, so King Luo was hopeful that Qin would do something unbelievable. Qin stood strong in front of the elders. The great elders told her they only wanted to teach her a lesson and would try not to hurt her too much. However, after her loss, she would hand over the control of the Lin Immortal Palace to him and not interfere unnecessarily in their affairs. Qin agreed without thinking much and said that the elders would be convinced of the master once they witnessed his power. The 5 elders took out their zither and prepared to play. As they all played their music at the same time, Qin opened the book and took out her own zither. She started playing the chords, and miraculously, a strong shield appeared that deflected all of their attacks. The elders were left stunned, since they didn't know how it was even possible. The elders asked the great elder if they were going to continue fighting, but it looked like he had already given up. He announced that they had already lost, since the musical piece that Qin was playing was too powerful. After witnessing the instant defeat of the elders, Shiyu couldn't help but appreciate Master Li and his amazing score. She asked her father how he felt, but when she looked at him, she noticed tears rolling down his eyes. He was envious of all the others, since they had some treasure given to them by Li, but Lim Ji Yun Immortal Pavilion had nothing. Despite having a close relationship with the expert, he told Shiyu that they needed to work harder and sacrifice everything that they had to get favors from Li. After the fight, they saw Qin slowly stepping back to the ground. The elders were left speechless as they realized that she had just experienced a breakthrough to the saver stage. As Qin stepped down to the ground, she opened her eyes and smiled, saying that she couldn't properly play the musical score due to her low cultivation. The elders were treating her entirely differently now. They tried asking her to do all kinds of favors for her. Qin laughed and said that the elders were finally able to understand how important Master Li was. She told them that Master Li had given her the score. All the elders started buttering up Master Li and the score. The great elder fell to the ground and told Qin that it was all his fault, and you shouldn't have doubted her in the first place. Qin held the book in her hands and announced that their #1 priority was to ensure that no one disturbed the elder in his daily life. According to a report, the expert wanted to eat the water demon fish found in Silver Moon Lake. She ordered all the elders to get moving immediately. The elders instantly obeyed and set flight along with her. Meanwhile, Shiyu and King Lu could only stare at them. As they left, they felt like they were just some tools being used by the master to run errands. The scene changed to a group of fishermen who were making their way towards the lake. One of them wore a round hat, and his name was Yu. The other fisherman warned him not to go near the lake, since it was dangerous. However, Yu refused, telling them that he hadn't caught a single fish for a month, and he had no money left. He said that if things continued that way, he wouldn't be able to purchase the latest version of the book, Journey to the West. He was determined to catch some fish, no matter what happened. As he reached the river, he threw his net inside and sat down, waiting for the fish. He hoped to be lucky enough not to encounter any demons as he tried catching fish. A few moments passed, and the man started feeling a presence behind him. The presence turned into footsteps, and someone started running towards him. He got scared and looked behind him, only to find out that it was just a harmless bunny. He sighed and turned back. However, out of nowhere, a giant demon appeared and ate the entire rabbit in one bite. The demon insect opened its mouth to eat you, too. You screamed for help while being trapped inside the demon's mouth. Fortunately, Qin heard his cries for help and immediately rushed over to help him. She smacked the demon on its thick exterior, which caused it to shriek in pain and release you from its clutches. The demon insect tried to escape into the water, but Qin was swift and managed to catch him before it could run away. She used a spell to capture the insect and told you that the lake was safe for him to fish. To her surprise, you ignored everything she said and ran straight back home. This man is never going to fish again. The great elder commended Qin's skills and said that she was able to handle the demon on her own. Qin told him that the demon insect looked strong, so it must have had a few followers lurking around. She ordered him to take care of the rest. After hearing this, the great elder saw Qin flying back with the demon insect. He asked her where she was going, and she told him that she was going to give the insect to Master Li. As she presented the abalone to Li, he was surprised by its sheer size. He told her that he couldn't afford to eat this insect in his previous life, since they were so expensive. Li said that he was going to cook the insect that afternoon and invited her for dinner. Qin couldn't reject this great opportunity, so she immediately accepted. However, she wasn't alone when she noticed Shiyu standing alongside her. She angrily asked her why she followed her, and Shiyu replied that she couldn't miss such a rare opportunity. Her father had instructed her to follow Master Li in the hopes that he would offer her some valuable treasure. Li ordered his robot Bai to start preparing the insect for dinner. Bai walked out of the flames like the main character and started spraying water on the abalone with a hose. As Shiyu and Qin saw this, they almost lost their minds. The spiritual water was being used to wash off the demon in front of their eyes. By now, they were a bit used to these precious treasures being used for ordinary chores, so they reminded themselves that it was normal for someone like Master Li. However, Qin still couldn't let it go, since it was such a waste. As she was looking at the insect, a drop of water splashed on her face. Qin couldn't believe that she had a drop of spiritual water on her face. Her first instinct was to try and lick it. Li apologized to her and told her that he was going to give her some tissues to wipe off the water. Qin had enough of this. She couldn't endure wasting all of these precious treasures any longer. She finally gave in to the temptation and started licking the water using her tongue. Li saw this and was left without words. This is the first time I've seen this man get genuinely surprised by something. As the situation sank in, Qin realized what he had just done. She blamed herself for being shameful and acting like that in front of Master Li. She tried to make her feel better and told her that it was a drop of spiritual water, so her actions were justified. She said that Master Li didn't seem to be bothered by her actions, as they could see him enjoying a chess match with Da Yi. Qin didn't believe it and continued to blame herself. Meanwhile, Bai was going all in on the dinner and showing his incredible knife skills. Shi Yu watched him with a stunned expression as Bai effortlessly cut through the skin of the abalone that had been cultivated for thousands of years. Bai then turned to the big pot of herbal abalone stew and started mixing all the ingredients. He looked the two of them straight in the eyes and said that he would show them his true strength as a chef. Shi Yu and Qin were flabbergasted as they realized that the mighty robot was just a chef for Master Li. Bai proudly stood over the stew, announcing that it was finally done. As they got closer, he opened the pot and requested them to eat the stew. They realized that the food was shining, since it probably had spiritual energy. Qin and Shi Yu didn't waste another second and started munching on the tasty food. The stew had Bai as the chef, spiritual water as the soup, high-grade elixirs as extra flavor, spiritual wood for fire, and spiritual artifacts to be used as a pot. With all of these combined, it was guaranteed for the stew to be extraordinary. The two of them enjoyed the food quite a lot, as is apparent from the way they celebrated afterwards. Li was pleased that he could amuse immortal cultivators with his food. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Qin Ji-yoon stood silently as the wind blew towards her. After a moment, she sensed that the devil was coming for them. As she was standing, her disciple came to her and reported that the devil had already destroyed the Xuan Cloud Pavilion. Qin Ji-yoon asked the disciple if her father gave any orders to retreat against the devil or to evacuate the disciples. However, the girl told her that her father hadn't given her any orders. He simply told them that it was all Master Li's plan and that they didn't need to do anything. As they were talking, Qin Ji-yoon sensed something else, and someone reported to her that the Lan Moon sect had also been destroyed. Back at Li's house, Shi Yu and Qin finally took their leave. As soon as they got out, Shi Yu immediately got alert and asked Qin if she could sense the aura, too. The two of them were completely surrounded by a demonic aura. Qin told her that it was the sign of the devil. She said that she couldn't feel it when she was inside Li's house. However, now that they were outside, she could clearly feel that it was full of demonic energy. Not only that, the aura had completely enveloped the entire Qi Anwang immortal dynasty. Suddenly, the Great Elder arrived at the location. Qin frantically asked him if he knew something about the aura and the devil. The Great Elder told her that their disciples found out the reason for the return of the devil. He was coming to take back the fallen demon sword. The scene changed to the Lin Jiyun Immortal Palace, where Qin, Shi Yu, and the Great Elder had just arrived for an emergency. Qin announced that they were there to assist them. The elders of the Lin Jiyun Immortal Palace were already prepared to fight the devil. Qin told them that they would fight together to defeat it. Shi Yu added that Qin had recently undergone a breakthrough, so her power level was a lot higher. Moreover, her father was also making his way towards the palace. Qin told them that she couldn't understand the reason why the devil was targeting the Lin Jiyun Immortal Palace if its main purpose was to get the fallen demon's sword. The elders told her that they didn't know for sure and suggested that they go inside to talk. Since Master Lin was inside, they all talked to him and discussed this serious matter further. However, as they entered the palace, their mouth was left wide open to see Lin enjoying a cup of tea. He welcomed them to the palace with a wide smile and asked them why they were there. Qin got mad and asked him why he was so relaxed when the devil himself was coming for him. Lin told her that he knew of the devil's arrival since he had received a personal letter from him. My man received an email from the devil and he is still chilling. He told them that he knew why the devil was coming here, so he wasn't worried at all. Lin explained that he had used the fallen demon's sword to cut spiritual firewood when he was visiting Li's house. When doing so, he unknowingly got some of the aura of the fallen demon's sword on himself. The devil was following this aura, so he probably thought that the sword was in the possession of the Lin Jiyun Immortal Pavilion. He said that after a lot of thinking, he came to the conclusion that it was part of Master Li's plan. He stated that Li must have wanted to get rid of the devil, so he was using him as bait to lure him in. Shi Yu and Qin pretended to think and said agreed with his assessment. A moment later, the two of them were laughing without any worry in the world. They said that when the devil came to the Lin Jiyun Immortal Pavilion, Master Li would take care of it. The three of them stood there like they just discovered the plot of some evil villain. Why do they all look like All Might from My Hero Academia? The four of them, including the other elder, sat at the table to have tea. Shi Yu laughed and said that they didn't need to worry. Even if one of the four kings, the demon star falls, came for them. The laughter immediately faded, and they all stared at Shiyu in confusion. The demon star falls was one of the demon kings, working for Moshe. It was said that when he visited a place, the entire river turned into blood due to his presence. Moshe, the head of the devils, was the most powerful. Her servants were also powerful kings with cultivation levels of savor and above. The devil who was coming for the fallen demon sword was the demon star falls. Even though his cultivation level wasn't the highest, he was still the most violent among other devils. Everywhere he went, death and destruction followed. Qin laughed after hearing the name of the demon, Star Falls. She told them that it must be Li's plan to eliminate one of the crucial members of the devil clan. They decided to just act as bystanders and watch as Master Li finished the devil off for them. The elders standing outside saw all of them enjoying tea and thought to themselves that they were going to die. The scene shifted back to Qin Jiyun, who was still standing on the rooftop, on the lookout for the devil. She realized that the devil was about to arrive, and wondered if Li actually wanted to kill him, since he didn't like fighting and enjoyed peace. Meanwhile, a brave group of cultivators were already on their way to stop the devil. They stood in his path and told him that they wouldn't allow him to hurt any civilians. However, the devil cleared through them like it was nothing, and in a matter of seconds, all of them were dead. A dark smoke followed the devil everywhere he went. It was actually the evil aura that he gave off. The demon star fell past the man, and he was burnt to a crisp. He said to himself that he wanted the fallen demon sword, and started looking for it. Suddenly, he felt the smell of the sword coming from the Lin Jiyun Immortal Palace building. Without wasting any time, he launched a strong attack that shattered everything in its path, including the roof of the Lin Jiyun Immortal Palace. The four of them were still having tea. As Lin realized what had just happened, he noticed that the devil was now at his back. The devil was playing no games, so he immediately tried to smash him with all of his force. Fortunately for Lin, Qin was there to save them all, since she had the celestial zither and Li's score with her. The Great Elder told them that the demon Starfalls had the cultivation level of God's test, and even if they all combined their strength, they could beat him. Lin told him that they didn't need to beat the devil, they only needed to stall him, until Li arrived and killed him. As Qin continued playing the zither, the devil screamed in agony. He couldn't stand the sound of the zither, so he used all of his strength and started punching at the shield created by the zither. Not long after, the shield started cracking. Qin couldn't hold it on any longer and fell down. Meanwhile, Lin was wondering if it was all actually Master Li's plan or not. The devil gave him no time to think, and he was again instantly in front of him. He demanded for him to hand over the fallen demon's sword. Lin got mad and started cursing the devil. He prepared for an attack, but forgot that he was dealing with a god's test level devil. The devil easily saw through his attack and countered him, which caused Lin to lose one of his arms. The Great Elder and Shiyu looked at Lin in horror as they realized what had just happened. As the devil was about to finish off Lin, he was hit by the Earth Fire Dragon from King Luo, who had just arrived. He asked them if Qin was okay, but Shiyu told him that she needed immediate treatment. King Luo also knew that they couldn't fight the devil. The devil looked at him and smiled, telling him that he was stronger than the rest of them. However, he was still weak compared to him. The devil said that he needed to lock in, and started ripping his stomach off. That's me on Monday mornings. For some reason, the devil's real body was a lot less scarier and smaller. However, he was much quicker in this state. Before he could launch an attack, King Luo and Qin Jiyun put up their defensive barriers. However, even after putting up their defense, the devil proved a bit too strong. King Luo couldn't hold on against the devil's attack. Within seconds, both of their shields were gone, and they crashed to the ground. Lin coughed, wondering how it could all go wrong. He thought to himself if Li had predicted something wrong, or if he never intended to save them. The devil laughed, telling him that he was done having fun, so he would finish them all off and get the fallen demon's sword. He said that it didn't matter where the sword was hidden, since he could just summon it using his blood. The demon star fell, took a bit of Lin's blood, and called for the fallen demon's sword to arrive. At first, the demon sword didn't respond, and the demon star falls stood there looking like a fool. He called for the sword once again, this time being a bit too loud. The sword heard him this time and flew straight towards him. Li saw the sword moving through his window and wondered if anyone was flying a kite. The devil looked as the fallen demon's sword flew towards him in a blaze of glory. He laughed since he had finally found what he came here for. Lin looked at the devil with a terrified expression, wondering how he could even do that. However, as the devil held the sword in his hands, he realized that something didn't feel right. It felt a bit strange for him to hold the sword. A few moments later, the sword demon came out looking like a monk. The sword flew away from the devil's hands. The sword demon stood in front of the devil and asked him if he was looking for him. The devil screamed, asking him why he looked like a monk. He was wearing clothes, even though he was just a skeleton. The sword demon smiled and told him that he had converted to Buddhism. Bro literally changed religions. The devil couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked the sword demon if their lord Moshe wasn't good enough for him. The sword demon started chanting some spiritual stuff and told the devil that he should also convert, since one day he would also meet Buddha. The devil couldn't endure any more of his yapping, so he said that he was going to take him by force. Once he meets Moshe, he realizes his true origin. However, the skeleton looked at him with disgrace, as he couldn't even come near him. He chanted some Buddhist text, and Buddha himself showed up to slap the crap out of the devil. He needed to see the light. Buddha tried to convince him to join the path of righteousness, but the devil was too stubborn. He screamed at the skeleton again, and the two of them started fighting. Meanwhile, Lin started laughing as he realized that it was indeed part of Li's plan. The sword demon easily captured the devil and used his healing powers to wake all of them up. Lin greeted the sword demon, but he told them that he hadn't used the name sword demon since he had converted. He was now the sword Buddha. They all started calling him sword Buddha. He told them that he needed to go back and cut some firewood, so he flew back to Li's house. All that just ends up being used to cut firewood. After the sword Buddha left, Shiyu started praising Master Li, saying that he looked cool, even while chopping firewood. Meanwhile, Lin was crying in pain as his arm was torn off. Shin promised him that she would try to find a cure for his lost arm, since they were all in this together. However, Lin tried to act hard and told her that they didn't need to worry about him. He said that he did it for Li's sake, but the pain was still too sharp, so he couldn't help but scream. It wasn't easy to regenerate a severed limb, so Shiyu and King Luo thought that it was a hopeless case. Suddenly, they all noticed a strange bell in the air. As they all wondered what it was, Shiyu told them that it was a celestial heart bell that had dropped from the Demon Star Falls. It was possible that the sword Buddha forgot to take it back after capturing the devil. She proposed that they give it back to Master Li. King Luo told them that they needed to look out for Lin first, since he was injured. However, Lin refused, saying that he wanted to meet Li. He shrugged off the pain, saying stuff like that didn't matter. Lin, Shiyu, and Qin Jiyun visited the Lin residence and were welcomed by Bai at the door. He invited them in, and they saw Li chopping some firewood with the fallen demon sword. He asked them the reason for their visit and noticed that one of Lin's arms was missing. Lin told him that he had fought someone who was stronger than him and had gotten a small injury. He clearly doesn't know what a small injury means. Li realized that Lin lost his arm, even though he was a strong cultivator. Just recently, Nun Nun was also kidnapped by demons. The demon world wasn't as safe as he thought it to be. However, he saw Lin and the rest of the cultivators all happy, despite suffering from this loss, and gained some assurance from them. He commended Lin, telling him that he had worked really hard. As Li held his hand, Lin started crying and wondered if Li actually cared about him. He thought to himself that it was his job to sacrifice himself as one of Li's pawns, but Li still cared about him. All of his pain was suddenly gone, and he felt that it was worth the reward. Li asked Qin Jiyun about the time when Lin's arm was cut off. She reported that it happened a few hours ago. Li told them that the injury hadn't occurred 24 hours before, but he was still unsure if he could cure him. Lin almost died, hearing that Li could cure his arm. Li smiled and said that he couldn't make any promises, but he would try his best. He went into surgeon mode and created a whole operation room on his lawn. Li told him that they needed to perform the operation quickly, since the chances of recovery would decrease with each passing moment. He also told him that it was going to hurt a lot. Lin made a determined face and told him that he had cultivated for hundreds of years, so he could hold pain quite well. Contrary to his claims, as soon as the operation started, he couldn't hold down his screams. According to Li, the implant itself wasn't that hard. The hard part was connecting the nerves and blood vessels, since they could easily get damaged. Lin had suffered a clean cut, and his cultivation was also helping him to recover, so the surgery actually appeared to have a chance. Li quickly started sewing him up and connecting his nerves to the nerves of the hand. After he was done, He advised Lin not to move his arm more than necessary and not to let it touch water. Lin saw his hand and realized that it was actually back to normal. Although he couldn't move it properly, it was still a miracle that he didn't lose his arm. Everyone started praising Li for his incredible skills. Lin almost cried as he lifted his arm up, but immediately regretted doing it when he felt the pain. Li reminded him again not to move too aggressively. Lin was ecstatic to get his arm back. He realized that he didn't use any spiritual energy or elixirs to heal his arm, but instead relied only on his mortal skills. Everyone stared at him in utter disbelief. Qin told them that she finally understood why Li pretended to live as a mortal among them. She said that Li wanted to tell the world that there are some things in the world that mortals can do, which even many immortals may not be able to accomplish. After hearing her theory, Lin took out the celestial heart bell and gave it to Li. Li grabbed the bell and said that it looked pretty. He told Lin that he was going to accept his gift as the fee for his surgery. As he hummed the bell on his lawn, he asked them for suggestions on places he could travel with Da Yi. Shiyu told him that she was going to the Green Cloud Valley for the Green Cloud Lock Demon ceremony with her father. She said that if he was interested, he could hop along. Li inquired about the Lock Demon ceremony. It was held in the Green Cloud Valley every 5 years. The experts in the valley would reinforce the seal that prevented the demons from entering into the mortal world. Qin claimed that it was one of the biggest ceremonies in the immortal cultivation world. Shiyu whispered to Lin that she thought Master Li would like to attend the Lock Demon ceremony. Since he made a plan to kill the demon, Star Falls, Lin assumed that killing demons was just a hobby for Li. Li interrupted their talk and asked them how he was going to attend the event. Since he was just immortal, Lin immediately told him that he could join, saying that the valley had opened a new zone for mortals to enjoy the event. This was done to publicize the event and expand it to the outside world. Li asked Da Yi if she wanted to go, since there were going to be demon sacrifices and she might get grossed out. With a sparkle in her eyes, Da Yi told the master that she wanted to attend the event. I'm sure the sacrificing demon part made her even more willing to attend. Li told them that since Da Yi was willing to attend the event, he would come too. She got excited and invited him to attend the event with her and her father. Qin couldn't waste this opportunity, so she chimed along. Lin was the only one left, so he asked Li if he could come with him. However, Li declined, telling him that he needed rest since his arm was in a bad condition. Lin started shedding tears and had to unwillingly agree to Li's advice. 3 days later, King Luo, Shiyu, Qin, and the bald elder stood in front of Li's house, waiting for him to get out. They were all going to the event together. The bald elder considered himself lucky, since he was able to go on a trip with Master Li. Since Master Mengji was undergoing the god's test stage, the great elder was stuck, taking care of the sect affairs. King Luo instructed his daughter that since the ceremony was important, they needed to perform well. Master Li's dog, named Blackie, was very attached to him. He quickly grabbed onto Li, so Li asked to let him let go. Shiyu introduced Li to the bald elder, named Zhao Da Cheng, whose duty was to provide spiritual power to control the boats. Master Li greeted him and wondered if he was the driver. After Master Li left his house with Shiyu, Blackie and his friends started partying at his house, since they were unsupervised. Master Li enjoyed the journey, preferring the flying board over the airplane from his previous life. She had instructed everyone to follow her as they transferred to another boat, surprising Master Li, who thought they were headed to the valley. She explained they were on a regular ferry boat to reach the flying boat. Master Li found the flying boat very cool. King Luo was the standard for people like him to travel to the valley. Li wondered to himself if this was a privilege to travel with the immortal cultivators and expressed excitement about riding it. While riding with Da Yi, Li noticed people flying around them. Seemingly inspired by the immortal cultivators, Li wondered how good it would feel to be an immortal cultivator like them. Da Yi admired Master Li, saying he had qualities beyond any immortal cultivator, which made him shy. Shiyu informed Master Li they still had a long way to go before reaching the Green Valley, suggesting he take some rest. Master Li declined, concerned about catching the flu from the cold floor. Da Cheng explained the trick of driving the boat, which involves inserting spiritual energy into the circle and paying attention to the starfire tide. Li inquired about the star tide, and Da Cheng told him that it was a big tide that could engulf anything in its path. He prayed for a safe journey and offered Da Cheng appear from his garden, recalling advice from a saintess about checking people's mentality around him. Da Chang accepted the pair with gratitude, and after bidding farewell, he admired the pair, claiming it was not ordinary. Meanwhile, King Luo and the others smelled something and found Da Chang eating the pear Master Li had given to him. They were furious about him, eating it alone. As they were fighting, one of them sensed something. Da Chang told them that they should stop talking about peers, since they had important matters to discuss. As they looked up at the sky, they realized that the starfire tide was approaching. Qin suggested using an alternative method to proceed and told Da Chang that they needed to turn the boat to the other side. King stopped Da Chang, as miraculously, the starfire tide made way for them. She was confused as she wondered why the starfire tide would act that way. Qin stared at her with a straight face and questioned if she was really asking that. She immediately realized that the starfire tide was given way because of Li. Qin asked the second master about his conversation with Master Li, to which he replied it was about the ways of the starfire tide, recalling that it was Master Li who prayed for a blessed journey. Qin explained that Master Li had ordered the tide to make way, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Da Chang was baffled by this revelation, as he couldn't understand how a single sentence could make the starfire tide turn to Li's will. He couldn't comprehend how a mortal could do this, but King Luo assumed it was the tide's way of gaining favor from Master Li. He believed Master Li's plan involved indirectly instructing the tide and giving orders. He explained that, at first, he started a conversation with Da Chang about the starfire tide. As he was talking, he gave the orders to the starfire tide to give them way. Moreover, he also gave him a peer. So to sum it up, Master Li must have wanted him to rush through the starfire tide. Da Chang was shocked to hear this, but Qin also agreed with King Luo's assessment and said that they should rush in the tide. The second elder finally decided to rush into the tide, along with all the passengers. As they took a sharp turn towards the starfire tide, Da Yi and Li fell down inside their cabin. After a bit of an awkward moment, Li wondered what was going on. He decided to go outside and check if everything was all right. As he went out, he noticed that the sky was shining red and orange. It looked so beautiful that they all had their eyes fixated on the sky. Li noticed that everyone was outside. As he walked towards them, Da Yi pointed at the sky and told him to look. Li looked up and saw huge fireworks in the sky, produced by the starfire tide. The cultivators were envious of the tide, since they knew that it was trying to impress Li. No one had ever seen the starfire tide show, a firework like this. Li was amazed after looking at the fireworks. He asked Da Yi if the stars were going to fall, since he always wanted to watch a meteor shower. As soon as he said it, the starfire tide immediately started showing him a meteor shower. The stars started falling down in alignment, which made for an extremely calming scene. The starfire tide deserves a raise after this performance. Li thought to himself that he was fortunate enough to know all of those immortal cultivators, since it was because of them that he was able to witness such a beautiful show. He remembered that the person who let him on the ship was Lady Qin, so it was her that he should be thanked first. He called Qin and told her that he had a small gift for her. It was a paper crane that he had made for her. As Qin held the paper crane in her hands, she realized that it was breathing. She thanked Li for the gift, and Li finally went back inside to sleep. After he was gone, Da Yi told them that they behaved well in front of him. Qin expressed her feelings of being envious of Da Yi, since she got to spend so much time with Li. Da Yi told her that she was just one of the pets that Li had, and that she wasn't any different from them. She revealed that aside from her, Li also had a golden dragon and a black tortoise, both of which were ancient mythical beasts. This left all the other cultivators speechless, since they couldn't even picture someone having those animals as pets. Da Yi assumed that Li was collecting all these ancient mythical beasts. Qin told her that they would pay more attention to it in the future. As they were done talking, Da Yi turned back towards her room, but before she could walk, Qin stopped her and asked her which cultivation stage she was currently in. Da Yi looked back at her and told her that she wasn't in any stage. When she grew 9 tails, she got a superpower, and since she was with Li, her superpower grew at an unbelievable speed. She raised her hands towards the sky and instantly froze the starfire tide into oblivion. She further stated that if her abilities were to be compared to a cultivation stage, she might as well have gone beyond the stages of the immortal world. However, compared to heavens, she didn't know how powerful she was. The cultivators stared at the sky in disbelief. Qin frantically asked her why she hadn't ascended to heaven yet, even though she was basically at the level of the immortals. Da Yi calmly told her that Li didn't care if she was immortal or an immortal. If she cared too much about such things, she might lose the opportunity to get to know him better. The next day, they finally reached the Green Cloud Valley. King Luo noticed that the houses looked better than they had been the previous time. The support of the Green Cloud Valley greatly improved the living conditions of neighboring areas. It used to be a barren wasteland not long ago. Qin led Li to his place and told him that she had already had food for the two of them. Li refused to go inside and told her that he couldn't afford to stay in that room. Qin got scared and asked him why he said that. Li explained that the rent of that place was quite high compared to what he had anticipated. Qin laughed and told him that she would top off the rent for him. She asked him how much rent he estimated. Li told her that he was thinking of 88 immortal currency for 3 days and 2 nights when, in reality, the rent was close to 100,000 for a single night. Imagine being the strongest cultivator and still having no money. The scene changed to Qin, punching a wall out of frustration. She thought that she had embarrassed Master Li by asking him about the rent. Earlier, when he told her about his rent estimates, she mentioned that she had already paid for everything. Li refused to stay in the room, saying that he couldn't let her pay for him. Qin tried to persuade him, but Li was in no mood to live freely in that house. She finally gave up and started begging him to stay in that house. Li thought to himself that Qin was like a local mafia, so it didn't matter if he paid for the house or not, since it all depended on her mood. However, it was hard to be friends with people like her, so he decided not to upset her. He told her that he was going to stay in the house, but he wouldn't do it for free. He invited her to his house and said that he would treat her to a meal. Qin almost fainted due to excitement and immediately agreed to his offer. The scene changed to all the immortal cultivators and Li sitting in a restaurant. Qin told him that she was going to meet the head of the Green Cloud Valley, so she needed to go. Shi Yu and King Luo also took their leave as they had other affairs to deal with. They all left Li and Da Yi alone to have dinner together. Li instructed Qin to order food for just 2 people, but she ordered an entire table that could probably feed an entire village. This is how it feels to have rich friends. Li saw the different variety of seafood on the table and almost got hooked until a guy called out to him. He asked Li if he could join his table, since all the other tables were already full. Li agreed, saying that it wasn't fair for just the 2 of them to sit at such a large table. The man told him that he didn't want the food, but he was there just to listen to the storytelling. He even offered to pay for the entire table. Li told him that there was no need, but the man insisted. After getting rejected again, he started analyzing Li and noticed that he was just immortal. Li saw the man staring at him, so he asked him if he had something to say. The man apologized and told him that he was only looking at him. Since he looked so handsome, this man is kinda suspicious. Suddenly, the narrator walked onto the stage and started reciting the story of the journey to the west. The man stood on top of his table in excitement and started showering money on the narrator. He told him that he really liked that story. The narrator thanked him and continued with the story. However, Li was a bit taken aback and wondered what this stupid rich man was doing. As the story continued, the man started tearing up and commented on how good the story was. He immediately turned towards Li and asked him if he had heard of the story. He then started yapping about how good the story was and said that he was going to reward the storyteller a bit more. Before he could waste all of his wealth on the storyteller, Li stopped him and corrected him on the actual meaning of the story. He explained that monk Tang Sung was only able to achieve Buddhahood because of his extraordinary background. The man didn't understand Li at first, so Li further explained that the ending of the story had already been decided since the beginning. Monk Tang Sung appeared to be in trouble, but it only lasted for a short time. He asked the man if the road to the west had already been planned. This left the man thinking. Li further asked him about how many threats the monk actually faced. The man realized that he had read the story so many times, but he never actually thought about it like that. He finally realized that the monk and his apprentice had someone to help them every time they faced some difficulty. As for any other cultivator in a similar position, one wrong step could mean they lose all of their efforts. Li grabbed the man's arm and told him that, in his opinion, the story was no more than a travel log. It wasn't worth giving this much money over, as it could even lead him to the wrong side of cultivation. As the man started thinking again, he realized that Monk Tang Sung and his companions were always being aided by others. On the other hand, if they faced a demon who had no support, he would be destroyed within seconds. In other words, The story that he admired all this time was just a corrupted story. Da Yi looked at the man as his soul was leaving his body and asked Li if he was okay. Li smiled awkwardly and told her that it was better than him following the wrong path and destroying his life. Suddenly, the man woke up from his short coma and started wondering if he was actually the monk, Tong son of this world. He was the son of the head of the Green Cloud Valley and was always given everything on a platter. He thought to himself that he was going to achieve Buddhahood, like the monk in the story, if he followed the path set by his father. My man completely misunderstood the point. He aggressively left the jewelry he had on the table and told Li that he was going to offer him the meal. Before Li could say anything, the man was gone from the restaurant. Li picked up the precious necklace and told Da Yi that they were going shopping. The scene changed to the house of the Green Cloud Valley's head. Qin and her friend engaged in a significant conversation. She expressed her belief that good people like Master Ling would be protected by the heavens. She assured her that he was going to survive the catastrophe. Qin told her that she intended to inquire about her father's perspective on the tests imposed by the gods. However, she knew that he was preoccupied with the locked demon ceremony and wouldn't entertain any other matters until it concluded. Qin's friend mentioned that all cultivators involved in the gods' test would attend the ceremony in person due to recent events. The weakening of the seal of the Green Cloud locked demon over the years had alarmed many. Surprisingly, the seal had suddenly weakened further over the past 2 days. They said it even surprised her father since it had never happened before. As they talked, the son of the Green Cloud Valley's chief arrived, surprising Qin. He greeted her and introduced himself as Ziyu. His sister told him that there were a lot of guests coming, so he should go and entertain them. He told her that he went out to listen to the ending of Journey to the West. Hearing this, his sister Ziyao asked him about the ending. He told her that everything in the story was already determined. Ziyao questioned him if he liked the story. However, her brother diverted the conversation, sharing an encounter with a wise yet mortal man, who imparted profound insights about destiny. This encounter left Qin's brother feeling exactly like the monk Tong from the story, prompting his sister's concern about his mental state. Despite her frustration, her brother continued to express his newfound perspective, while she apologized to Qin for her brother's behavior. Qin told her that she should let her brother talk, since she might actually know the person he was talking about. Meanwhile, inside the guest room, Li and Da Yi were having a discussion about their shopping. Li talked about how he exchanged the spiritual stone for money. He could even pay Qin for the rent now. Qin overheard this conversation and questioned if Master Li had mentioned her name. He mentioned returning the money she used for their shelter. He told her the entire story about meeting a wealthy man who gave him a valuable string of spiritual stones. Qin inquired about the man's appearance, and he described him as someone who seemed to spend time on novels but lacked skills or knowledge, appearing like a prodigal. Just then, Ziyu appeared again. Surprising Li, he confirmed he was indeed talking about Ziyu. Ziyu expressed excitement about meeting Master Li again. While his sister apologized for their earlier rudeness, she acknowledged Master Li's keen observation skills, considering what was expected of him. She then presented Da Yi with a gift, hoping she'd like it. However, Da Yi found it too expensive and declined it, expressing concern about whether it would be suitable for Master Li and herself. Ziyao slipped up and told him that she feared the dress was inadequate for them after she heard Master Li's story. Li looked at her and asked her what story she was talking about. Qin looked at Ziyao with a threatening expression and reminded her about what she told her earlier. Ziyao immediately changed the subject, mentioning Qin's praise for his cooking skills. Li graciously accepted the gift for Da Yi and said that it would look stunning on her. However, if they stayed for a meal, he wouldn't have anything to serve. He instructed Da Yi to bring the food they had prepared for the next day. Da Yi went to get the food, while Master Li entertained the guests with snacks. Both Ziyu and his sister thanked Master Li for his hospitality. As a gesture of gratitude, Li presented them with eggs laid by his own hens, along with porridge he had brought from home. As Da Yi served him food, Ziyu thought of her as the goddess. He mentioned his dad and started talking to him in his mind, telling him that he had made some improvement since a goddess was serving him porridge. His sister, feeling the essence of the food, reminisced about experiencing a similar feeling before. She expressed gratitude for Master Li's kindness and thoughtfulness, considering the eggs and porridge valuable gifts. As they continued their walk, Ziyao reflected on Master Li's generosity, believing it would greatly benefit their cultivation journey. Li looked at Qin and told her that her friends really loved to eat. She smiled and told him that his cooking skills were just too good. Li offered them more food if they wanted. Qin thought to herself that it was all planned by Li since he knew that they would visit him. She thought that he also had plans for the locked demon ceremony. As she grabbed the egg in her hand, she said to herself that it was a gift for someone like her to have this egg. After taking just a small bite, she was teleported to a different world along with the siblings. I'm sure he had some drugs in those eggs. After leaving the house, Ziyu asked his sister about Master Li. She told him that he was useless, but today was the first day that he had done something good. She couldn't help but talk about the porridge and the eggs. She was disappointed that she couldn't eat more. Her brother told her that she didn't need to worry, since Li had given him a steam bun, and he saved some for later. The sister suggested that they serve the steam buns and lick them every day when they return. As they were talking, Ziyao noticed that Qin was feeling upset, so she asked her why she was feeling that way. Qin explained that the water used to make tea eggs was special spiritual water. Just one sip of tea brewed with it could cause people to have an epiphany, making these ingredients invaluable. The thought of Master Li discarding this water after using it made her very disturbed and miserable. Ziyao was equally shocked, and they both started crying because losing this water was hard for them to handle. Ziyu witnessed their distress and decided to find a solution. He proposed going to the sewer and wait for Master Li to throw away the water, so they could collect it through the sewer line. Meanwhile, Li was in his room, chatting with Da Yi about how he found the immortal cultivators intriguing because they seemed happy even with simple food like steam buns. Da Yi, all dressed up, cheerfully asked Li if she looked beautiful in her dress. However, she slipped and fell on him. As she approached, Li grabbed her before she could fall and reassured her that she was pretty and didn't need to worry about her appearance. Later, the king came to call Li for the Green Cloud Locked Demon ceremony, but Da Yi met him at the door. She explained that Master Li was still asleep and told him to wait. When Master Li appeared, he clarified the situation to the king and expressed his concerns about Da Yi's reputation. Finally, the king offered to take Li to the Han Jue guest house, which had a tall tower providing a great view of the ceremony. All of them stood on top of the tower to witness the ceremony. Li noticed a bunch of cultivators flying in the air. Qin told him that the chief of the Green Cloud Valley was also present among the elders. He asked her if he was the father of the siblings they had met earlier. Qin confirmed this, but Li noticed the unpleasant black air in the valley, making him unsure if they were safe. Qin mentioned that the ceremony was about to start. As it began, strange things started happening. Li realized it was an entrance to the demon world. His companions seemed relaxed, enjoying tea, explaining that it was just a normal part of the ceremony. They elaborated on the history and purpose of the Green Cloud Valley's array and told him that it was going to be the same as each year. Despite comprehending their explanations, Li felt uneasy. As the ceremony started, a bright light was shot at the sky. The elders did their best to contain the demons inside the lock. Suddenly, the mountain split into two, opening the entrance to the demon world. Li was envious of the immortal cultivators since they had so much strength. He wondered why he couldn't cultivate immortality like them. The cultivators looked at the ground as it opened up, and all the demons came out. Chief Gu gave the order to initiate the lock, and the fire driving was released. The force of good and bad continued fighting. Meanwhile, Li was astonished by the power displayed and felt motivated to cultivate immortality. As the fight continued, Master Li got a bit bored and wondered when it would end. He asked King Luo, and he learned that it could last for days. He told them that he was tired and started walking back to his room. He has a low attention span. Da Yi told Li that she would accompany him to the room. After he was gone, King Luo told the second elder that Li had no interest in a fight like this since he was at such a high level. They started talking and speculated about changes in the ceremony this year. Qin mentioned her friend's observation about the seal's unexpected weakening. King Luo told them that the demon's smoke had decreased a lot, and he hoped it would end sooner than expected. The Elder Masters, supervised by Master Gu, were repeating some spells from last year. The fight got more intense, and a seal was created due to the spell, forming an array. As the situation fell under control, Master Gu asked the remaining Elder Masters to handle the rest. They reassured him that they just needed to wait for the forest array to form and cover up the smoke, ending the ceremony. The Elder Masters discussed that the seal had unexpectedly loosened a few days ago, causing concern, but it turned out fine. They told the chief that they would keep the array in place. Master Gu thanked them and left to rest. Meanwhile, people were selling various items in the valley. Among them, a man walking around didn't find anything interesting. He wasn't excited about the locked demon ceremony, since he thought that it would be the same as last year. The man found the entire place dull. His servant reminded him to lower his voice, but he boasted about being the son of the Liu family. Suddenly, he noticed Da Yi buying something, and his eyes got stuck on her. He couldn't help but fall for her beauty. He said that someone like her shouldn't be with a mortal. By mortal, he meant Li. Li was appreciating Da Yi's choice. When the man approached her and asked her if she wanted to be friends, King Luo and the two girls were hiding in a corner, watching all of this, and they couldn't control their shock. Li mentioned the guy and asked him what he wanted. The guy called out his guards and told Li that he fell in love with Da Yi, so if he wanted to save himself, he should run away. Before he could speak another sentence, Li kicked him in the face and threw him away. His guards were amazed by Li's quick moves. Qin, King Luo, and Shiyu appeared from behind the wall and introduced themselves, scolding the man for his rudeness in front of Master Li. The man's guards were shocked to learn that these people were from the Qi Anlong Immortal Dynasty and Lin Immortal Pavilion. Master Li was angry, and Da Yi hid behind him. The man claimed again to be a legitimate son of the Liu family and threatened revenge. However, he was weak, so he was beaten pretty badly by Li and his companions. The king told Master Li to forgive the man, calling him a scoundrel. Qin also wanted to end the fight. Li thanked them for their help, but at the same time expressed dissatisfaction with the immortal world, where there were arrogant people everywhere. He wished for such people to disappear, so the world could be peaceful. They were all stunned as they heard these words. They wondered if he wanted them to kill the man. Li told them that he didn't mean anything by his words. He was just venting. Meanwhile, the cultivators saw this as a sign of his anger. They kneeled down and told him that they would do as he commanded. Li didn't understand why they were kneeling, so he asked them what they were doing. They claimed the floor was slippery. He told them that they had more power than him, so they should handle it by themselves. What he actually meant was for them to solve the matter with dialogue. However, the cultivators misunderstood it, as in ordering them to kill the Li family's son. Before he left, he also reminded them that the man belonged to a powerful family, so they might take revenge on them. They thought that he wanted them to kill the family, so they couldn't take revenge. After all this, he took Da Yi with him back to his room and told her that they should be more careful. The man, injured and crying, boasted about his family's power and threatened revenge. The immortal cultivators were uninterested. Qin called him an idiot and told him that it didn't matter which family he was from if he offended the expert. The three of them returned to Li's house at night. Li asked them who it was, and without saying anything else, King Luo told him that they had finished the job. Da Yi opened the door for them, and they all walked inside. Li apologized for their trouble and offered to give them a gift for everything they did for him. He mentioned he didn't have any special gifts for them, but he had written some words they could take with them. When they opened the sheet, it read, "There is a killing vow moving. There is a move without proof." It was a poem Master Li wrote for their bravery. They thanked him and left respectfully, feeling scared that Master Li might be angry, and wrote those words as a warning. Determined to work harder, they wondered how they were going to split the words among themselves. Master Li felt sad about what happened to Da Yi and promised to take care of her properly and not put her in danger again. He explained he was immortal and could only ask immortal cultivators for help. Li asked if she was unhappy with him. Da Yi thought to herself that he was pretending again. Li started joking around and told her that he would beat the crap out of that guy if he saw him again. Da Yi laughed and told him that he was right. In the main hall of the Green Cloud Valley, Ziyu and Ziyao were worshipping when a man entered, asking why they had called him. He was Master Gu, their father. Ziyu told him that he had something special to show him. Chief Gu was surprised when Ziyu showed him two big, soft, white steam buns. Chief Gu prepared to hit his son because he thought that he was messing with him. Ziyao told him that it was a really powerful steam bun and requested him to try it. Chief Gu complained that despite his love and care, his offspring were ungrateful. Ziyu offered him the buns again, but he told him that he was full from getting angry. Ziyao revealed that the buns were from an expert. Chief Gu, still angry, asked if the expert who made them had a higher cultivation level than him. Ziyu explained that the expert had treated them to porridge and tea eggs. He insisted his father eat the steamed buns, and eventually, he agreed. Chief Gu admired the buns, noting they were clean and round. They seemed too pretty to be leftovers. He enjoyed the texture of the buns, as they reminded him of his wife's hands when they were young. He took the first bite and was delighted by the flavor, describing it as having the Dao flavor. He shared the buns with his children and expressed gratitude for the wonderful opportunity they had received. He believed that Master Li must be interested in forming a connection with his family. Recognizing Li's power and influence in the immortal world, Chief Gu decided to think about his intentions carefully. Soon, the maid informed him that the saintess of the Lin Immortal Palace had arrived for a meeting. Meanwhile, Qin, standing in the meeting area, was fascinated by a strange painting on the wall. When Chief Gu entered and asked her the purpose of her visit, she greeted him, instead of giving him an answer. As he walked closer, he noticed that she had undergone a breakthrough. He told her that it wasn't bad and asked if she had worked hard for it. Qin told him that she didn't work hard at all. Chief Gu thought to himself that people got more arrogant as they matured. Qin hinted at the possibility of Chief Gu also gaining an opportunity if interested. She was taken aback when Chief Gu already seemed familiar with Master Li. However, since he was the chief, it was expected of him. She then revealed her collaboration with the Qi Anlong Immortal Dynasty to eliminate the Li family members attending the ceremony. Moreover, she asked for his assistance in eliminating the remaining Liu family members. Chief Gu was shocked by the revelation and clarified that he was unaware of these events. He questioned Qin's intentions in asking for such a favor, especially considering her knowledge of the Li family's history. He asked if she knew that it was the Li family who had produced Immortals. She confirmed that she knew, surprising him that she still intended to interfere with his family in his territory and wanted him to join them in this mission. She explained that they had offended Master Li, leading them to decide to eliminate the Liu family from the territory. Chief Gu was troubled and asked about Master Li, since she was willing to kill him. Qin criticized him, saying he was narrow-minded. She accused the Liu family of using their wealth to oppress people and kidnap women, suggesting it wouldn't be a shame to eliminate them. She urged him to take the opportunity to please the expert and complete their order. She emphasized that she wouldn't have asked for his help if it weren't for the Immortal Palace and the Qi Anlong Immortal Dynasty, as it would be difficult to eliminate the Li family without his assistance. The chief was upset by her words, but said he needed to meet Master Li first before making any decisions. Suddenly, they felt a vibration, and the maid rushed in, informing the master of a terrible incident at the ceremony. The elder masters were casting spells trying to stop the demon, but the rocks exploded and the demons escaped. The demons immediately went after the elder masters. In the afternoon, two men were walking through the forest. The young man asked the elder if there was any news about the young master. The elder told him there was no news, but believed the young master was safe due to his intelligence and guards. I don't think he knows the elder master well. Suddenly, they heard an explosion and saw a sharp light coming from the Green Cloud Valley. The young protector saw this as a chance. He explained that the best time to attack was during conflicts, aiming to exploit chaos. He revealed his plan to create more chaos, to force the Green Cloud Valley to seek their help, demanding wealth in return. The other man praised him, acknowledging his intelligence in planning the scheme. The young protector urged not to delay the plan any further, but to take action. They collaborated to ensure the incident's success and hurried towards the Green Cloud Valley. The one-eyed demons were widespread and formidable. Chief Gu, King Luo, and Qin suspected that something was wrong. Chief Gu explained that the seal had loosened this year. Qin mentioned encountering the powerful demon Starfall and said that they would have died if Master Li hadn't intervened. Chief Gu cast a circular spell to counter the demons, aided by Qin's offer to guide him to the array's center. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared, followed by a powerful four-eyed demon wielding a sword. The elder masters hindered the demon, who offered himself as a sacrifice, to summon Lord Yue Cha. Qin and the king were shocked as the demon attacked, killing one of the cultivators in seconds. They panicked and asked the chief about the situation, realizing it was grave. Chief Gu warned of the impending destruction if they failed to stop the demon's breeding. He rallied his companions, but the demon swallowed him. Qin wondered if Master Li had planned this. Meanwhile, in the room, Master Li was sleeping without a worry in the world. Qin hoped for Master Li's help as she faced the demons alone. She was attacked, but managed to fend it off using her powers. She felt ashamed at the prospect of dying this way and called for help. Suddenly, golden paper cranes appeared out of nowhere. These were the same paper cranes that Li had given to Qin recently. The demon grew angrier, unable to comprehend what was going on. It scoffed at the paper crane and said that it was powerless against him. The demon attacked the paper crane, but it did nothing. The demon, terrified, ran away and vowed not to return. The paper crane opened a dimension, swallowing the monsters and erasing all traces of the incident. The elder masters were amazed by the paper crane's power. Qin and King Lu were also shocked. Chief Gu wondered if the demon had escaped into another dimension, but the elder masters shouted that the demon had run away. They gathered to thank Qin and the Lin Immortal Palace. Shin believed that Master Li must have planned this, considering he had given her the paper crane. She humbly stated that it was Master Li who deserved thanks. Chief Gu thanked her and acknowledged Master Li's power. He couldn't believe that a toy made by Master Li had forced the demon to retreat and sealed the entrance to the demon world. Inspired by Master Li, Chief Gu asked if he could still learn from him and be his chess piece. The two protectors from the Li family arrived. They were shocked by what they witnessed earlier. They greeted Shin and Senior Gu, introducing themselves as protectors of the Li family. Shin and the chief saw this as an opportunity to eliminate them. The protectors found the response strange and started praising their paper cranes. Shin revealed that it was a gift from Master Li. The elder protector felt lucky to be under such an expert and expressed jealousy. They tried to leave, but Chief Gu made the scariest face he could and told them to stay a bit longer. If I see someone make that face, I'm running as fast as I can. The two of them told Chief Gu about everything and said that they were only there to look for their young master. They got on their knees and tried to convince the chief that they didn't have any bad intentions, and they definitely didn't plan on launching a sneak attack on the valley. Sounds believable to me. However, Ziyao called them out and told them that the person they were looking for was no longer alive. This made the two of them mad. They stood up in a fury of rage and asked her who killed their master. Ziyao looked at them and revealed that she was the one who killed their young master. She explained that the master had offended the expert that she had previously mentioned. She then made the spookiest face and said that it was such a strange coincidence that their master died right after offending the expert. They asked her if she was talking about the same expert who killed the demon using his paper crane and sealed the entrance to the demon world. Ziyao told them that it wasn't enough to kill the master, since the expert was so enraged. She said that since the family had offended him, the two of them needed to die too. The older protector lifted his head up and said something about the killing. However, the man shortly got back to his senses and screamed that they were already going to arrest the young master. He told her that the master had done unspeakable things in the name of their family, so he needed to be punished. They were on their way to arrest him. But it seemed like Chief Gu had already punished him. The man gave an Oscar-worthy performance and started shedding tears of happiness. It was all in vain, since Chief Gu was no fool. He immediately saw through his mask and confronted him on his plan to attack the valley. This was followed by a few moments of silence. The silence was broken by the sound of a slap as the chief hit the older protector on his face. He started blaming the second protector and said that he spoke too loudly and caused their plan to be exposed. Ziyao tried to calm him down and said that they didn't deserve all the blame. She told the chief to stop fighting, which made the elder protector shed some more tears of happiness. Just as the man thought he was safe, Ziyao gave the chief a spiked club and told him that she was worried he was going to hurt his hand when beating him. Hearing this, the man's soul almost left his body. The scene changes to Li's room as he thinks that the rain has stopped. However, as soon as he opened the window, he was hit by a strong gust of wind, which almost blew his face off. It was a huge crane that landed right out his window. Li was shocked to see something like that. He immediately ran outside with Da Yi and met the Gu siblings. Ziyu and Ziyao greeted Li as they saw him. He expressed his shock after seeing the bird and told them that he had never seen something like that. Ziyao told him that their father had gone south due to some work and sent them here to entertain him. They offered him the opportunity to ride the crane, but Li felt a bit hesitant. He asked them if Da Yi could come too, since he was worried about leaving her alone. The two of them immediately agreed. However, Shin also showed up and asked if she could come. The siblings felt annoyed, but they agreed anyway. A few moments later, Shiyu also joined in and asked the same question. Now, all 6 of them were sitting on the huge crane. Li and Da Yi were sitting at the front, while the other 4 were cramped up at the back. As they flew further, Li told them that the crane reminded him of the mounts he collected in video games. He named a few mounts, like the Nine-Heaven Bird and the Northern Sea Monster. The people sitting at the back were shocked beyond belief upon hearing those names. Ziyao said that Li had also brought out the golden paper crane and mentioned all the precious mounts that he had. She cried, thinking that the crane they were riding on was nothing in Li's eyes. As the crane flew above the 2 mountains, Li noticed that the demon lock ceremony was over. He asked them if the sealing process for the entrance was finished. Ziyao told him that the process was completed last night. In her mind, she thought that it was all because of the paper crane that he gave her. Li told her that he had been fast asleep the previous night, so he couldn't hear anything. He expected the ceremony to end with a huge battle, but it ended quickly. He told them what he was thinking and thought to himself that they must have been too strong since they took care of the demons easily. Meanwhile, all of them looked at him with shock as they heard the word easy. As they flew closer to the mountains, they spotted a huge waterfall surrounded by beautiful trees. Ziyao told Li that this was the place where they were supposed to keep him entertained. The place was filled with exotic birds and butterflies flying around. As soon as they got off the mount, Ziyao ordered it to fly and make a path for Li. The crane became the Flash and started running faster than light. Within seconds, there was a fully formed path in front of them. Shiyu and Qin couldn't help but be impressed with the amount of effort the Green Cloud Valley had put into pleasing Li. The siblings led them forward along the path. As Li walked with Da Yi, he noticed butterflies, fish, and even a huge waterfall. He looked like an excited kid. Behind the scenes, several disciples were busy trying to keep the fish jumping. Their master yelled at them to make them bounce more, since the guests loved it. One of the disciples asked for a break, since he couldn't continue casting the spell. However, the master screamed at him and told him to come back after a half-hour break. The disciples were controlling everything from the wind to the doors. As Li reached the pavilion gate, it automatically opened up for him, revealing a large hall with several beautiful women, welcoming them inside. Li blushed and immediately pushed Shiyu and Qin in front. He pointed at the two of them, implying that the girls were welcoming them. He thought to himself that he was enjoying all the favors by simply following them. Meanwhile, the girls also thought the same thing. As they all sat at the table, the beautiful girl served Li a cup of tea. He looked at the tea and realized that it was sparkling. Meanwhile, Qin and Shi, you thought that the Green Cloud Valley was too lucky to be able to serve such precious tea to Master Li. They made evil expressions and revealed that they didn't follow Li to ride the crane or to enjoy the island, but to actually taste this refreshing water. The refreshing water could improve the spiritual consciousness of those who drank it. That was why it was so precious among the cultivators. Meanwhile, Li thought that the sparkling water was actually Sprite. As he drank the water slowly, he realized that it was actually carbonated water. This made him crazy with excitement, since he had been craving a cold drink. For over 5 years, Li thought to himself that the water wasn't as good as it had been in the previous world, but it was still something. Ziyao advised Li to drink the water slowly, since it could make him addicted to the feeling. However, Li drank it all in one sip and asked her what she was talking about. Ziyao smiled nervously and told him that it was nothing. She thought to herself that the effects of the water were so strong that it could kill anyone if they drank it all at once. However, Li didn't even seem to flinch. Li told them that he had always wanted to make the drink, but the gas in this world was a bit different from the previous world, so he failed. He asked the siblings if they could teach him to make the drink. Both of them stood still as their hearts stopped beating. Ziyao told Li that she needed to go outside for something. She then walked to the rainbow waterfall and commanded an orb to come outside. A blue ball immediately appeared from the waterfall. After Ziyao held the ball, the waterfall collapsed. It seemed to be the thing that was powering the entire waterfall. Ziyu also came out, following his sister. He asked her if she was actually going to give away their precious refreshing ball to Master Li. Ziyao closed her eyes and told him that they had no other choice. Li had already told them about his wish to acquire the refreshing ball. Moreover, the Lin Immortal Palace had already given him the 1,000 years Shu on Ice crystal, so they couldn't afford to fall behind. She told him to keep in mind that if Master Li looked at something for more than 5 seconds, it meant that he was interested in that thing. She advised him to immediately pick up that thing and give it to him. Ziyu teased his sister, telling her that Master Li had been looking at her. For more than 5 seconds, she got annoyed and told him to stop joking, since she knew that Li wasn't interested in her, even if she wanted to go with him. The two of them went inside and presented the refreshing ball in front of Li. Ziyao told him that it was a refreshing ball that could turn any normal water into refreshing water. Li looked at the ball like an excited child and asked her if it was a compressor. The siblings were shocked to hear the words, since they had never heard of such a thing. Li explained that a compressor could compress air and push it into water. However, even after the explanation, the siblings didn't understand a thing. They realized that their knowledge was shallow. Ziyao immediately told Li that it was a compressor and requested him to take it. Meanwhile, Qin could literally see her soul leaving her body in agony as she gave away such a precious treasure. Li realized that he was being too selfish by taking away the refreshing ball, so he hesitated. However, a part of him wanted to drink Sprite too badly. I feel you, bro. He couldn't control his hand and ultimately grabbed the ball. He thanked them aggressively for the gift. and gave them the unlimited dinner pass. Qin and Shi, you could only watch in jealousy as they witnessed how happy Li was. Later, the siblings took Li to the treasure pavilion of the Green Cloud Valley. It was filled with hundreds of precious treasures, gathered over thousands of years. As Li walked down the pavilion, he noticed 3 paintings on the wall. Ziyao explained that those paintings represented devils, demons, and immortals. Immortals were incompatible with devils. However, demons and immortals could live in harmony, as there were good and bad ones among them. Devils and humans could never live together, and one of them had to die. Li asked her if the painting was drawn by one of their experts. Ziyao laughed at this and told him that their ancestor obtained the painting from a secret realm. Li got a bit disappointed, since he was hoping to meet the painter of those pictures. Ziyao saw this and couldn't help but feel terrified, since she wondered what kind of strength Li had. To be disappointed at the sight of such paintings, Li asked Ziyao about the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the background, her brother was busy gathering all the stuff that Li looked at for more than 5 seconds. Yeah, he picked up the entire collection. As he was done gathering all the stuff, his eyes fell on the remains of the devil that was defeated by the chief in the demon lock ceremony. He assumed that Li would like the devil, so he packed it up. A scene shifts outside Li's house in the forest, where a green snake is helping Da Yi's sister spy inside the house. The snake had fully extended, yet it was still not high enough for her to see inside. He cried in agony, telling her that he couldn't grow any longer. However, just then, the pig demon showed up and started yelling at the snake. He told him not to disobey their demon king, and asked the demon king if he should help them. The pig quickly launched himself up in the air and landed on top of the snake. He was now carrying the 7-tailed fox, but it was still not enough. Meanwhile, the snake couldn't hold so much weight and almost collapsed. The 7-tailed fox gave up and stepped down from the snake. She said that the wall wasn't even that tall, but it felt like it kept getting higher the more they tried to stack up. She got sad and wondered where her sister was, since it had been days since she last met her. The pig demon suggested that they should try breaking into the house since they couldn't see inside. He assured her that no one would dare say anything, since she had her sister backing her up. After saying that, the pig demon rushed inside the house with all of his might, hoping to break the gate. However, before he could even reach the gate, it opened by itself with Blackie standing in the way. He stood still and hit the demon pig with a powerful attack, which caused him to fall to the ground. Blackie yawned and asked the demon pig if he didn't even have the manners to knock on the door. Da Yi's sister immediately went in to check on the demon pig and asked if he was alright. The demon pig stood back up with a messed up face and told her that it was all fine. He said that it was just a worthless dog and that he was going to finish it soon. He walked close to Blackie and basically called him a little puppy. He also threatened to eat him if he didn't get out of the way. Yeah, this pig is dead. Blackie sighed and unleashed his paw upon the unsuspecting little pig. The pig fell to the ground before Blackie could do anything. Blackie told him that he was going to give him a second chance and fix his language. The pig thought to himself that he was getting humiliated in front of the demon king. He knew that he couldn't surrender, now that his honor was on the line. So he quickly got on his knees and begged for his life. Blackie smiled and accepted his apology, telling him that he would spare his life. The 7-tailed fox looked at Blackie and asked him if he was the same Blackie that her sister talked about. Blackie tried to raise her up and told her that she was right. He told her that her sister worked for his master, which meant that she would also receive help from him. But for now, she wasn't strong enough and her behavior would be disgraceful to Li. After hearing those words, the 7-tailed fox made a cute face and asked him to teach her. Blackie fell victim to her charm and agreed to teach her. She hugged Blackie, thanking him for his favor. The pig demon and the snake also joined in and started thanking him. As he led the 3 of them inside, the 7-tailed fox was astonished upon seeing such fancy treasures. She realized that her sister had been spending all of her time in this place. As the 3 of them stood there, 3 huge shadows formed beneath them, and a voice asked them who they were. They turned back to see the sword demon, the fire dragon, and the ice fairy looking at them. The ice fairy asked if those were the pets that Li kept outside the house. She bragged that they were not on the same level as those who lived inside. The sword demon told the ice fairy that she shouldn't put them down, since they were all companions. The fire dragon couldn't stay silent for long, so he told them that they should be put to his fire test, especially pointing at the pig. My man wants some bacon sandwiches. However, the sword demon intervened and told him that the group was destined with Buddha, so they should go with him. He said that if they followed the path of Buddha, they would be blessed. The ice fairy picked up the seven-tailed fox and told her that she should let her teach her, since they were both related to ice. At the same time, the fire dragon also offered to teach her and said that they should train together, forming 2 layers of ice and fire. In the middle of all this, another voice came in. It was Bai this time. He suggested that they should learn from him. Everyone was shocked to learn that Bai was going to teach the group in person. Bai stretched a bit and told them that the scientific method for training was the best. He stood in front of the bar and immediately grabbed onto it, doing the muscle up. He transformed into a shredded bodybuilder and told them that they needed a customized training plan if they wanted to be like him. The 3 of them stared at him in disbelief. Before they could do anything, Bai grabbed the demon pig and the snake and took them to train. The fire dragon commented that the group was done, since Bai was teaching them in person. The seven-tailed fox realized that this was how her sister had been living the whole time. She ran after Bai and told him not to leave her behind. Back in the Green Cloud Valley, Ziyu showed Li his pets in his backyard garden. He had an amazing boar, a parrot, and a rabbit. Li was impressed by the animals. Ziyu felt proud of his collection and introduced Li to all of the animals. He thought of them as friends, as they all grew up with him. Ziyu thought to himself that he would make the animals perform some tricks to please Li. Ziyu called Li and told him that her brother had a special performance for him. However, before she could complete her sentence, Qin stopped her and told her that she shouldn't get Li's intentions wrong or that it could result in all of them dying. Ziya was confused, since she didn't know what that meant. She said that the Green Cloud Valley had the rarest animals prepared for Li, and as it happened to be, Li loved to eat rare animals. As they were both talking, Li joined in and asked them what they were discussing. Ziyao started stuttering and told him that they had prepared some wild animals for him to eat in their vegetable garden. The animals and Ziyu couldn't believe what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Li thought to himself that the Green Cloud Valley was truly an amazing place, since they offered him so much. Ziyao pointed at the pig and told him that the raccoon looked fat, so they would cook it for him for lunch. Li was confused since he hadn't seen a raccoon that looked like a pig. On the other hand, Ziyu couldn't look at his pet pig. This made the pig scared, since he didn't know what was happening. Ziyu then announced that the pig was to be taken away and killed. 2 disciples immediately grabbed the pig and started walking away. Ziyu wanted to stop them, but he could not do anything. He fell on his knees crying and said that the pig hadn't even become a demon yet, as it was still a baby. They used to travel the world together. Luckily for him, they stopped the disciples. He told them that the raccoon looked ugly, but it was still living, so they couldn't eat it. Bro thinks he is Mother Teresa. Anyways, Ziyao intervened and told Li not to worry about killing the animal, since it was just a simple ingredient for his meal. Li put on a dramatic face and told her that he wanted to eat the animal too, but the essence of food is not in the ingredients but in the joy they bring. This doesn't even make sense. He further stated that the lunch would be meaningless if Ziyu was in pain. Everyone, including the rabbit and the parrot, appreciated Li for his kindness. However, as Ziyao looked back, she saw Ziyu lying on the ground like an ancient mummy. Later, Li showcased his exceptional skills in the kitchen. He told them that he would let them taste his own cooking skills, now that Bai wasn't here to cook. Da Yi complimented him, saying that his cooking skills must be the best in the entire world. This made Li blush a little, and he thanked her for the compliment. All of them seemed happy, except Ziyu, who stood there like a sad zombie. Li told them that he would prepare the tastiest dish for them. He told them about the pig foot and said that he was going to combine it with tofu to bring out the flavor. However, he didn't have it, so he needed to use fish as a substitute. Before Li said anything else, Ziyao ordered her brother to bring out the top-grade carp for Master Li. Ziyu almost fainted hearing this, since the fish was so expensive. His sister reminded him that making Li happy was their first priority, so they should be able to make any sacrifice possible. Moreover, it would be an honor for the animals to die at his hands, since they would be able to attain many blessings in their next life. Ziyu unwillingly took out the fish from the pond and gave it to Li. He promised the fish that no matter what happened, he wouldn't eat it. Since their friendship was so strong, Li finally finished cooking. Da Yi asked him if he was done, and he told her that since they were trying to make tofu taste like meat, they needed to do an extra step in their cooking process. As he continued cooking, he noticed that the fire was getting smaller. He asked the immortal cultivators if they could do something about it. Within seconds, they all got to work and used their powers to light up the fire again. Li thanked them and said that he was envious of them, since they could do so much cool stuff. They all cried inside, thinking that they were the ones who were envious of him. The dish was finally done. Li took out the hob, and the amazing aroma of the dish filled the entire room. Li thought that he had done his best to prepare the dish, so he was proud of himself. As they all sat around the dish preparing to eat, Ziyu sat at a distance. His sister asked him if he was going to eat or not. Ziyu didn't know that Li had used tofu to cook the food instead of real meat, so he refused to eat and told them that he had become a vegetarian. His sister told him to wipe the saliva, since his mouth was watering as he cried for his friend. He fell to the ground and cried, since his friends smelt so good. However, he decided not to eat them even if he died of starvation. He could still see all of them enjoying the food. Before Ziyu knew it, he was sitting with the group and enjoying the food. His body automatically followed the scent, and he started eating. On the other hand, the rest of them turned into titans as they tasted the food. Who needs spinal fluid when you have this tasty dish? Li looked at them, fighting for the food like mad animals while looking like titans. He told them that he knew the food was good, but they were overreacting a bit. The four of them, including Ziyu, teleported to another world while they were eating the food. Meanwhile, Ziyu's friends were looking through the window as they realized what kind of man he was. Li started telling them a story about an ancient dish. The dish was so rare that even the emperor couldn't eat it more than a few times each year. It was called the jade sturgeon tendon. Li took the names of some fancy ingredients and explained how to make the dish. The final product was a visually stimulating and tasty dish that would make anyone a fan. Li thought to himself that the famous dishes in his own hometown were all given special names, even though they were made using simple ingredients. He told them that his hometown had dishes like the jade sturgeon tendon, the phoenix brain, Chian kun BBQ goose, or the celestial fish. He told them that it was all about catchy names, a good cooking technique, and the food tasted pretty good. Li said to himself that the immortal cultivators might have been familiar with all the precious ingredients, but he could make those dishes using simple ingredients as well, since his cooking skills were decent. Upon hearing the names of those dishes, all the immortal cultivators screamed, since they thought that Master Li had just confirmed that he previously lived in the immortal world. Ziyu told them that the peach banquet on the journey to the west must have been from Li's personal experience. Xiyu asked them why Li would reveal his past life now, since he had always kept a low profile. Xin boasted about her relationship with Li and told them that she knew why he finally decided to tell them. She raised her hand and made a fist, like she was about to recite the Declaration of Independence. She told them that Li did it to let them know that if they followed his commands, they might someday taste all of those rare and precious dishes. Li looked at them celebrating and asked them what they were talking about. Xin told them that they were discussing how they would get to eat a lot of food if they followed him. After dinner, Dai Yi snuck out of the house. She said to herself that she didn't want Li to suffer any loss for the things that he wanted to do. The scene shifted to the Liu family pavilion in the northern part of the immortal world. The master of Liu family, Liu Xinhe, asked one of his disciples about his missing son. The disciple told him that he didn't have any news of the son. Hearing this, the master got mad and called him trash. The disciple backed down on his knees and told him that even though he didn't have any update on his son, they got some new information about the matter, and he asked them to investigate. He told him that the girl who cultivated at an unbelievable pace was the disciple of the Golden Lotus sect. She started off as a low-grade spiritual root, but in less than 3 months reached the building base. Moreover, she also killed another cultivator who had a cultivation level of savor. Because of her, the Golden Lotus sect had been growing rapidly. Master Liu told the disciples that, since the northern realm was under their control, no one was allowed to grow without their permission. If they tried to grow, they would become their food. He then licked his disciple's face and ordered him to investigate the cause of the girl's immense cultivation speed. I regretted seeing that panel too. The disciple revealed that he had heard about someone giving a copybook to the girl when she was recruited into the Golden Lotus sect. The book was said to be a celestial treasure for cultivators. Hearing this, Li turned around like an evil villain and said that he didn't need to give any more orders, since the disciple already knew what to do. The disciple told him that he had already sent some people to get the girl. If she came with him voluntarily, he would make her a slave of his master. Otherwise, he would kill her to find out what kind of cultivation was inside her body. Liu told him that he was smart, so he didn't have to worry about the girl anymore. He was more worried about his son, since he thought that he had gotten himself into trouble once again. As they were talking, a disciple reported to the master that King Luo had arrived at the pavilion. The disciple told Liu that his son had offended the king, so he was now here to get revenge. Liu didn't care about the king and told the disciples that they had been bullying people for a long time, so it shouldn't matter. He told them that there was no need to be scared of the king and ordered the disciples to send one of their elders to fight him off. A few moments later, another disciple came in and announced that the Lin Immortal Palace had also arrived outside the pavilion. This made Master Liu a bit worried, since it was more trouble than he expected. He ordered the disciples to send more people to fight them off, since they couldn't back down now. Moments later, another disciple ran in and announced that Master Gu from the Green Cloud Valley had also arrived at the scene. Bro has beef with the entire immortal world. Hearing this, Liu screamed, wondering what his son did to offend all of these people. He told them that he would go in person to deal with the problem. Liu thought to himself that he had to teach them that even if the Liu family did something wrong, they couldn't be blamed and everyone had to accept it. Before Master Liu could leave, one of his disciples told him that the three masters had joined hands against him, so it would be hard for him to win. Liu told him that if he couldn't fight them, he would simply apologize. Even if they didn't respect him, they must respect their elder, since he was an almighty. For those who don't know, the Almighty is someone who successfully managed to cultivate immortality and ascend to heaven. Outside, a few guards were trying to stop the masters. Master Gu told them that this was the last day for the Liu family, so if they didn't want to die, they could leave. The guards got angry and told him that it was impossible since the family had produced an almighty. If they angered him, he would burn them all to ashes. As they were talking, Liu stepped outside the pavilion. As he walked closer, he told the guards not to be rude. Chief Gu thought to himself that he would never think of going against the Liu family since they were so strong. However, since the expert had ordered him, he had to do it. He asked Liu if he had any last words before he killed him. Liu looked at him straight in the eyes and told him that he wanted to apologize. This made the chief a bit confused, since he didn't expect him to apologize so easily. Liu made a cute face and told him that he didn't know how his son managed to offend them, so he was going to apologize on his behalf. He begged him to have mercy on them and to spare their lives. He said that it was their family's belief that if they stole it, they wouldn't rob it. Am I the only one who doesn't know what this means? He suggested that they settle the issue with dialogue rather than violence, since their family didn't use violence against strong opponents. He started dancing around him and apologizing at the same time. Liu even screamed at the disciples and ordered them to apologize. He promised that when he found his son, he would tie him up and make him apologize too. Hearing this, Chief Gu started acting like a cute anime girl and told him that his son was dead. The second elder joined in to take the credit and said that it was he who killed his son. This makes Liu enraged and he starts awakening his demon form. He asked them if they really thought they could get rid of the Liu family so easily. He suddenly attacked them with a fast-moving projectile, but Chief Gu was quick to dodge it. Even then, a part of his clothes got cut. Liu screamed in anger and threatened to kill all of them, since they killed his son. Gu told him that his family had already offended the expert, so he could no longer be allowed to live. He used his sword to block off the next attack. The second elder and King Luo couldn't just stand and watch him fight alone, so they decided to join in and help him. As the three of them combined their power to fight Liu, he laughed and told them that they were too weak to fight him. A second later, he got punched in the face and fell down. His disciples rushed to help him. One of them asked how their master was so weak. Another disciple told him that their master spent all of his time stealing women and treasures, so he had no experience fighting. Master Liu stood up with a smile on his face. He told them that he wouldn't fight all of them, since they didn't kill his son. He would only fight the second elder. Liu offered to let the rest of them go off, without any harm. Chief Gu apologized and said that he couldn't allow them to leave. He rushed towards him and hit him with another punch. Liu stood up once again with a smile and told them that he had changed his mind. He was prepared to offer them a draw. He told them that they could shake hands on the scene and go their separate ways. This man has gone insane. Chief Gu slapped him, which made some sense in his mind. He started apologizing and asked him why they were trying to kill him all of a sudden. Chief Gu held his sword in his hands and told Liu that he had no idea who his son had offended. He slashed his sword, trying to finish him off, but a huge explosion interrupted his attack. It was the heaven-splitting sword. Liu looked at them and said that since they wanted to kill him, he had to use this celestial item. He told them that they might have forgotten about the Almighty that protects their family. Their expert was nothing in comparison to the Almighty. The heaven-splitting sword was inherited by the Liu family. It was thanks to this sword that they were able to conquer the Northern Realm alone. Seeing the celestial sword, The second elder took out his own celestial zither and told him that he wasn't special enough to have a celestial item. Chief Gu also brought out his celestial fire flag. Meanwhile, King Lu almost started crying because he didn't have a celestial item. Chief Gu and the second elder advised him to stay back, since it was dangerous. He started crying and asked if they were trying to make him feel bad. Li noticed the celestial fire flag and asked Chief Gu why he had brought it there. The flag was needed for the demon lock ceremony. Chief Gu told him that he didn't need the flag to block off the entrance to the demon world. Li Yu called them ridiculous and launched his huge sword at the two of them. Chief Gu evaded the attack and went in for the kill. Seeing his charge towards him, Li Yu called the sword back and blocked Gu's attack. At the same time, the second elder showed up and used his zither to attack him. The three of them continued fighting at immense speed. They were moving so fast that the disciples couldn't even see them. One of the disciples asked if their master could win, since he was using the heaven-splitting sword. The other disciple replied by saying that it was one of the strongest celestial items, and that using it was going to affect the cultivation of their master. Still, since it was their master who was using the sword, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Some distance away in the forest, a few disciples from the Liu family spotted the masters fighting up in the sky. One of them suggested that they should go and help their master, since he seemed to be in trouble. However, another guy stopped him and reminded him that the people fighting were high-level immortal cultivators, so it was stupid for them to interfere. He told them that they should just finish the task assigned to them by their master. The man was carrying a bag, and their task was to bring the person inside the bag back to their master. However, as they were discussing the plan, a fiery object fell from the sky, hitting all of them. This caused the bag to fall on the ground and open up. Inside was Nun. She crawled out of the bag and looked around, only to find all the men injured. One of them begged her to save them, but she refused, since they used her kindness to trick and kidnap her. She used her swift moves to beat all of the already injured men. I can tell why everyone calls her crazy. After beating them, she told them that it was done in self-defense, so they shouldn't blame her. However, she was still not done with them. She let out an evil smile and told them that they deserved to be punished. And since she hadn't used her cultivation so far, she was going to try something on them. Nun decided to practice a new move on the disciples. She had learned it from the book that Li gave her. She raised her arm and turned it towards the injured disciples. Within seconds, all of their cultivation started flowing towards Nun. She stole their cultivation and absorbed it in her own body. After she absorbed all the energy, she got excited and wondered what name she should give to her new move. She started thinking and finally decided to name it the Heaven Destroyer. Up in the sky, the three masters continued fighting, while Luo watched them from the ground, contemplating the purpose of his existence. It wasn't long before the two masters defeated Li Yu. He fell down on his knees in front of them. To make the final cut, King Lu also rushed to the scene. He stood alongside the other two masters, so he wouldn't feel left out. Li Yu got mad and asked them about the expert that his family had offended. Chief Gu didn't answer his question, but told him that he was too arrogant, which caused his downfall. It would be better if he lived his next life peacefully. There were some people in the world that you couldn't afford to offend, and Li was one of them. Gu used his final move to finish him off as he was about to die. He screamed out to his ancestor and told him that his family was getting bullied. The second elder looked down in disappointment as he told them that the Li family had produced an almighty in the past, so it was a shame that it was being eliminated. King Lu added that the road to immortality had been cut off, so it was impossible for mortals to become immortals, and immortals to visit the mortal world. Just as Li was about to die, he raised his arm towards the sky and said that he was willing to sacrifice all of his cultivation to summon the ancestor. Seconds later, his body disappeared. The disciples realized that their master was dead, so they didn't know what to do now. Chief Gu told them that if they wanted to live, they should leave. The three of them then flew up into the sky and prepared to destroy the remains of the Liu family. Chief Gu announced that from that day forward, the Liu family wouldn't exist in the immortal world. He let out a powerful wave of fire to burn all the buildings. However, before it could hit, a purple shield emerged across the Liu pavilion, which saved the building from the fire. Soon after, the heaven-splitting sword started flying toward the sky, and a voice called out to all of them. The voice asked them who was going to destroy the Liu family. Two rays of light also emerged into the sky as the Almighty descended into the mortal world. The disciples couldn't believe that the ancestor had actually visited the mortal world. They started bowing and welcoming him. The cultivators were also confused, since they hadn't seen anything like this before, They thought that the road to immortality had been cut off. The immortal asked them who was the person who bullied his family. Before they could even say anything, they all started to lose their balance. The momentum of the immortal was causing them to shake. The force was so strong that they couldn't even move. Chief Gu told them that the Almighty hadn't even attacked them yet, but they were still stunned by his momentum. The Almighty turned to the disciples and told them that the mortal world had fallen into such a bad state. The Liu family hadn't produced a single cultivator with God's test cultivation level. He told them that it wasn't their fault, since the road to immortality had been cut off. After yapping for some time, the Almighty finally showcased his human form and asked the disciples how they managed to summon him, since they were so weak. Liu's soul flew towards the ancestor and told him that it was he who summoned him. The ancestor asked him who he was, and Liu proudly told him that he was the current head of the Liu family. The ancestor thought that he was getting trolled, so he requested to talk to a normal person instead of a soul. Liu told him that he had utilized his entire cultivation to summon. This made the Almighty enraged, and he told him that it was impossible to keep in mind the current state of the world. He told him that something huge must have happened for him to be summoned here. He looked back at Liu and asked him if the Liu family was in danger. Liu started crying like a child and told him that the three great houses had joined hands to finish them off. He pointed at the three of them and told the ancestor that they were the ones who attacked him. The Almighty looked at them with death in his eyes, and all three of them started spitting out blood. Chief Gu told them that it wasn't the Almighty who had visited them. It was just his after-image, but he was still this strong. They looked more like ants when compared to him. Liu couldn't help but laugh at them. Now that the Almighty had taken care of the situation, the Almighty asked the three of them why they had a death wish. Chief Gu barely managed to move. He told the Almighty that they came here on the orders of the expert. He was so powerful that even the Almighty couldn't afford to offend him. This made the Almighty angry. He told them that he was going to gather some merit for the Liu family and free them of their pain. In the blink of an eye, a huge fireball fell on top of them. To make things work, the three of them couldn't even move. The fireball landed directly on top of them, but surprisingly, none of them were hurt. As the dust settled, King Lu noticed that the thing that saved them was the copybook that Li had given him earlier. He finally realized that he had the most precious item all this time. The copybook had a poem written on it. Chief Gu was shocked to see that the copybook could block an attack from the Almighty. King Luo told them that Li had given it to him. Even Liu couldn't believe what he just saw. The Almighty smiled and said that it was surprising for such an item to exist in the mortal world. He then called the heaven-splitting sword, and it landed in his hands. Liu told them that the Almighty was going to use the celestial sword, which would increase his power a lot. The Almighty slashed his sword, causing a huge wave of fire to travel towards the three of them. Chief Gu screamed at King Luo and told him to fight. King Luo panicked, since he didn't know what to do. He simply pointed the copybook in the direction of the Almighty. Seconds later, a powerful attack hit the Almighty, killing his after-image. Liu screamed at the death of his ancestor and wondered what that powerful item was. All the while, King Lu couldn't help but appreciate the copybook that Li had given him. He even started crying since he was too happy. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. The Almighty spoke again and asked them who had destroyed his after-image. He told them that whoever he was, they were going to die soon. King Lu turned the copybook towards the sky without saying anything. The next thing they knew, the copybook started levitating. Chief Gu and the second elder asked King Luo what he had just done, but he didn't understand it himself. The copybook slowly transformed into a sword, which was pointed at the sky. Liu laughed and told them that they couldn't scare him, since the Almighty was going to kill them all. Before he could even finish his sentence, the sword slashed through the sky, and the impact traveled through space, all the way to heaven. The sword had pierced the sky and attacked the Almighty in heaven. He literally got snipped in heaven. All three of them looked in confusion as they saw a huge hole appear in the sky. The sword had cut through the sky, and they could look straight into the immortal world. As the clouds dispersed, they saw a huge shining building and a beautiful garden with butterflies flying around that looked like the heavens. The second elder and Chief Gu wondered if they were actually staring into the immortal world. Even Liu himself was in disbelief, and he asked his dead son about the kind of people he offended, since they could even kill an immortal. King Luo asked if it was the end, but the second elder looked up at the sky and assured him that it was only the beginning. Moments later, the real body of the immortal started descending from the sky. Chief Gu said that the immortal realm must be similar to the demon world in the sense that it is in a special place up in the sky. When a person floated towards heaven, they didn't just vanish into the sky, they went to that special place. King Luo agreed with the assessment and told him that he had previously tried to find the immortal world by flying straight into the sky. He said that as he went higher and higher, it became difficult to breathe, but the immortal world was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Chief Gu and the second elder couldn't utter a single word at his stupidity. Chief Gu came to the realization that they had just killed an immortal. The three of them wondered what kind of beings would come through the hole next. Now that the immortal world was within reach, suddenly, a huge hand appeared in the clouds and began to grab the dead body of the elder. The hand grabbed the body of the immortal before it could fall onto the ground. King Luo wondered if the immortal was actually alive. Hearing this, Chief Gu told him that if such was the case, they would be stuck in a never-ending cycle of revenge. The second elder told them that Li would be furious if he found out about it. Scared out of his mind, Chief Gu asked King Luo if he had any more treasures from Li. Seconds later, he saw Luo burying himself in the ground. Bro dug his own grave. Chief Gu turned towards the second elder and asked him if he had any ideas. Before he could say another sentence, the second elder also buried himself in the ground. Gu screamed at both of them for cowering in such a situation. However, he knew that he had to do it himself. He faced the hand and said to himself that he couldn't allow it to bring back the Almighty. Chief Gu launched himself at the hand, trying to attack it with everything he had got. However, the hand proved to be a lot stronger as he was punched back to the ground. As he began to lose hope, he noticed a girl appearing from the clouds. It was Da Yi. She stepped on the hands, and within seconds, the hand was covered in a thick layer of ice. She looked straight towards Chief Gu and said the word end. As soon as she said it, the ice broke, destroying the hand completely. Seeing the immortal hand getting destroyed in front of him, Chief Gu fell to the ground in disbelief. He wondered who the girl was. King Luo and the second elder had gotten out of their graves by now. They knew exactly who she was. As the Almighty died for real this time, he looked at Da Yi and asked if there was actually a goddess living in the mortal world. The second elder looked at King Luo and asked him if it was all part of Li's plan. Luo made a serious face and told him that it was obvious since everything was part of his plan. Da Yi looked at the three of them and asked if they knew about Li's rules. They immediately bowed down and told her that they totally understood the rules. Chief Gu also claimed to know the rules, even though he didn't know what Da Yi meant. She reminded them that even the unrighteous people could possess great power. It was necessary for them to meet their demise. They all immediately agreed with her. Da Yi looked at them for the last time and flew away. After she left, Chief Gu asked them if they knew who she was. The second elder reminded him that he claimed to know the rules of Master Li in front of the lady, despite having no knowledge of them. He said that they would discuss the rules with him in detail later on. The second elder then suggested that they go back and report everything to Li. As they all stared at the huge hole in the sky, they all knew that a lot had changed that day. As Chief Gu landed back in the Green Cloud Valley Pavilion, he was greeted by an elder, who told him that he wanted to discuss something. Gu ignored the man and told him that they would talk later, as he only came back to change his clothes and get ready to meet some big shot. As he reached the door to the pavilion's treasure room, he wondered if his son and daughter were home. The elder tried to stop him from entering the treasure room, but the chief proceeded to go anyway. As he stepped inside, he was met with, well, nothing, because his son and daughter had given away everything to Li. The chief screamed in agony as he realized that his whole life's work was gone. Even his golden water brush and the water shield were gone. The chief sat down on the ground, looking like someone who had lost all will live. The elder informed him that his son and daughter had taken all the stuff and given it away to someone with Li's surname. Chief Gu immediately got up and went back to normal. He told the elder that he understood why they gave all of his stuff away. Suddenly, Ziyao and Ziyu entered the scene. Ziyao told the elder that he knew nothing. She explained that if the gifts that they gave away to Li brought him some joy, it would be the biggest achievement for the Green Cloud Valley. She told them that since her father had the most precious treasure, they must give his treasure away to Li. Chief Gu didn't like his life's work being taken away, but he had no choice. He told her that she was right. She then revealed that Li loved his refreshing ball, so she gave it away. This made him spit out some blood as he commended his daughter. Ziyu noticed his father getting sad. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he understood the sacrifice that he was making. He told his dad that he had also given away his pets to Master Li. Chief Gu looked at his son in confusion and told him that his comparison didn't even make sense since his pets were nowhere near enough value compared to his treasures. That's what you get for being nice. The scene shifted to Da Yi and Li playing chess in their room. Both of them were hyper-focused, and it seemed like the game was even. However, after a few moves, Li managed to outplay Da Yi and won. She got a bit sad after losing, so Li tried to cheer her up and told her that her chess skills had improved tremendously. She told him that she only improved since he was the one who taught her. As the two of them were talking, Chief Gu, the second elder, and King Luo entered the room. Li got confused upon seeing the chief since he couldn't identify him. He asked him who he was, but then immediately realized that he was the chief. However, Chief Gu told him that he was nothing compared to him. He apologized for greeting him so late and said that he had to take care of some work. Chief Gu then came closer to Li and whispered in his ears that he didn't have to worry since they had already completed the task. Upon seeing the old man so close to him, Li got a bit scared and wondered why he was telling him all this. Li told him that it was fine since he had to deal with important stuff. The three of them got excited since they thought that Li was satisfied with their job. As Chief Gu poured some refreshing water into Li, he started complimenting his poetry and cooking skills. The second elder and King Luo cursed him since they knew that he was trying to gain favor from Li. Li told Chief Gu that when he saw him during the Lock Demon ceremony, he looked so serious that he didn't expect him to be this friendly in person. Chief Gu couldn't wait any longer, so he put his plan in motion. He told Li that he had a special gift for him and took out a small space ball. He explained that Li could put all of his stuff inside the ball. However, Li refused to take the ball since he had also received another gift from the Gu family. Chief Gu insisted, but Li told him that he couldn't accept the ball. Chief Gu was prepared to hear such a response, so he took a deep breath and came closer to Li. With his eyes wide open, he asked him if he could give him a painting in return. This left King Luo and the second elder with their mouths wide open as they tried to comprehend what the chief was demanding. In Chief Gu's defense, he had given all of his precious treasures to Li, so he had to take this risk and ask for something in return. Otherwise, he couldn't continue living his life. Everyone held their breaths as they wondered what Li would say next. Out of nowhere, Li smiled and agreed to give him the painting. He grabbed his pen and told Chief Gu that he was like a role model for him. Li thought back to his visit to the treasure room and remembered the paintings that he saw. The three paintings represented immortals, demons, and devils. Li decided to draw an almighty as he began painting. His brush lit up the entire canvas, and a huge flame traveled across the room. The three cultivators watched in awe as they realized that they had been transported to another place. It looked like a desert with a mountain in front. The place was so hot that it burnt the bottom of their shoes. As Chief Gu looked up at the massive sun, he realized that this place might be in ancient times. The three of them looked up in shock as they saw a giant three-legged bird flying towards them. As the bird got closer, Chief Gu noticed that it was a divine bird. The bird did a drive-by and burnt all of their clothes with its flames. Li told them that he was done with his drawing, but it wasn't that good, since he didn't have much time. Chief Gu asked him what the drawing was about, and Li explained that it was a divine bird. The divine bird was the child of the Eastern Emperor and Shihi. The Emperor had given birth to 10 of these birds at once. Each of these birds represented a sun. That day, the entire sky was filled with sun, and people started to die from the heat. A brave man named Ho Yi shot down 9 of the suns and spared the last one. That was the sun that they could see from Earth. Li told them there was a story from his hometown. The three of them were astonished by this and wondered if Li had witnessed the event himself. Chief Gu also began to wonder why Li had drawn a divine bird for him. Li held the drawing in his hands and said a famous proverb. He turned to Chief Gu and told him that the divine bird perfectly suited him. The second elder and Chief Gu went into a state of shock. Gu thought that Li was trying to push him forward. He began analyzing what he said. The proverb Li told him earlier talked about being satisfied when you were poor and giving away to others when you were rich. Chief Gu thought that Li was mocking him for not performing his tasks well and asking for a gift in return. If this wasn't bad enough, he also thought that the drawing indicated that Li would shoot him down like the sun. Chief Gu fainted at the thought of offending Li. He woke up in his room, frantically apologizing to Li. However, as he looked around, he saw that he was surrounded by his children. He told them that he had done something really bad. He started crying and said that he had caused a disaster during the Lock Demon ceremony and went on to ask Master Li for a reward. He believed that his actions had brought an end to the Green Cloud Valley. Xiao assured him that Li wasn't mad at all. He thanked them for their service and told her that he had a great time. While sobbing, Chief Gu asked her where Li was. She told him that he had left since he wanted to feed his dog. Before leaving, he invited them to visit their house in their free time. This made Chief Gu a bit more relaxed. The scene shifted back to Li's house, where the seven-tailed fox was seen running on a treadmill. She seemed out of breath and called out to Bai, saying that she couldn't run anymore. Bai ignored her pleas for help and told her that he was going to increase the treadmill's speed since she appeared to have improved. The poor fox cried, but Bai wasn't going to listen to her. They don't call him the best coach for anything. He maxed out the speed on that treadmill, which caused the fox to lose balance and get thrown back. Bai realized that he might increase the speed a bit too much. The yard was full of life as Li was gone. The fire dragon was trying to cook the pig alive. Meanwhile, the pig demon thought he was teaching him about cultivation. He asked the dragon about his progress, and the dragon told him to lie still. The pig demon complained about his back being hot. Blackie told the dragon to flip the pig, since his back was almost charred. Bai also joined in and told him that he should slow down the fire. Blackie said that they should also take a look at the snake to see how the beer making was going. They had trapped the snake inside a jar and were forcing him to make beer. As they were talking, the fox called out Blackie from behind. She made an innocent face and asked him if he could teach her the spells. Blackie realized that the seven-tailed fox had grown into an eight-tailed fox now. He started mewing and told her that he would teach her his dog paws from heaven's spell. Suddenly, someone announced that Li was back. Everyone in the yard panicked. Blackie kicked the seven-tailed fox out of the house instantly. Li opened the door with a huge smile and saw Blackie running towards him like a good dog. He commented that everything was exactly as he had left it. Li asked Blackie if he had done anything bad in his absence. Blackie started licking his boots to tell him that he had been a good boy. Li praised him and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, the pig, snake, and the fox were all piled up on each other outside Li's house. As Li began to unpack, he held the remains of the demon from the lock demon ceremony and wondered what it was. He didn't really like it and thought that it was ugly. However, since it was a gift from Chief Gu, he kept it, thinking that it must be a precious treasure. After putting everything on the shelf, he went out to eat with Da Yi. The demon's eye began to emit a dark aura around it. The demon aura continued spreading to the entire house throughout the night. By morning, it had reached the entrance of the yard. Li and Da Yi were exercising in the yard when Da Yi sensed some presence in the bushes. Li noticed her expression and asked her if something was wrong. She told him that she had heard something. Li turned towards the bushes as he got a bit scared. Before he could get any closer, Blackie leaped out and jumped towards him. Li smacked him in the face and started yelling at him for scaring him. He also blamed him for pooping on the floor. He grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. As he was leaving the yard, the demon eye watched him from the window. The eye suddenly felt a presence, and Li appeared behind it. He picked it up and wondered how it got there since he had placed it on the shelf. He didn't think much of it and placed it back. However, as he was about to leave, he felt something strange. The demon eye tried to communicate with him and ask him if he wanted to be the strongest. Li was confused since he didn't understand what was going on. The eye continued to try and lure him in by offering girls and revenge. Li remembered that he had felt the same feeling before. However, he shrugged the thought aside and walked outside to eat breakfast. The demon's eye was left in shock, and it wondered why Li had shown no interest in its temptation. A few moments later, it started transforming into a female body. The demon was named Wuxia, and she had lived there for thousands of years. However, she had never met someone like Li who had ignored her charms. She wanted to use Li's body to find out who had killed her doppelganger in the mortal world. However, after this transformation, she didn't have much energy left. She tried to reassure herself and said that it was all going to be fine, since she could get enough energy by morning to appear in the mortal world. After that, she planned on overtaking the entire world. As she was maniacally laughing at her plan, she saw Da Yi holding her ice statue. Da Yi looked a bit puzzled. Cha thought that Da Yi was attracted to her temptations, so she went in and tried to lure her further. She asked her if she wanted to stand on top of the world and have a pretty face that no one could reject. Before the demon girl could say anything else, Da Yi slapped her on the face. This made the demon girl mad, but as she looked at Da Yi, she realized why her temptations weren't working on her. Da Yi already had everything that she was offering her. Da Yi made a scary face and looked straight into the demon girl's eyes. She warned her not to disturb Li's mortal life, otherwise she would be smacked to oblivion. This made the demon girl scared. Da Yi left the room, as Li called her, and the demon girl was left wondering about her identity. She decided to ignore Da Yi and Li for the time being, since she couldn't tempt them both. Just then, her eyes fell upon Blackie, who was sitting outside the room, casually looking around. She had found the perfect target. The demon girl started tempting Blackie with all sorts of things, but to her surprise, he didn't look interested in anything that she had to offer. This made her mad, since it was her third rejection that day. Finally, something relatable. The demon girl decided to attack Blackie, but the dog put her down using just one of his paws. As she lay on the ground defeated, she wondered if she had failed as a hero, since she couldn't even defeat a dog. Just then, her gaze fell upon the demon's sword placed in the distance. This was her last chance. She felt hopeful once again, and tried reaching out for the sword. When she couldn't make it to the sword, she called it out and asked for help. However, instead of the sword demon, she was met with the sword Buddha. He placed his hand on her head and told her that they were from the same origin, so he was willing to guide her to forgiveness. The demon girl was confused, as she didn't know what was going on in that yard. The sword Buddha recognized this and told her to look around. As the demon girl looked around, she realized that it was no ordinary yard. She was completely surrounded by precious treasures and powerful beings. This made her scream out in horror as she tried to figure out where she was. Meanwhile, Li and Da Yi were out in the market, enjoying some steamed buns. Li noticed some people leaving the shop and asked the man why everyone was in such a hurry to leave. The man told him that a few days ago, the village's old pagoda tree was struck by lightning. The tree had been in the village for a few generations, but a single lightning strike split it up in two parts. No one was hurt by the falling branches, but people thought that the tree had a spirit and the lightning had caused the spirit to become free. They started praying at the tree. After finishing their meal, Li and Da Yi went on to check the fallen tree. Li told her that a tree like that only grew once every 1,000 years, so it was extremely rare. The tree looked like it had been split into two by an axe. Da Yi noticed Li's expressions and asked if he was feeling sad for the tree. He told her that he didn't expect the tree to be destroyed like this when he first saw it. He placed his hand on the tree and prayed for the spirit. After he left with Da Yi, a tiny seedling grew out from the trunk. Outside Lin's immortal pavilion, Qin and the rest of the elders impatiently waited for the pavilion master to come out of his seclusion. As Mengji came out, he looked pale and depressed. Qin was initially excited upon seeing her master come out, but got worried when she saw his condition. As she called him out, he told her to keep quiet, since he didn't have much time left. He told her that the state of the world had changed, and they were about to face a massive catastrophe. He looked up at the sky and asked her how they were going to survive. Qin questioned her about the catastrophe, but instead of answering, he told her that everything they knew would cease to exist. Qin nervously suggested that they should ask for Li's advice on this matter. Hearing this, Mengji's lifeless expression changed to a wide smile, and he quickly went on to visit Li. Looking at his face, Li asked him what happened to him. Master Mengji started coughing and told him that his time was almost over. He said that he was going to face a major catastrophe and didn't think he could survive unless someone helped him. Of course. Bro really wants those treasures. He hinted that he might be able to make it if Li offered some help, but Li simply told him that his situation was sad. Mengji screamed since Li was his only hope, but Li misjudged the situation and gave him a hug instead. He said that he couldn't help him in any other way, but if his death was really confirmed, he should just accept it and go out peacefully. Mengji realized that Li had given up on him. He accepted his fate and decided to face his death. As he was walking out, he saw a metal rod placed near the gate and asked Li what it was. Li told him that it was a lightning protection rod. This immediately clicked something in Mengji's mind. Li explained that he didn't want his house or the forest to catch fire after hearing about the pagoda tree that got struck by lightning. Therefore, he made this rod for protection. As he looked at Mengji, he saw him exploding with hope. He asked him again if the rod could actually protect someone from lightning. That night, Master Mengji sat at the highest point on the mountain. Qin and the elders were gathered around to witness the catastrophe approaching. The second elder wasn't sure if Mengji could survive the catastrophe. However, Qin knew that Mengji was too much of a coward to give up on his life. She was confident that he must have looked for a solution. Qin told the second elder that Master Mengji had acquired a lightning protection rod from Master Li, so maybe he could actually survive the thunder. As the time came near, Mengji sat on top of the mountain with complete determination, ready to face the challenge. In his mind, He imagined himself to sit silently as the storm raged around him. He thought that the rod given to him by Li was going to protect him from the thunder by creating a barrier. Han Jue was confident that the storm wasn't going to hurt him. As the catastrophe began, Qin and the other elders looked at Han Jue in fear. A bolt of lightning came straight for him and hit him directly on the head. At that time, the pig was hiding outside Li's house. Da Yi had instructed him to guard the house. He and the purple-haired demon girl were on the lookout for anything suspicious. Suddenly, they heard Li and Da Yi coming out of the house. Li was planning on performing an experiment with the lightning rod. He told her that the lightning rod was used to channel the lightning to Earth through a conductor. However, he wasn't sure if it was going to work, so he needed to perform the experiment. The problem was that he didn't have anything to use for this experiment. He couldn't do it in his house or in the forest, since there was a risk of fire. So he created a kite to lead the lightning elsewhere. Now, he needed someone to fly the kite. Since it was a dangerous experiment, Da Yi immediately told him that she had a friend who was willing to partake in the experiment. She grabbed the pig by his ears and placed him in front of Li. Li got scared after seeing a demon standing in front of him. She told him to address the pig as Mr. Wild Boar and assured him that he was a kind demon. Meanwhile, the pig was hoping that Li wouldn't eat him. Da Yi said that the wild boar had a hobby of helping people, so he was going to aid him in his experiment. She told him that he should use the boar to receive the lightning. He should change his name to Guinea Pig now. Internally, Li was a bit scared, since he never worked with demons. However, upon seeing Da Yi interact with the pig, he felt more confident. He thought of her as a Disney princess, who could talk to animals and even demons. Li handed him the kite and apologized in advance. Upon seeing the kite, the pig knew he was going to die. The kite had "come over here" written on it. That was supposed to lure the lightning towards the kite. Not to ruin the fun, but I don't think lightning can read. Anyways, the pig stood in an open area with the kite. He was trembling with fear and sweating profusely. They tried to calm him down and said that nothing bad would happen, as long as everything went according to plan. The pig got even more scared, as he wondered what would happen if things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, he heard the sound of thunder nearby. It was getting closer now. However, instead of hitting the kite, the lightning hit the top of the mountain where Han Jue was sitting. This made them all confused. 15 minutes passed, and not a single strike of lightning hit the kite. Li asked why the lightning wasn't hitting the kite, and the purple-haired girl said that it was not normal lightning. It was the celestial Tao lightning that only hit the person who was going through God's test. This made the pig happy, since he thought that he was safe. He looked at Li and wondered if he had made the wrong prediction. On the other hand, Master Han Jue was constantly bombarded with lightning strikes. After getting hit so many times, he finally realized that the lightning protection rod didn't actually protect someone from lightning. He remembered Li telling him that the rod wasn't the final product and advising him against using it for something serious. Master Han Jue lay flat on the ground as he lost all hope. However, the lightning was still not done and hit him a few more times. Qin and the elders could only watch in terror as their master suffered. Qin told them that the celestial lightning was twice as strong as the normal one. The lightning rod didn't seem to protect the master. Instead, it looked like it was guiding the lightning towards him. Qin wondered if this was happening because Li was angry with their master. After getting hit for this long, the metal rod broke and Master Han Jue lay still on the ground, wondering if Li had given up on him. Suddenly, he saw something flying in the distance. He lifted his head to try and see what it was. The object seemed to have something written on top of it. As Han Jue focused on the object, he realized that it was a kite with the words "come over here" written on it in Li's handwriting. He wondered if Li was trying to call him. This made it a bit more hopeful, since he started to think that Li hadn't given up on him. Qin and the elders also cheered up as they saw a way out for their master. Han Jue turned towards the kite and announced that he was going to Li. As he flew towards the kite, he carried all the lightning strikes with him. As the pig heard all those loud noises, he got a bit confused. However, he soon realized what was happening. This made him scared out of his mind. Han Jue was coming directly towards him and the purple-haired girl, but he wasn't alone. He was also bringing the celestial lightning with him. The girl left the pig to suffer alone and ran away. He asked her where she was going, and she told him that she didn't want to die with him. This made him even more terrified, since he was all alone now. The pig started running to escape the lightning, but since he was still holding the kite, Master Han Jue followed him. He thought that the kite was a sign from Li. Meanwhile, Li thought that it was his kite that was attracting the lightning. His faith in physics had been restored. He realized that his plan wouldn't work. if the pig continued running away from the lightning. At the same time, he was also a bit concerned about him. The pig tried escaping, but he was too slow. Master Mengji caught up to the kite and hugged it like a teddy bear. This caused a powerful lightning strike to hit him. The electricity was transferred through the rope to the pig, who was also struck. The shock was so great that it made him faint. He woke up the next morning and realized that he was still breathing. The kite was lying close to him. As he was trying to figure out what had happened, he saw Master Mengji walking towards him. Mengji told him that he had saved his life. He thought that Li had sent the pig to help him. He shared the lightning strike with the pig through the kite and was able to survive God's test. The pig started crying and said to himself that he wasn't the helper but a victim. Master Mengji offered the pig assistance in case he needed any help in the future. However, the pig didn't want anything to do with him after his recent encounter. Master Mengji told him that his body was okay, but his hand was a bit cooked. The pig looked at his hand and it was completely cooked due to the lightning strike. It does look kinda tasty, to be honest. Master Mengji told the pig that he was going to eat it since he was hungry. However, the pig could see him drooling. After Mengji left, the pig saw Li and Da Yi walking towards him. Da Yi looked at his hand and told him that it smelt nice. The pig almost fainted since he knew what she was thinking. He immediately hid behind the tree in fear. Da Yi and Li stood at a distance and laughed. Da Yi asked him if the experiment had ended. She questioned if they were going to bring back the pig and cook it for dinner, since it looked tasty. The pig could hear all of it, and he wasn't pleased. Li told Da Yi to stop joking and walked towards the pig. He grabbed his hand and thanked him for his help in the experiment. He said that he was scared of monsters in the past, and that was the only reason he lived so deep in the forest. However, after working with the pig, he realized that monsters could also think and had some sort of spirituality. He looked at the pig in excitement and asked him if he was willing to work with him in the future. The pig couldn't speak since he was too shocked. Li gave him some medicine for his cooked hand and gave him an extra long cabbage as a thank you gift. He bid farewell to the pig. Meanwhile, the pig started crying as he held the cabbage in his hands. Later that night, all the other animals talked about the barbecue smell that was coming out of the pig's hand. The pig was hiding in the cave because he was scared for his life. Up on a tree, the eight-tailed fox waited for her sister. As Da Yi reached out to her, the fox got excited and jumped towards her. Da Yi told her to be quiet since Li was resting. The fox complained that Da Yi didn't even have time for her, ever since she started living in that house. She also told her about the creatures that lived inside the house and how badly they treated her. Da Yi smacked her on the head and told her that she was just lazy. If they weren't strict with her, she wouldn't have learned anything. Da Yi then congratulated her for progressing to the eight-tailed stage and told her that she had brought something with her. The thing she had brought with her was a dead body. Someone called 911. The fox was scared, as her sister had just dumped a body in front of her. Da Yi told her to relax and explained that it was the body of an almighty. This made Fox even more scared. Da Yi told her that she could transform into a nine-tailed fox if she ate the body. However, the fox wasn't ready to start chewing on a dead person. Da Yi told her that the body had more spiritual energy than a normal person, so eating the body would transfer that energy to her. Somewhere else, Master Mengji was ecstatic as he flew above the city. He had successfully completed the god's test, and it was an occasion of great joy for the whole Lin Immortal Palace. He considered himself to be a hero of the Lin Immortal Palace, and said that because of him, his sect would have a higher influence. As he was thinking about this, he noticed that the Lin Immortal Palace had several white clothes hanging. His picture was also displayed on the front. Mengji quickly realized that they were all preparing for his funeral. One of the disciples cried and said that their master had died while undergoing the god's test. He was turned into ashes, and even his ashes were carried away by the wind, so they couldn't recover them. Mengji landed behind them with a huge smile and asked them if they were talking about him. The disciples got scared and thought they were seeing a ghost. Inside the palace, the elders and Qin were having a fancy dinner in remembrance of the master. The Grand Elder told Qin that she was going to bear all the responsibilities of the palace now that their master was gone. Qin started crying and told him that she would do her best to continue protecting Lin's immortal palace. The Grand Elder gave her some vegetables and told her not to be sad. All of a sudden, Master Mengji showed up at the table. The two of them jumped as they thought that it was a ghost. Master Mengji looked at them with a blank expression and told them that he wasn't dead yet. The Grand Elder smiled and expressed his excitement at the news. Master Monji screamed at both of them for having to decide everything, even though he was gone just for a short while. He asked them if they wanted him dead this badly. Shin tried to calm him down and told him that they could fix it. She said that they could simply turn the white cloth into a red cloth and celebrate. They used the musicians hired for the funeral to play happy music. Within seconds, the mood had shifted from a funeral to a celebration. Master Monji spit out some blood, thinking how ungrateful they were. He told them that if Master Li had not helped him, he wouldn't be able to see them again. Shin told him not to be sad, since she had some good news for him. She revealed that their ancestral stela had started to glow. It meant that they could use the stela to summon their ancestors. Back in the forest, all the monsters were preparing for dinner. One of the monsters asked the pig if he only received a cabbage. After putting his life on the line for the experiment, the pig told him that the cabbage was a gift from the celestial fox and her master. The monsters were unimpressed, and they told each other that the pig was happy with whatever little things he had. The pig told them that they were just jealous. He said that the celestial fox had chosen him for a mission, and he even put his life at risk. After everything, he received that cabbage. The pig paused for a second and looked at the cabbage. Tears started rolling down his eyes as he wondered if he actually did all of that just for a cabbage. He started crying, thinking that he was worthless. The two monsters told him not to be sad, since he still had his nice-smelling hand. The pig screamed at them again and started eating the cabbage. As he took a bite, the monsters were left shocked. The pig asked them what it was, and the snake told him that he was shining. The cabbage had spiritual chi. The monsters realized that the pig's spiritual chi had gone up. He started floating in the air, and his body slowly transformed. His cooked hand healed and became normal. Even his face changed, and he started becoming more and more good-looking. After his transformation, he told them that he had progressed from the OBE stage to the distraction stage. All the monsters realized that it was not an ordinary cabbage. They took a small part of it and mixed it in the food. After tasting it, their minds almost exploded. The cabbage had an incredibly strong spiritual chi. The pig told them that it didn't just have spiritual chi, but from a chef's perspective, the cabbage looked subtle. They weren't used to eating vegetables, since their diet consisted mainly of meat. However, this cabbage didn't even need to be cooked. Its raw taste was enough to make anyone faint. The three monsters danced in unison, as the cabbage did its magic. They were feeling their spiritual chi rising. After having just a single bite of the cabbage, they were prepared to go vegan. The snake couldn't understand how a cabbage could compete with meat. He decided to test it out by himself and went in to taste the food. However, before he could taste it, the monsters caught him and asked him if he was trying to steal their food. The pig told them that he wouldn't share the cabbage with them, since he had risked his life to get it. Back at the Green Cloud Valley, the ancestral stela was shining. Ziyao told her brother that they needed to sacrifice some blood in order to summon the ancestors. However, she was afraid that it might all be for nothing. Just then, Chief Gu entered the scene. He told them that the path to immortality had been cut for a long time, so this was their only chance to establish contact with their ancestors. Ziyao reminded him of his injury, but Chief Gu wasn't going to back down. He told her that the sacrifice must be from the descendants of the ancestors, and if he managed to summon them, his sacrifice would be worth it. He used his sword to cut his hand and sprinkled the blood on the stela. The three of them looked at the stela in anticipation as they wondered if their sacrifice was accepted. Seconds later, a bright light from the sky hit the stela, and it started shining. After a few seconds, they noticed their ancestor walking down from the clouds. Chief Gu started crying upon seeing his grandpa again. Ziyao and Ziyu were also shocked, since it was the first time they had seen their dad's grandpa. The ancestor went closer to Chief Gu and told him to stop crying. Meanwhile, the siblings aggressively bowed down to their great-grandfather. The ancestor laughed when he saw the two children. He asked Chief Gu about his father, but he told him that his father had passed away many years ago. It happened when the road to longevity was cut down, and the valley lost any support from the Immortals. The devils used this opportunity to attack the Green Cloud Valley, which caused them a great deal of damage. His father tried stopping them, but in the process, he lost his cultivation. When an immortal cultivator was beaten, they could lose their insight or cultivation. The ancestor and Chief Gu both stood in silence for a moment. The ancestor commended Chief Gu and told him that he had worked hard. He said that life and death were natural, and since ancient times, there were only 3 people in the Green Cloud Valley who could ascend and become immortals. He told him that his father sacrificed his life for the world. Chief Gu notified the ancestor about the difficulties that he faced during the lock demon ceremony. He told him that an expert helped them during the ceremony. The ancestor got curious and asked him more about the expert. Chief Gu told him that he was a saint. This made the ancestor laugh, and he said that it wasn't possible for a saint to live in the mortal world. Not just that, they didn't even exist in the immortal world. The only saints that existed were in the ancient times. Ziyu sided with his father and told the ancestor that he was telling the truth. He started yapping about all the things that Li had done for them, including killing an almighty. The ancestor looked at the boy and realized that his grandson was stupid. Chief Gu told the ancestor that his son might be stupid and good for nothing, but the things he said were true. Why you gotta roast him like that? When the ancestors still didn't believe them, Ziyu took out the painting that Li had gifted them. He asked him to look at the painting so he would see for himself how powerful the expert was. Upon seeing a single glimpse of the painting, the ancestors immediately realized that they were telling the truth. He apologized and said that he couldn't believe such a being existed in the world. Ziyu offered to open the painting again so he could have a closer look, but the expert did not have enough. He snatched the painting from his grandson and warned him not to open it again. He said that he could feel the painting without even opening it. Ziyu asked him what he felt, and the grandpa got serious. He told them that the feeling he got was that the painting was really good. Both Grandpa and Ziyu started laughing while Ziyu and Chief Gu stood in the background with blank faces. Chief Gu told him that he had sacrificed so much blood to summon him and that he was here just to yap. The ancestor told him that the painting wasn't ordinary. Before he could finish, Ziyu interrupted and said that he knew that the painting contained Dao flavor. He asked his great-grandpa if he was right. The ancestor looked at him and told him that he was right and wrong at the same time. This is the first time he was right about anything. The ancestor explained that the painting was considered a treasure, even in the immortal world. It wasn't for the Dao flavor, but due to the divine adhesivity. In simple words, the painting had a spirit, and it was a living being. All three of them were shocked at this revelation, since they couldn't believe that the painting was actually a living item. The ancestors asked them about the contents of the painting. Stupid Ziyu tried opening the painting again, so his great-grandpa punched him into space. Bro is the one-punch man of this universe. Chief Gu explained that the painting contained a picture of a three-legged crow. The ancestor asked him if he was sure that the painting was actually a three-legged crow. Chief Gu told him that he could open it to see for himself if he didn't actually believe him. He was also punched to space. The ancestor started thinking, since even the Almighty in heaven had never seen a three-legged crow. He wondered if the expert was a mighty person who had been present since ancient times. He realized that it was a bigger issue than he thought and that he needed to report it to his master. He called out to Chief Gu and asked him if he knew why the people of the Green Cloud Valley could become immortal and live a good life in heaven. Chief Gu asked his grandpa to enlighten him. The ancestor explained that since every generation produces a man of talent, it is hard for them to compete and become immortals. That is why getting favors from the Almighty is more important than working on cultivation. As a result, a lot of people choose to get along with the Almighty instead of working on their cultivation. The only way to success was to work harder and better. The three of them realized that it was all about gaining favor from the powerful people. The ancestor told him that he needed to go now, but Chief Gu stopped him and said that he had something to ask. He told the ancestor that the expert had asked for a flying beast. The ancestor told him that they should at least give him a divine bird. They might not be able to find such a bird in the mortal world, so he chose it himself and brought it back from heaven. Ziyu asked him if he could actually bring a divine beast back from heaven. The ancestor told him that he could also bring his wife if the expert asked for it. Okay, this man is going too far. The ancestor told them that it was time for him to leave. However, for some reason, he just couldn't go. The three of them looked at him in annoyance. He told them that he didn't feel at peace since the painting was so important. Chief Gu knew what he was getting at, so he gave him the painting, and the ancestor quickly vanished. Up in the heavens version of the Green Cloud sect, the ancestor ran excitedly with the painting like a 3-year-old girl. The girl asked him what was going on and why he was in such a hurry. He simply told her that it was a really big deal. The girl told him that she already knew that an almighty had died and that his body was in the mortal realm. The Gu's ancestor immediately stopped and looked at her in confusion. The girl asked him if it wasn't a thing that made him run like that. The scene changes to a beautiful garden where several girls are waiting for their ancestor, Gu. They welcomed him with excitement since he was their grandpa. Grandpa told them that he had brought them many gifts. The girls asked him why he visited them. He told them that he had some good news that he wanted to share. The girls immediately started asking him what the good news was. The grandpa told them that he just found out about an expert who lived in the mortal world. The expert wanted a flying beast, and that's why he was here. He told them that if any of them were chosen by the expert, they would have unbelievable opportunities. The girls asked him if they were supposed to serve the expert as his wives. However, Grandpa told them that they would act as his mount instead. This made the girls laugh out loud, since they thought that he was joking. Grandpa also started laughing and told them that the expert he was talking about was an almighty person who had painted the three-legged crow. He speculated that he might even be from ancient times. He said that everyone could not become his mount, and if he wasn't a human, he would become the mount himself. He asked them if they really thought he would let them know of this opportunity, if he could become the mount himself. Suddenly, Gu's ancestor heard a voice coming from a tree. It was another girl. She told him that if such an opportunity existed, she would gladly give it to him, since she didn't want him to feel that she was superior or acting unfriendly. All of the girls immediately agreed with her. She got down from the tree and asked the girls if any one of them was brave enough to go into the mortal world and have a bit of fun. Ancestor Gu laughed and said that she knew the regulations well, since she was a phoenix descendant. All the girls start telling Ancestor Gu to choose them. However, he rejects them all, saying they are not good enough. After he was done rejecting them all, they got angry and asked him who he thought was the best fit for the expert. The ancestor laughed at this question. Meanwhile, Li was out at the spiritual Sun Lake with Da Yi. It was a fishing date, but for some reason, it felt a bit awkward. Both of them just sat in the boat without saying a single word. It was his first time going on a date with a girl, so he didn't know what to do. I feel you, bro. Li looked at Da Yi and noticed that she was hyper-focused on fishing. He didn't want to talk since it would disrupt her focus, and she would think that he was too annoying. Da Yi noticed him staring at her, so she asked him if her fishing technique wasn't good. She got upset and told him that she was trying her best, but was too stupid to do it properly. Da Yi stood up and requested him not to get angry with him. Li panicked upon seeing her get up, since it could unbalance the boat. He grabbed her before she could fall and told her that it was dangerous. Da Yi apologized, and suddenly, the two of them heard the voice of a man, asking them if they were also fishing. He saw that the two were on a date, so he apologized and asked if he had disturbed them. They told him that he didn't disturb them at all. Li looked at him and noticed that his appearance had changed. He asked the man if he had gotten more attractive. The man told him that he had been visiting the lake since he heard about the sunfish sightings. Eventually, he started losing weight, and now he looked like this. However, he didn't expect the fish to get smarter since he hadn't managed to catch a single one yet. Li told him that he also thought there was something wrong with the fish in that lake. The man looked at Li and asked him if he knew how to fish. Li told him that he got a bit bored at his home, so he learned a little about fishing. He pulled his net out of the water, which was now filled with hundreds of fish. This made the guy mad, since he had been trying to catch a single fish for so long. He asked him how he could fish so well, despite knowing just a little bit about fishing. Li told him that he also found it weird, and thought that the fish in the lake were crazy. The fish were actually trying to get hooked to his bait, since they wanted to get eaten by him. Li wondered if there was some spell in the lake that was causing the fish to act that way. At a distance, the pig and the mouse girl stood staring at the three of them. The girl asked the pig if he had done everything she asked him. The pig told her that he had strictly ordered the fish to only bite on Li's bait. After fishing, Li offered the man some of his own fish, but the man refused. Li insisted, telling him that he had caught a lot of fish, so taking them back was a bit tiring. The man finally took the fish and asked him if he was going back. Li nodded and said that it would be okay if there was actually a spell in the lake. However, if the fish were acting that way because of a monster, he might be in trouble. Moreover, he would also put Da Yi in trouble. The fisherman laughed and told him that there was no monster in the lake, since he had been fishing there for a while. He said that he didn't expect Li to know how to operate a boat. Suddenly, all the fish the man had fell into the water and started floating away with the net. However, it wasn't just the fish floating away. They noticed that their boats were also being pulled towards something. Li realized that they were in a whirlpool. The man panicked and asked how everything Li had said had become real. Da Yi asked Li to allow her to paddle, but he grabbed her and told her not to panic. He assured her that they would be fine. Li called out for the man to hop on their boat. He had learned how to paddle a boat thanks to the system. He stood up and kept a parallel position to the current, while balancing the boat. The boat kept circling the whirlpool. Li used this speed to try to get out of the current. When the time came, he shouted for them to paddle in the opposite direction, and the boat managed to escape the whirlpool. After they got on land, the man commended Li for his amazing skills. Li told him that he was lucky, that he had learned a bit about paddling a boat. This made the man scream out, since what he saw wasn't just a bit of skill. Dai told them that something was fishy. Sorry for the pun. The whirlpool had magically disappeared, and it seemed like nothing was there at all. The three of them wondered what was going on with the lake. As they sat there, Qin Ji-yun and Master Lin flew above the lake. Qin Ji-yun asked her father if there was a relic of the Almighty in the lake. She mentioned that she had observed 4 relic appearances in less than a month, which seemed a bit odd to her. She looked at her father and asked if the matter could actually be related to Master Li. Master Lin told her that he had heard rumors about the Li family and their ancestors being eliminated. He even saw the hole in the sky, which showed the heavens. Master Lin asked his daughter if someone else besides Li had the power to do all that. He said that the world didn't deserve him, so maybe he went back to heaven. As he started crying, Qin Ji-yun noticed Li standing with Dai and the other guy. She excitedly told her dad that Li was back. Master Lin immediately started flying towards Li without even thinking of anything else. Qin Ji-yun asked him if he wasn't going to look for the relic anymore, but it seemed like her dad didn't care about it when he saw Li. As the man took his lake, Li turned to Dai and told her that they should go back too, since the lake was dangerous. Just then, Dai noticed 2 shadows forming behind Li. It was Qin Ji-yun and her dad. Master Lin greeted Li and asked him if he was also interested in the relic of the Almighty. Li got a bit surprised upon hearing this, and asked him if he really meant what he said. Li thought to himself that he had only heard of such treasure in video games and novels, so he was excited that stuff like that existed in that world. Li asked him if the whirlpool they just experienced was caused by the Almighty's relic. Master Lin told him that he was looking for the relic along with his daughter, and offered Li to join them. Li told him that he was interested, but paused for a second, and got super close to Master Lin. He then slowly asked him if it would be dangerous. Lin told him that since they were traveling together, they didn't need to be scared of anything. Li thought that Master Lin was the one who would protect him, so he agreed to go with him. Master Lin told him that they couldn't find it right now, since it was nighttime and the monsters were going to be super strong. Li asked them if they should go early in the morning. Master Lin agreed and told him that they would do it the next morning. Now, they needed a place to camp. Fortunately, Li had a boat that was given to him by the system. He placed it in the water, hoping that it would safely allow them to stop by the lakeside. Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun were truly impressed by Li, but he wasn't done yet. He started taking out more stuff from the system. The father and daughter looked at him and realized that their mortal brain couldn't comprehend him. Li told them that it was time for them to make some arrangements. The scene changed to 2 monsters flying on the top of the lake. One of them asked if they were at the lake that had the Almighty's relic. The other monster confirmed it and told him that the energy emanating from the relic was quite unique. He was sure that countless cultivators would arrive the next morning to try and steal the relic. He told the other monster that they needed to steal the relic tonight, otherwise they would lose the chance. Just as they were talking, 3 cultivators showed up at the spot. One of them looked like a little girl. She told them to think twice before thinking of stealing the relic, since they weren't strong enough. Their names were Taoist Zheng Tai, Taoist Lolly, and Taoist Wuxia. The monsters looked at the 3 of them, and one of them said that they all thought the same thing. Lolly said that their chances of reclaiming the relic would be better if they went in sooner. The monster agreed with her and suggested that they fight with all of their strength to retrieve the relic. He attacked the surface of the water with all of his power. However, he was shocked to learn that there was a barrier protecting the lake. Wuxia told him that there were 3 barriers protecting the relic. The one they had just encountered was the first barrier. If one was unable to break through the barrier, there was a high chance for them to face backlash. As the monster continued trying to break the barrier, a fire dragon emerged and prepared to attack him. The dragon was huge, and one of his attacks could easily kill the monster. As the dragon attacked the monster, his brother came to his help and blocked the attack with his own body. The koala monster was his little brother. Seeing him get engulfed by the flames made the monster scream out. He held him in his arms and started crying for his dead brother. Before dying, the koala monster told him some great words of wisdom. So basically, what he said was that they were destined to be cannon fodder, since that's what the author had planned for them. Their entire role was to showcase how dangerous the barrier was. Well, they did a good job, I guess. After hearing all this, the monster cried even louder. He slowly put his brother down and announced that he would take his revenge. He jumped towards the sky and started attacking the lake with his fists and kicks, but it did nothing. Zheng Tai asked the other cultivators if they were going to help the monster, but Wuxia told him that their best course of action was to wait and figure out how the barrier worked. Lolly added that they couldn't just go in by force since the barrier was too dangerous. The monster was trying his best to break the barrier and utilizing all of his energy. Meanwhile, all the waves he produced affected Li's ship. Inside the ship, Li and the other cultivators were asleep without a care in the world. Suddenly, the ship's anchor broke since it couldn't handle the waves anymore. The monster kept on attacking the barrier. He stopped for a moment and realized that the barrier was not ordinary. He thought to himself that he could probably break the barrier if he tried his hardest, but he would have to use all of his energy. Suddenly, the monster thought of his little brother. He realized that he didn't want to live in a world without his brother. He accepted his fate as the author's cannon fodder and decided to give his all to breaking the barrier. As the monster began preparing his final attack, he saw a ship slowly sailing towards the barrier. This made him pause for a moment as he looked at the boat slowly approaching the barrier. He continued to watch the ship effortlessly traverse the barrier that had just killed his brother. The monster and the cultivators went silent upon witnessing this. They didn't know what they had just seen. The scene changes to the inside of the ship, where Master Lin is peacefully sleeping. He was awakened by the scent of demon qi. As he walked outside to investigate, he almost choked to death upon witnessing several demons looking straight at him. Master Lin wondered what was happening. Soon, Qin Jiyun also woke up and asked her father what was going on. As they both looked up, they realized that they were at the bottom of the lake. They had somehow passed through the first barrier and were now inside the second barrier. Qin Jiyun asked her dad how this was even possible. She wondered if Li was behind all of this. Her dad agreed with her assessment and told her that it was likely a case. As they were talking, they heard another voice coming from behind. They immediately turned around to find the three cultivators standing on top of the boat. Lily told them that they were just some sidekicks who were riding along on the boat. Master Lin got angry and told them to come down. They immediately came down and apologized for riding on their boat without permission. However, as they looked up, they saw that Master Lin and Qin Jiyun had disappeared. The two of them were busy cleaning the area where the three cultivators were just standing. As they were cleaning, the demons in the back silently stared at them. After finishing, Master Lin sighed, saying that they would get in trouble if Li got angry. He then looked at the cultivators and asked them what they were talking about. The three of them shook their heads and told him it was nothing. The demons suddenly realized that they were being ignored and got mad. Qin Jiyun realized that the demons were about to attack them. Master Lin saw this and told her to get behind him. As the red demon began breathing fire towards them, both Qin Jiyun and Master Lin used their powers together to try and block the attack. However, the demon proved to be way too strong, and they were both thrown back by the explosion. Wuxia mentioned that it was nighttime, so the strength of the demons was amplified. It was impossible for them to face the demons like this. However, Lolly came in clutch and told them that it was their turn to fight. She doesn't want to be seen as a useless character in the story, so she decides to fight the demons along with her friends. The three of them leaped at the red demon with all of their force, but immediately got blasted out of the ocean. That was the moment they realized that they were also cannon fodder. This author is kinda mean and cruel, not gonna lie. Master Lin realized that it was just him and Qin Jiyun now. They had to stop the demons, till Master Li woke up and obliterated them. Qin Jiyun asked her dad what would happen if Master Li woke up mad because of the demons. She said that he would be 1,000 times scarier than the demons in front of them. Master Lin realized that he couldn't just let the monsters disturb Master Li. He screamed and jumped towards the monster. However, he paused mid-air as he heard his daughter's voice. She told him that there was a monster on Li's boat. To make matters worse, he was trying to destroy the cabin in which Li was sleeping. Master Lin tried to stop the demon with his Rizzler stance, but it failed to work. The demon got even angrier as he realized that they were scared of him. He ripped off the rooftop and stared directly inside the cabin. He got confused as he saw Li and Da Yi peacefully sleeping inside. He slowly put the rooftop back on the cabin and ripped it off again. However, Li didn't wake up this time either. The demon started wondering how someone could sleep so peacefully in a situation like this. He screamed at Li and tried to attack him, but before he knew it, he had a hole in his body. The demon was still confused about what was happening. Even Master Lin and Qin Jiyun had no idea how the demon got hit. The demon finally crashed into the water and died. As the other demons were looking at him, the ship went into defense mode and whipped out cannons from all sides. My man has precision-guided missiles in his boat. Master Lin and Qin Ji-yun stared at the weapons with fear, wondering what was going to happen next. The ship locked onto the demons, considering them a threat. As it locked its target, it released a bunch of missiles at the same time. The demons had no time to react, and they all got blasted instantly. As they stood among all the explosions, Qin Ji-yun asked her dad what kind of spell the ship had. Master Lin started crying and told her that it wasn't a spell from their world, it was a spell from heaven. While Li slept peacefully inside the cabin, his ship made sure to leave no threats behind. All of the demons were wiped out in a few seconds. Qin Ji-yun and Master Lin wondered if this was the punishment for disturbing Master Li in his sleep. After the ship turned off its defense mode, Qin Ji-yun asked her dad where they were heading. He told her that they were probably heading towards the third barrier. The relic was protected by 3 barriers. It was impossible for ordinary people to pass through these barriers. The first barrier was the door outside the lake. It wasn't possible to break the door if your cultivation level was low. Moreover, the door would also retaliate against such cultivators. The second barrier was the battle against the demons. The only way to pass through this barrier was to give everything you had. Otherwise, the demons would kill you. Qin Ji-yun asked her dad about the third barrier. As Master Lin heard about the third barrier, his expression got serious. He told her that the third barrier was wisdom. This barrier could only be crossed by wise people. They had to answer the Almighty's question before they were allowed to pass. Before they knew it, they were in front of the beast that guarded the third barrier. Qin Ji-yun was terrified upon seeing the beast. The beast roared when he saw them and stepped on the ground, blocking their way to the gate. The beast was called Heichi. It was an ancient beast that could distinguish between good and evil. Master Lin mentioned that it was a wisdom beast. However, it wasn't real. The beast standing in front of them was just a mere statue. It was alive just for a short duration, to test them using the Almighty's chi. Master Lin turned to the beast and asked him if the Almighty wanted to test him. The beast told him that he had to answer his question, if he intended to pass through the barrier. Qin Ji-yun tried to stop her dad, but Master Lin immediately jumped off the boat and told the beast to ask his question. The question was about 2 wicked men who were about to be punished for their crimes. Before the men were executed, one of them got moved by the situation and started telling a story. This story helped him see the light despite his circumstances. Before the man could tell the ending of the story, his head was cut off. The beast asks Master Lin what the man wants to say at the end of the story. Master Lin was unimpressed by the question. He started laughing at the beast. Both Qin Ji-yun and the beast were confused as to why he was laughing. The beast reminded him that he would turn into blood if he was unable to correctly answer the question. However, Master Lin didn't stop laughing. Qin Ji-yun thought that her father might know the answer to the question, and that was why he laughed so hard. To her surprise, Lin went to the back of the boat and started pushing it towards the beast. He pushed it to face the beast directly and stood at the back, smiling. The beast couldn't control himself anymore and asked him what he was doing. Master Lin laughed and told him that he didn't have to answer his question. Suddenly, the boat's defense system kicked in and identified the beast as a threat. Master Lin told him that his answer was Yang's electric cannon. The beast was instantly obliterated with hundreds of cannon shots. Qin Ji-yun told her dad that he cheated. She asked him for the actual answer, but Master Lin kept laughing. A few moments later, Li came out of his cabin and asked them what was going on. He told them that he had heard a loud noise while he was sleeping. As he looked around, he was shocked beyond belief to find out where their ship had ended up. Qin Ji-yun told him that they had successfully passed through the third barrier and were now just a few steps away from the Almighty's relic. Li noticed a shining light in the distance and asked them if that was the treasure of the Almighty. As Li walked towards the destroyed door, they were all transported to a place with trees and a cloudy sky. Li was amazed since it was his first time being in such a place. Dai told him that it was also her first time being in a place as amazing as this. However, it wasn't that much compared to Li's yard. Master Lin pointed at a sword stuck in the ground and told them that it was a celestial item. He explained that the sword was similar to the celestial heart zither, which was owned by the Lin Immortal Palace. The celestial zither had helped the Lin Immortal Palace conquer the immortal cultivation world. If another celestial item, like the sword in front of them, made its way to the mortal realm, it could change the entire structure of the cultivation world. Ji-yoon suddenly pointed at another item and told her dad that it was the Stella. Master Lin looked in that direction, and sure enough, in front of them was the almighty Stella. It was an item that was left behind by an ancestor who had successfully cultivated immortality. The Stella allowed the mortals to summon the Almighty into their world. The item represented absolute strength and pure authority in the cultivation world. However, Master Lin told her that it wasn't useful anymore. Since the road to immortality had been cut off, it meant that no Almighty could visit the mortal world, and the Stella could no longer shine. But it was still one of the most important treasures of the immortal cultivation world. Meanwhile, Li was still trying to figure out why that sword looked so familiar to him. He asked them if there were only items in the Almighty's treasure. This made Master Lin and Ji-yoon speechless, since they thought that he didn't like the treasure. Yi told them that he was immortal, so it was understandable that the treasure had no value to him. Li laughed and told them that they could keep the treasure. As Master Lin tried picking up the sword, he noticed a bee resting on his hand. This made him shiver to his core. It was no ordinary bee. Ji-yoon noticed that it was actually a golden flame bee. Li was confused, since he didn't know what that meant. Ji-yoon explained that it was an ancient species of bee that could not only produce honey, but also help to increase one's cultivation. Li started thinking as he heard that it could increase one's cultivation. Ji-yoon further explained that the bee was also dangerous, since it contained fire poison that even the Almighty tried to avoid. She was completely bamboozled as she saw Li grab the bee with his bare hands. Justice for the bee. Li told them that he hadn't realized that the bee was dangerous. He asked them if he should release the bee. Master Lin and Ji-yoon were scared, so they told him not to come towards them. Master Lin assured him that the bee wasn't dangerous at all, so he should keep holding it. Li turned back to see that there were now hundreds of bees flying towards them. He told them that there was a beehive nearby. Master Lin was blaming his luck to be able to encounter so many bees at once. Meanwhile, Li was disappointed that he couldn't take some of the bees home. In his mind, he thought that if he used the bees, he might also be able to start cultivating. Ji-yoon quickly realized that the reason Li came here was to take back the golden flame bee. She thought to herself that they needed to help him take back the beehive. She looked at her dad, who was still confused. He asked her if she really wanted him to catch the bees. Master Lin thought that he would probably die if he agreed to it, but his daughter reminded him. How Li had given them the celestial sword and the Stella. She warned him that if they didn't do what Li wanted, they might not just lose the treasure, but also lose their lives. Master Lin was hesitant at first, but when he saw tears in his daughter's eyes, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He told her that he would do it. Before he went in to catch the bees, Li asked him if they could actually do it. Master Lin assured him that he could catch every last bee, if Li ordered him to. Li took out a box and suggested that he put the bees inside the box. Master Lin was prepared to take the risk and sacrifice his life for Lin's immortal palace. Li asked him if he wanted the beekeeper's suit, but he noticed that Master Lin had already taken off with the box. He thought to himself that he didn't have any need for mortal equipment, since he was an immortality cultivator. Master Lin screamed as he approached the beehive. He opened the box and tried to put the entire beehive inside, but he missed some of the bees. As a result, he was stung countless times. Li got worried when he saw Master Lin like that. He thought that Master Lin was going to use his powers to protect himself from the bees, but he didn't expect him to get stung like this. He told Lin that he didn't need to push himself. A few moments later, Master Lin returned with a box full of bees, but he was badly stung. He told Li that he had caught all the bees for him, and also requested him to take care of Ji-yoon after he was gone. After finishing his sentence, Master Lin fainted. Ji-yoon came running to check on her father. Li said that he had already told him not to push himself. He then looked at Yi and ordered her to bring the emergency kit. Yi smiled and immediately went back to get the kit. The scene then changes to Master Lin lying on a bed, covered with bandages from head to toe. Even in that state, Lin tried to thank Li for helping him. Li couldn't understand what he was trying to say, so he just kept smiling. Ji-yoon told him that her father was thanking him for saving his life. Li laughed at this and told them that they were funny as they boarded the ship back and rode into the sunset. Back in the Green Cloud Valley ship, Ziyao was reading a book. However, she gets distracted by Ziyu, who is running from a bird. Ziyao told her brother to be quiet. He made an innocent face and told her that it was the fire sparrow who kept attacking him ever since his grandpa brought it here. The fire sparrow was a divine bird that his great-grandpa had sent from the heavens to be used as a mount for Li. However, The bird was out of control, and it kept hitting Ziyu. Ziyao got annoyed and told him to keep his mouth shut. Ziyu had no choice but to keep quiet as the bird continued hitting him. Moments later, he fell to the ground. The bird looked at Ziyu and thought to himself that he would kill his grandpa for bringing him to the mortal world. The bird didn't like the air in the mortal world and thought that it was disgusting. The fire sparrow called out to Ziyu and threatened to kill all of his family, including his ancestors. She said that she was her sect master's favorite bird, and he was going to come and take her back any moment. The scene then changes to Lee's house, and both of the siblings are seen standing in front of the gate with the fire sparrow. As they silently stood in front of the gate, the sparrow kept yapping and insulting them. Ziyao looked at the sparrow and told her to check her attitude in front of the expert, since it could backfire. The bird got even more mad and told her that she was from a lineage of celestial birds, so she had no right to talk to her that way. I have a feeling that this bird is going to be cooked soon. Ziyao told the bird that they were standing in front of Master Li's house. She got excited just thinking about the yard. She told her brother that it was impolite of them to visit him so suddenly, so they were going to meet Qin first. As they waited outside, Ziyu told his sister that Li had killed the Almighty. He asked her where the Almighty's body could be. He further revealed his father's claim about Da Yi taking away the Almighty's body. Ziyu believed that it was her who had killed the Almighty. Ziyao didn't answer his question, and instead started talking about the changes in heaven and earth. She mentioned how her grandpa talked about the road to longevity being cut off. This confused her brother, so she explained that once someone reached the Mahayana level of cultivation, they could transcend and become immortals. However, it was only possible if they had enough divine qi. It was different from spiritual qi, since it required a higher level of cultivation. Ziyao said that there was a constant flow of divine qi between heaven and earth. With time, this flow of divine qi started decreasing. One needs divine qi if one is to become immortal. Similarly, immortals also need divine qi to cultivate further. Recently, the divine qi wasn't sufficient to meet the demands of both the mortals and the immortals, which caused problems for them. Since both worlds were going to suffer, a number of significant existences decided to save the immortal world and ignore the cultivation world. This is why they cut off the supply of divine qi to the mortals. Consequently, the road to immortality was cut off. Ziyu told his sister that he was unable to believe it, since the story was so shocking. At the same time, the voice from the bushes said that they couldn't believe it either. It was the squirrel and the pig demon. They both had been secretly listening to the entire conversation. They couldn't believe that such an important part of the manhwa was revealed to them. This made them fear that they would be killed. They accidentally got spoiled in their own manhwa. Ziyu mentioned that the immortal cultivation world and the immortal world were no longer cooperating and had become enemies to get the divine qi. The person who was going to guide them in breaking the barrier was Master Li, or at least this is what Ziyu believed. Ziyao mentioned that their grandpa had said that immortal cultivators had no chance to become immortal unless they had the body of an almighty. This left Ziyu in shock, his mouth wide open, since he had just realized what was going on. However, since he was too stupid to piece everything together, he asked his sister why they needed the body of the Almighty. She told him that the body of an Almighty contained divine qi, and when they were dead, their bodies slowly released that divine qi. Ziyu finally realized what his sister was trying to say. Basically, since the road to immortality had been cut off, if one wanted to become immortal, they had to kill an Almighty and steal their divine qi. Ziyu screamed out, asking his sister if they could actually kill an Almighty. His sister shut him up and whispered to him that someone had already done it. The person they were talking about was Li. Ziyao explained that the reason their dad and grandfather kept forcing them to gain favor from Master Li was that he was going to be their biggest help if something happened between the mortal and the immortal world. Meanwhile, the poor sparrow wondered what those two were talking about. She asked them how it was possible for a mortal to kill an almighty. Ziyu looked at the sparrow and told her about the Liu family almighty who had been killed after landing in the mortal world. This made the sparrow terrified, since she remembered that incident. Just as they were talking, Qin showed up at the scene. She apologized for being late. Ziyao noticed her smiling and asked her if the palace master had successfully broken through God's test. Qin told her that he had broken through. However, the expert helped him. The sparrow got confused and asked them what they were talking about. Ziyu explained that they were talking about Master Li, since he was the one who had helped the palace master break through God's test. The sparrow couldn't believe such an outrageous statement. It was impossible to escape God's test. Even if someone tried to help the person undergoing God's test, they both would suffer. Suddenly, the sparrow started laughing and told them that she understood everything. She put on her cool shades and told them that they were acting. She said that they were doing it, so she would willingly become the mount of the expert. After hearing all of this, Shin asked who a chicken was. This made the sparrow burst out in anger. Xiao explained that it was a fire sparrow from the celestial phoenix bloodline. Her ancestor brought it down to act as a mount for Master Li. Shin looked at the fire sparrow again and noticed she was too small. She wondered how she would become a mount with that size. Xiao assured her that the sparrow's original size was pretty big. Moreover, she also had a human form, so she would be truly useful to Master Li. The sparrow couldn't endure it any longer, so she decided to visit the expert herself. She flapped her wings and got away from the three of them. She tried to make her way towards the gate. The sparrow kept thinking that everyone in the mortal realm was below her. Seeing her get away, Chin and the others tried to catch her, but she was too quick. She immediately changed her course and entered the house from the top. Seeing the sparrow get in without knocking almost killed the cultivators. Ziyu's soul left his body as he realized what would happen to them and the world if Master Li got angry. Shin tried to put all the blame on Xiao and said that the bird had nothing to do with the Lin Immortal Palace. Xiao got scared and said that the bird had escaped on its own, so it wasn't her fault. Shin reminded her that she was the one who had brought the bird here in the first place. Xiao knew that she only had one last option. She decided to put all the blame on her brother and said that the sparrow flew away from his head. She started crying and told him to be responsible for his actions, now that he had grown up. This made Xiao mad, and they started arguing. Shin watched them from a distance and said that she had something to do, so she would leave. Before anyone could move, the gate opened, and the sparrow was thrown out of the house, faster than the speed of sound. The sparrow stuck to the tree, like a painting hanging off a wall. That's what you get for breaking into someone's house. Just a few seconds ago, the situation was a bit different. The sparrow was confidently flying over Li's house, trying to figure out if he was actually worth the hype. She dove into his yard and saw a small pond, a sleeping dog, and a tortoise. This made her laugh, and she said that it was just a dirty yard. She asked herself if this was the expert that they all bragged about. As the sparrow sat foot on the tree branch, she felt something strange. The air around her was different. It had a Taoist flavor to it. As she looked around, he noticed that the yard had elixir-like cabbage and trees that could turn into monsters. Moreover, the seedling in front of her produced divine chi. As she looked at Blackie again, she realized that he was kinda handsome. The sparrow finally understood that it was no ordinary place. The yard was breaking the rules of heaven and earth. She couldn't even think of such a place in the immortal world. But she was so strong in that yard that even a metal tree could bear fruit. Suddenly, it hit the sparrow. What if the expert they all mentioned was actually real? As the sparrow was having this terrifying thought, she felt someone standing behind her. As she turned around to look, she got kicked to oblivion and was thrown out of the house. Xiao grabbed the bird by her neck and asked her if she was trying to kill them all. As he was violently shaking her, he noticed that the sparrow had started crying. She made an innocent face and told him that he scared her. She still couldn't believe that such a place could exist in the mortal world. Seeing her cry made him a bit emotional. He patted her head and told her that everything was going to be all right. All she needed to do was to become a good mount for Master Li. The sparrow finally agreed to become the mount, since she knew she had no other way out. Xiao told Qin that her brother had always loved animals. If it had been her, she definitely would have punished that sparrow. As they were talking, they suddenly heard Li's voice. Da Yu was also accompanying him. He told them that he had gone out to get some firewood and asked them how long they had been waiting for him. The three of them stood silently, without saying a word. Li noticed the sparrow in Ziyu's hands and told them that they didn't need to bring a game every time they visited him. As they heard the word game, they immediately looked at the fire sparrow. This made her scream out, since she realized that she was going to get eaten. Li heard some noise in the back and turned around. He saw Xiao holding the sparrow down. She told him that she couldn't hold the chicken properly, and it tried to run away. Li smiled and asked her if she didn't know how to control a chicken. He grabbed the sparrow by her wings and told them that this was the proper way to hold a chicken, since it couldn't escape. As he heard the sparrow screaming, he told them that it screamed pretty well, which meant that it had tender meat. He then asked them what species the chicken belonged to. They told him that it was a turkey. Li started laughing and accepted the gift. As he went inside, he locked the sparrow in a cage. The fire sparrow kept begging to be set free. She offered to become his mount and even his concubine. Meanwhile, Bai started searching for turkey recipes online. Li sat his guests down and ordered Bai to bring out the improved refreshment water. Bai brought out several glasses and different colored drinks. Shin and the others realized that it was actually an upgraded version of the refreshing water. Li proudly revealed that in addition to having lemon, the drink in front of them also had castor sugar. He told them that with his hard work, he had produced a drink that almost tasted like Sprite. He told them that they could name the drink Divine Refreshing Water. All of them were astonished upon witnessing the drink. Shin mentioned that adding the word divine to the name made it sound strong. Ziyao smiled and said that only Master Li was capable of making such a drink. As she took her first sip, she was transported to a beach. Soon, Ziyu and Shin also appeared on the same beach. The drink made them feel like their entire soul was shaking. Li asked them if they liked the drink, and all of them said that they loved it in unison. Li then started opening a box filled with honey. Ziyao went to him and asked what he was doing. She wanted to help Li. However, as soon as she saw a golden flame bee, she immediately ran back to the others. Li told them that he had passed by the Almighty's relic and brought some of them home. He mentioned that it was thanks to Uncle Lin, since he was the one who captured all the bees. Hearing him say these things so casually made the cultivators bust out their jaws in shock. As Ziyu watched Li, one of the bees flew out and stung him on the head. This made him turn into a log and collapse to the ground. Li ignored this and told them that he was thinking of making the honey-roasted turkey. He mentioned that people from his hometown ate it during celebrations. Shin and Ziyao realized that Li was talking about the ancient era. The ingredients were so precious that even the Almighty would dare eat such a meal. Li ordered Bai to boil the water as he prepared to kill the chicken and pluck its feathers. Shin and Ziyao suddenly realized what they were going to eat. Shin asked her if eating a fire sparrow was going to get them punished. Ziyao replied by saying that no one had ever eaten a fire sparrow, that too with the honey of the golden flame bees. Ziyu suddenly got back up and told them that the risk was worth it if they got to enjoy the dish made by Master Li. Ziyao agreed with him and said that the fire sparrow could be afraid of death after cultivating it for her entire life. Meanwhile, the sparrow heard all of it. She knew that she was the one taking the risk. Suddenly, she felt a hand grabbing her neck. As she looked up, Li, with a monstrous expression, was about to chop her head off. The sparrow started screaming. Li was trying to teach Da Yi how to kill the chicken, so he kept giving her instructions. He told her that the first part was cutting the chicken's neck. However, as he tried to cut the sparrow's neck, she dodged the knife. Li tried again with even more force and speed, but the sparrow used everything she could to avoid getting killed. She realized that she needed to think something quickly if she wanted to live another day. Her mind raced to think of a solution. The sparrow didn't have any more energy left to dodge the knife, and she knew that if she was of no value to Li, he would simply kill her. Being cornered, her only way of escaping was to lay an egg. Li stopped the knife before it could slice the sparrow. He noticed that it had laid an egg. Hearing that the fire sparrow had laid an egg made Chin and the others speechless. They hadn't heard of such a bird laying eggs before. It was possible for the fire sparrow to lay eggs, but it was so rare that it happened only once every 10,000 years. The entire time that this bird was in the care of the sect master of Green Cloud Valley, she only laid one egg. The sparrow lay on the ground, exhausted as she thought about what she had just done. Li picked up the egg and thought to himself that it was a pity to kill a chicken that could lay eggs. However, he had promised his guests that he would serve honey turkey to them, so he had no choice but to kill it. Ziyao commented that it must have been a coincidence that the chicken laid eggs. Hearing this, the fire sparrow got enraged and laid multiple eggs at once. Li dropped his knife on the table and said that he couldn't kill a chicken that laid eggs. Moreover, it was also a living being, so it felt wrong to kill it. Chin and Ziyao immediately agreed with him and said that they had something to do, so they were going to leave. Ziyu couldn't understand what was happening, so he told his sister that they were not in a hurry. Ziyao punched him out of the house and bid farewell to Li. Once outside, Chi and Ziyao got excited since Li had gifted them some honey from the golden flame bees and the eggs of the fire sparrow. They decided to return back to their homes to secure the treasures. Halfway to the ground cloud valley, Ziyao realized that she had forgotten her brother, who was out sleeping on a tree. After they were gone, Da Yi asked Li if they were really going to spare the chicken. Li told her he wouldn't kill the chicken, which made the fire sparrow happy. However, he told Da Yi that they were going to eat the chicken eggs. This made her depressed again, since those were the children they were talking about. She tried to stop Li, but she knew well that there was nothing she could do. Finally, Li came out with scrambled eggs and started eating them with Da Yi. Both of them really liked the eggs and mentioned how they were much tastier than normal eggs. The fire sparrow talked to herself, saying how they could compare her eggs to worthless chickens. She said that she wouldn't have let them eat her eggs, but since they thought that her eggs were tasty, she would allow them to eat them. Later, Li gave her a bowl of porridge. The sparrow was hesitant at first, but when she tried the porridge, she couldn't help but appreciate how good it was. She had slowly started to like the place. Away from all of this, in a distant town, everything seemed barren, and people cried for help. In that town, a man walked barefoot. He was the scholar from earlier chapters. Yeah, I don't know how he is still alive. The scholar sat down on the street and opened one of his books. He started reading the story of Journey to the West. He had been traveling around the world and reciting the story to everyone. As the scholar continued reading the story, an old man walked in and told him to stop. The old man advised the scholar to leave. The scholar looked at him and told him that he wasn't done with his story. The old man told him to look around and said that there was no soul in view to listen to his story. The scholar put a smile on his face and told the old man that the story contained wisdom and that if people heard it, they wouldn't fear the plague anymore. The old man said that people were dying everywhere and no one had the time to listen to his story. It wasn't like they could eat the wisdom from his stories or treat their illness. The scholar told him that wisdom could indeed solve everything. Hearing this, a kid grabbed the old man and told him to leave, since the scholar wasn't going to listen to them anyway. As the two of them walked away, the scholar sat down, thinking if what the old man was saying was true. Could he really not save people from their suffering? He wondered what Master Li would do if he encountered such a situation. He thought about going to Li and asking for his advice. However, he wasn't sure if Li was going to be pleased to see him again. Suddenly, a man shouted that the demon lord had descended upon Earth. The statue of the demon lord had started shining. A group of people gathered around the statue and started chanting. Away from all of this, a group of cultivators were watching them. One of the disciples asked their master if the people were praying to the devil. The master told him that the plague had spread everywhere, and there was no one to stop it. The devil was using this opportunity to try and trick the mortals. No one in the immortal cultivation world could obtain Tao, so the people started to doubt God. When they saw no way out, they started to turn to the devil. Unfortunately, the immortal cultivators didn't come to their help either. The people only wanted the plague to stop. However, the devil was an evil entity. He only gave them the illusion of prosperity and protection, but in reality, he was worsening the plague. Moreover, as the plague worsened, people had no other choice but to submit themselves to him. With time, the followers of the devil get corrupted by demon chi. They start to lose themselves and become mindless slaves to the devil. With enough power, they could summon the general and take control over the mortal world. The master looked at his disciple and ordered him to grab his sword. The disciple was hesitant, but another disciple told him that the only way to stop the spread of demon chi was to kill the person affected by it. If their master tried to interfere, he would forever bear the sin of killing a person and also get affected by the demon chi. This meant that if the master tried to stop the demon, he would die too. However, it seemed like the master had made his decision. He ordered him to get his sword. As they handed him the sword, he told them that he was willing to sacrifice himself if he could kill the devil. As the master prepared to attack the devil, he screamed out that people would remember his sacrifice. He sent a powerful wave of light, which felt more like an atomic bomb. Bro, I just watched Oppenheimer. The people tried to avoid the explosion, but it was too late. The scholar also witnessed the explosion from the other side of the city. He stared at it from a distance and wondered what was going on. The explosion was so bright that the students had to cover their eyes. After it ended, the master silently stared at the destroyed city. One of the disciples said that his master had made the ultimate sacrifice by killing thousands of corrupted villagers in order to get rid of the devil. The master flew down towards the statue and saw several bodies lying on the ground. He sat down and told the disciples that he had no other choice but to end his life since he had killed thousands of corrupt villagers. He was doing it as a sign of respect. He told them that immortal cultivators like him only think about themselves and cultivate with the goal of becoming immortal. They ignore other people around them. However, the road to immortality had been cut off, so there was nothing for him to aim towards. He said that he had no desire to live. He wanted to use the last of his cultivation to protect the people. Before he died, he ordered his disciples to bury the dead bodies of the villagers. The master died in a cinematic sequence. The scholar didn't miss this beautiful scene, as he had been watching from a distance. He wondered why the old man was dying. Suddenly, he saw a projection of Li emerge from the old man's body. As he ran towards him, he got transported to a different world. It was a beautiful and peaceful place. The scholar looked back at Li and started yapping about all of his journeys. He told them that he had been narrating the story to different people, but he noticed that there were now fewer people listening to his stories. He wondered if there was something wrong with his way of preaching wisdom. He asked if the reason was lack of knowledge, and if he should quit spreading his word. Li asked him if he remembered how Buddha achieved Buddhahood in his journey to the West. The man quickly replied by telling him that he sacrificed himself to feed some tigers. The scholar was confused about why Li was asking him such a question. Li pointed at the back and asked the scholar what he saw. At the back was the same old master, who had just sacrificed his life. The scholar told him that he saw a dead man. Li advised him to look at the man again, and when the scholar truly focused, he noticed that the man actually represented Buddha. Li told him that he had ignored everything around him, including suffering and the plague. He said that he couldn't expect people to believe him if he acted like the rest of the greedy immortal cultivators. After hearing this, the scholar was left speechless. Suddenly, the dead devil statue came back to life as the disciples were preparing to fulfill their master's last wish of burying the villagers. They noticed that the bodies were starting to move. The devil statue was transferring his demon chi to the dead bodies. The villagers became demon zombies and completely surrounded all the disciples. One of the disciples wondered if the villagers were still alive, but his fellow disciple told him that they were dead. Their bodies were under the control of that devil. They couldn't understand how they were still in the devil's control, since their master had killed the statue. Suddenly, one of them saw the statue floating in the air. They realized that it was still alive. The devil gave them an intense stare and started releasing all of his demon chi into the sky. The demon chi started opening up a crack in the sky. The crack led to the demon realm. If it opened completely, it would allow the demons to roam into the mortal world freely. The statue opened the door, and within seconds, a devil girl came out. She was the one controlling the statue with the help of strings. She told them that the humans she just ate were so tasty and asked them if they had more humans. The disciples screamed as they saw the devil girl come in. She told them that she was the subordinate of Lord Amon, who was one of the great four lords working under Lord Moshe. Like most of us, the disciples also couldn't understand what it meant. She asked them if they were wondering why she was there. The disciples told her that they were definitely not thinking about that. However, the devil girl loved to yap, so she continued anyway. The short version is that she used humans to gather energy and open the door to the demon realm. It wasn't just one door, but countless doors throughout the mortal realm. She was the one controlling all the villagers. She told them that the villagers could still do manual labor, even if they were dead, so she had a use for them. The disciples realized that their master's sacrifice was for nothing. However, they knew well that they couldn't fight all these devils, even if they combined their strength. The devil girl looked at the body of the dead master and announced that she was going to destroy it first. As she attacked the body, a mysterious blue barrier protected the dead master. The disciples were all in shock. As they saw the scholar walking towards them, they asked him who he was. He looked down at the ground and told them that he was just a random scholar. This man has the hardest lines, not gonna lie. Back at Li's house, Li kept phased out while playing chess. He got back to his senses when Dai Yi called him out. She told him that it was his turn. Li apologized for spacing out and told her that she had improved a lot. She had successfully saved 7 of her pieces from his attack. Dai Yi appreciated him and said that it was all due to his teachings. Li told her that they should go for a walk to celebrate her improvement. Meanwhile, in the village, the devil girl is still trying to hit the scholar. As she attacked him with multiple explosions, the scholar remained unfazed and simply walked off the explosions. One of the disciples recognized him as the storyteller of Journey to the West. The name he used was Wu Chang'an. The scholar looked back at the disciples with surprise and told them that he was not Wu Chang'an. He revealed that he was Wu Chang'an's young scholar. The scholar told them that the real Wu Chang'an was a person of great wisdom. His eyes sparkled as he talked about Li. He said that they shouldn't compare an idiot like him to Wu Chang'an. After he was done talking, he gave them the Journey to the West storybook and suggested that they read it 300 times. He also gave a copy to the dead master. He looked at the disciples again with a smile and told them that he had finally understood. The entire world was filled with plagues and other disasters. The people were so caught up in their worries that they couldn't listen to his stories and wisdom. Master Li used the dead master as an example to show him that he couldn't deliver wisdom just through his words. He had to follow it up with actions, too. The scholar stood up with a newfound determination and announced that he would be working hard to solve the problems of the mortals from now on. He wanted the mortals to be in peace so that they could finally listen to the wisdom given by Master Li. As he was talking, the disciples shouted at him and warned him of an attack from behind. Before he could look, a powerful attack landed straight on him. Smoke filled the entire place as the devil girl walked in. To her surprise, her attack didn't even hit the scholar. He managed to dodge the attack and appear in front of the girl. He told her that she wasn't allowed to cut people off when they were having conversations. The scholar handed her a book and told her that she needed to read it 3,000 times. Before the girl could say anything, he kicked her into the sky and she went back into the same hole she came from. He then used his powers to seal a crack in the sky, blocking the path to the demon realm. The disciples were flabbergasted as they saw just how powerful the scholar was. As he landed on the ground, he saw that the villagers were falling back to the ground. The devil had lost control over them, but they couldn't be saved. He was too late. He sat down and told them that it was just a little token of appreciation from him. He announced that he would be narrating the last chapter of The Journey to the West. After he was done with the final chapter, he closed the book and left it on the ground. The scene changed to the Qi Anlong Celestial Dynasty, where two female demons were talking to each other. One of them reported that they had successfully invaded the Qi Anlong Dynasty. The other girl excitedly said that Lord Anmeng would reward them for their achievement. As the two of them flew above the dynasty creating chaos, they noticed a light shining in the distance. They both immediately stopped and wondered what it was. They quickly realized that it was the fallen demon's sword. This made the demon girls even more excited, since their Lord Moshe had been searching for the sword for a long time. If they brought it back, they could help Lord Anmeng in getting recognition. One of the demon girls decided to go first, since she was in such a hurry. The two of them finally ended up in front of Li's house. They wondered how the fallen demon's sword ended up at a mortal's house. One of the demon girls suggested that they find the sword and then ask for it. As they were talking, they felt something creeping behind them. When they looked back, they saw two large hands and a giant pig. On top of the pig was a squirrel. The pig demon and squirrel beat the demon girls pretty well. We then see a horse carriage moving through the desert. Inside the carriage was a prince. One of the servants asked the prince if the rumored expert actually existed. He questioned if their journey would be worth it, since they had come a long way. The prince seemed to be in a critical condition. He had been coughing non-stop and reached a point where he was straight up coughing blood. The prince told him that there was chaos everywhere. As the prince, he was responsible for helping the people. His name was Zhou Yunwu, and he was the prince of Xixia. The servant told him that the story of the expert seemed too far-fetched. He wondered if such an entity even existed in the world. Prince Yunwu told him not to worry and said that they would never know if they didn't try. Immediately after, he started coughing blood again. He told the servant that he did it every day, so it was no big deal. Suddenly, the carriage was stopped by something on the road. As the servant stopped, he noticed three guys who claimed to be bandits. The men respectfully told him that they wanted to rob them. The prince was notified of the bandits. Outside, the bandits talked about the plague and how they used it to rob others. They'd also said that they hadn't had a proper meal in 6 months. They needed to rob the carriage in order to buy some food. The driver asked them if they even knew who was inside the carriage. However, it seemed like the bandits didn't really care. All they saw was the luxurious carriage, and now they wanted to rob it. The guy tried to argue with them, so one of the bandits slashed him with his sword. Another one slashed open the carriage, only to find out two guards who had fainted already and a coughing prince. The bandit told the prince to hand over all of his wealth, but before he could finish the sentence, he was sprayed with a pool of blood. The prince apologized for his rudeness. He told him that he was feeling a bit dizzy since the carriage had suddenly stopped. He asked them if they were bandits, and they all told him that they were. Hearing this made him tear up. The bandits told him that he was the victim there, not them, since they were going to kill him. The prince prayed for them and said that if the world wasn't so bad, they wouldn't have been bandits. He asked them if it was hard to be a thug. The bandits were left speechless, since they didn't expect to hear something like this. Prince Yunwu suddenly grabbed one of the bandits' hands and gave him some money. He told him to look after his family and wait for him. The bandit got a bit scared and asked him why they should wait for him. The prince lit up and told them that they should wait for him to change the world. They continued staring at him and wondered how they stumbled upon an idiot like him. The prince sat on the carriage again. and bid farewell to the bandits. Before leaving, he also advised them to bury the men that they had just killed as restitution for their sins. After he left, the bandits silently looked at the road and felt bad for robbing such a saint. Prince Yunwu continued on his journey by giving away all of his money to the poor. Before long, he had nothing more to give. In the fallen divine city, Li was having a steamed bun with Da Yi. As he offered her to try some bun, Prince Yunwu showed up and smashed his hand on the table. Li thought that it was a monster since the prince looked like a zombie. Looking at Li, the prince finally smiled since he had found the expert. Li gave him something to eat, which made him feel much better. He then asked him who he was. The prince told him that he was the prince from Xixia, and he had come here to ask for his help. Li was shocked, since the man looked more like a beggar. Prince Yunwu explained that he had donated all of his money to charity, and his servants were out helping other people. He revealed that he had been surviving on tree bark for the last few months. He thanked Li for treating him to a proper meal. Li told him to stop referring to him as an expert, since he was just immortal. He then questioned him about the victims and asked if something bad had happened. The prince looked up and told him that devil activity was at an all-time high in the four seas. Prince Yunwu started yapping about how villagers were being corrupted and cults were trying to summon Lord Moshe. However, Li acted confused. The prince then asked him if he knew about the plague that was going on. Li lit up and said that he had heard of this word. The prince revealed that he couldn't cultivate immortality despite being a prince. He wanted to save people, but he couldn't do it alone, and that was why he came here to ask for his help. He had heard that he could revive people, and even men to broken arm. He asked Li if he had a solution for the plague. Li thought to himself that the person's behavior was outrageous, but his determination was still quite impressive. He was the same as him, but he still couldn't help the people. Li told him that he had no idea about the plague, since the area he lived in had no plague. Therefore, it was difficult for him to find a solution. The prince whipped out a bunch of pages and books and told him not to worry, since he had all the information about the plague in those books. He brought the whole encyclopedia with him. He told Li that despite giving away all of his wealth, he hadn't lost a single page of these documents. He carried all of the items on a cart. Li wondered if the prince was actually sick, since he seemed pretty strong. Li felt bad for thinking of the prince as an idiot. Seconds later, he saw him choke on some water and realized that he was actually an idiot. However, he still agreed to help him find a solution to the plague. Li started reading all the books and reports about the plague while sitting in the restaurant. The owner got mad, since they were occupying his seats. At night, Li told the prince that he had finished reading everything. The prince asked him if he figured out a solution. Li told him that he didn't have a cure for the plague, but he could prescribe some medications that would help improve immunity. He explained that most viruses could be treated by the body's own defense system. He couldn't just give him a detailed prescription without examining the victims. The prince thanked Li after getting the medication. Li asked him why he didn't just go to the immortal cultivators, since they would be able to do much more than him. The prince took a brief pause and told him that the immortal cultivators only thought about themselves. They didn't care about others. In the Lin Immortal Palace, Qin was walking with the Grand Elder. He asked her about the situation, and she told him that it was pretty bad. The plague was spreading fast, and the devils were wreaking havoc everywhere. They didn't just attack mortal villages, but also some of the sects. She explained that recently there had been some signs that the road to longevity was starting to reconnect. The devils wanted to take control over the world before the connection was established again. The elder told her that the plague wasn't their main problem. Their problem was the descent of the devils in the mortal world. He told her that they shouldn't ruin the opportunity of becoming immortals, since they were finally getting a chance. Qin looked at him and told him that the entire reason for the plague was them. They looked at themselves as high-class people and ignored the problems of the mortals. Therefore, they turned to the devil for help. The Grand Elder told her that she had changed a lot after meeting Master Li. Qin told him that they needed to get the palace master's opinion on the matter. As she went to see him, she saw that he looked to be in the worst condition. "My man is surviving on one hip." Qin asked him if he had also been infected by the plague. Master Monji told her that she didn't need to worry about him, since the plague didn't affect the bodies of the immortal cultivators the same way. She then asked him if some monster stole his yang to increase their own yin. Before Qin could say anything else about him, he asked her why the ancestors were not responding to his calls. Qin told him that maybe they were really busy. He told her to stop joking and revealed that he had been trying to call the ancestor for a day. He kept on coughing blood, and it got to the point where he couldn't cough up any more blood. However, the ancestors were nowhere to be seen. He told her that if they didn't reveal themselves soon, he would die. Shin got a bit worried for her master. Master Monji told her that the ancestors of Green Cloud Valley had already appeared, but their own ancestors were not responding to them. If they failed to summon the ancestors, the Lin Immortal Palace might lose its authority and get destroyed. Shin told him to give the summoning ritual a break, since they had the plague to deal with. She requested him to team up with other sects and eliminate the devil. Master Monji slowly turned his head and gave her permission to team up with other sects. Shin asked him what he would do. Master Monji looked at her and asked her if she had forgotten that he was a cowardly character. Master Monji suggested that they move in 2 groups. Shin would lead one of the groups to join hands with other sects and defeat the devil. Meanwhile, he would stay back and try to summon his ancestors. If he succeeds, they can kill all the devils at once. Shin abided by the order and left. As she left, Master Monji thought to himself that she had changed a lot. He realized that he needed to change as well. He quickly ordered the disciples to give him some pills and got back to summoning the ancestor. Outside the hall, Shin ordered the disciples to split into 2 groups. One of them would help the people affected by the plague, while the other would fight and eliminate the devils. The disciple told her that they didn't have enough herbs for all the infected victims. She remembered that Lim Giyun's immortal pavilion had stored a lot of herbs and decided to ask them for help. Back at the shop, Li and the prince were still talking. The prince asked him what he thought of the immortal cultivators. Li told him that they were powerful people with amazing abilities. The prince got a bit disheartened and mentioned that they had all these abilities, but they were still not willing to help the mortals. Hearing this, Li thought back to all the immortal cultivators he had met and told him that they were all very kind. He then asked Yunwu if he had heard of the quote, "Don't meddle in affairs that are not a part of your position." Li told him that the immortal cultivators were working hard to defeat the devils, but they were terrible at healing people. The prince finally understood the problem with his mindset. He had been labeling the immortal cultivators as the bad guys, but he didn't think about his own incompetence. He thought to himself that it was his duty to protect the people. He stood up with newfound determination and announced that he was going back to his home country. He said that he would work hard, since he didn't have any money left to eat. Hearing this, Li gave him some money for travel and advised him to spend it carefully. I'm sure he will reach home without any worries now. A few days later, the prince was found lying naked in a forest with tree bark in his mouth. He looked like a stick. The scholar had been traveling to meet Li, and that's when he stumbled upon the prince.